If she broke up with Luo Yunze, she might not be able to meet such a quality man again. After all, Luo Yunze's background was much better than hers. Qin Yuyu completely had lost her appetite, but she still forced herself to eat some food in order to not be found out by the others. Although she ate little, she kept on eating. Luo Yunze would quarrel with her if he found out what she was thinking. At that time, he might break up with her in anger, which would be her loss. Anyway, no matter how handsome or rich Leng Xiaoting was, he wasn't her husband, and he already had a very outstanding wife, so he wouldn't have any interest in her. She was jealous of Gu Ning, but she could never become her. Thinking of that, Qin Yuyu felt much better. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting just had a large meal, so they weren't able to eat a lot right now. Nevertheless, they didn't order much and finished most of it, so it wasn't a waste. "Are you free tonight? Why don't we hang out at the clubhouse?" "My treat," Ren Weiming said when they had almost finished the meal. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting didn't answer right away, but turned to look at Gu Ning, asking for her opinion. If Gu Ning wanted to go, he would go with her. As long as it wasn't about work, he would always ask for Gu Ning's opinion first. Leng Xiaoting's behavior, however, surprised the others, because it proved how much he cared about Gu Ning. "Why not?" Gu Ning replied. Anyway, they had nothing to deal with. Since it was his friend's invitation, they ought to go. Otherwise, his friend would be embarrassed. After that, they rested for a while before going to have fun together. Both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting could drink, so they drank a lot. At 11 p.m., they separated. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were picked up by the same chauffeur and returned to the house by the sea. Gano sent Iko to the hospital, but he didn't wake up until 8 p.m. Only his family took care of him. Gano didn't tell his family what he had done to save his face. As for why he suddenly passed out, Gano explained that it was food poisoning. After Silo and Tasha got back home, they couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to them on the small island. They were full of fear. In the middle of the night, they managed to fall asleep, but not long after, they were woken up again by a nightmare. They dreamed about a giant python coming to eat them alive. The next day at 2 p.m., the photography team arrived. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't in a rush to take wedding photos because they needed time to choose a beautiful scene. At the same time, they also wanted to have a tour around. It wasn't easy for them to travel abroad, and it was free. Although there were beautiful scenes everywhere, they still needed to choose their favorite place. Therefore, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked around for the day. After another day, they started taking the wedding photos. Because they liked the ocean, they took photos near the house by the sea with an open island not far away. Whenever they showed up among the crowd, they attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was amazed by their outstanding appearances. Some people, even though they were models, because they were energetic, they didn't feel tired, so within a day, they finished. However, when they were taking photos, Leng Xiaoting had almost the same expression from the beginning to the end. After all, he wasn't an extrovert, so it was hard for him to be active and make different poses. Anyway, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were still a perfect match in the photos. Both of them really enjoyed it. Although there was only a faint smile on his face, his eyes were full of love. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting took 4 sets of wedding photos in all. Among them, Leng Xiaoting wore a military uniform in 2, including camouflage and a formal suit. He was a soldier, so it was more meaningful for him to take wedding photos in a military uniform. Leng Xiaoting looked even more handsome in a military uniform. Even the photographer team was stunned by him. Their boss's husband was the best among quality men. However, Gu Ning was also very outstanding among extraordinary girls, so they were a perfect match. When Leng Xiaoting took wedding photos in his military uniform, they avoided the crowd, in case it caused unnecessary trouble. After taking the wedding photos, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting invited the photography team to a big meal. The photography team could stay for 2 days before going home. After all, they flew a long distance to be here. The photography team felt so lucky. They were blessed to have such a generous boss. All the plane tickets, accommodation, and meals were free. They barely spent any money during the trip. They only spent money when they needed to visit tourist attractions or if they wanted to buy some gifts. In fact, even if Gu Ning only paid for their plane tickets, they would still be willing to stay there for a few days. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't rush to go home. Instead, they decided to stay for a week. On the fourth day, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sailed a yacht after lunch. They decided to dive deep into the ocean to catch seafood or to go on an adventure on the nearby island. However, when they were about to sail, they saw a familiar yacht stopped by theirs. At a closer glance, they recognized that it was Gano's yacht. Gano and another man were on the yacht, but it was only the two of them. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting realized that Gano must have come for them, so they directly walked over. Gano immediately got out of the yacht and walked to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting as well. "Hi, Mr. Leng, Mrs. Lang." Gano greeted them, then asked, "Do you have some time? Can we have a private chat?" "What is it?" said Gu Ning. "I heard from my friend that Mrs. Leng rescued a girl when they were attacked by a giant python on the island that day. I want to know whether you're really not afraid of pythons at all. Can you deal with it if you encounter one again?" Gano asked. Gano asked that question because he needed them to solve a problem for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have especially paid them a visit. "Yeah, I can deal with several, let alone one," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Gano was excited and asked at once, "How about other wild and dangerous animals?" "I don't think it's a problem," Gu Ning replied. "Well, if so, can you work with me to do one thing, Mrs. Leng and Mr. Leng? It's said that there is a deserted island 100 kilometers away from the coast. There is a lot of treasure on this deserted island, but some ferocious beasts are guarding nearby. No one can get in or out of there safely. I'm not sure whether it's true, because it has not been confirmed yet. I heard about it from my grandfather who had been there before, but he just went to the edge of the island and saw a lot of dead bodies on the beach, so he didn't dare to go in. Besides, the island is surrounded by fog all year round. One needs good luck to land on the island. Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng, if you are willing to cooperate with us, I'll go back and ask my grandpa for the route. After we find the treasure, we can split it 50-50. If you don't want to do that, just forget it. After all, I can't be sure that there will be treasure, and if there isn't, our adventure will be meaningless," Gano said. It was just a proposal, he wouldn't force them. Whether or not Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were interested was totally up to them. Gano had only met Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting once, so it might not seem serious since he talked to them about it right away. After all, he barely knew them. There was no trust between them either. However, compared with other people he knew, they were the best choice. First, they could easily beat a giant python, so they were obviously very strong. Second, they weren't local citizens, and they would leave after finishing it. Adventures were always risky, so he needed to bet on that. Anyway, he had a good impression of Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting and didn't feel as if they seemed like backstabbers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so honest with them. If Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting dared to betray them, he wouldn't hesitate to pay them back. "Sure, we also love adventures. Whether there is treasure or not, we can go and have a look." Gu Ning agreed without hesitation because they were anyway planning to have some fun. Therefore, they were willing to pay a visit whether or not there was treasure. However, if there was, it would obviously be better. Given their abilities, they weren't afraid that Gano would scheme against them. If Gano regretted it after they found treasure, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would take the treasure for themselves. They wouldn't betray him first, but they wouldn't back down if Gano dared to do that to them. Gano didn't expect Gu Ning to agree so quickly, so he was surprised. Gu Ning could see his reaction, so she didn't urge him to give her a reply. Before long, Gano came back to his senses, but he still wanted to make sure. "Mrs. Leng, do you agree?" "Yes, we agree," Gu Ning said in an affirmative tone. Hearing that, Gano was satisfied. "Great. I'll go back and ask my grandpa for a detailed map right now. If it's possible, I hope we can set out at 8 p.m. If we do it during the day, other people will see us." "No problem," Gu Ning answered. Then Gano and his friend left, while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting continued with what they were doing. After all, it was still early. "Gano, why did they agree so fast? Is it a trap? I don't have much trust in them." "We've only met them once," Gano's friend said worriedly. He didn't think there was much trust between them. "Billy, I understand your worries, but I think they're my best choice. We can't find anyone who's better than them, Gano said. He also had worries, and was afraid that they might betray him after finding treasure, but it was unavoidable to take the risk if he wanted to get the treasure. Since Gano said that, Billy said nothing further. He didn't want to be so negative and also hoped that there would be a good result. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the sea and dived deep to catch some seafood. They sailed for a round before coming back. When they were back, it was time for dinner, so Gu Ning watched TV in the living room while Leng Xiaoting went to cook. She was like a queen, but Leng Xiaoting felt that it was his honor to be able to serve her. After filling their stomachs, they went for a walk outside. Half an hour later, Gano and Billy arrived. There were only two of them because they didn't want other people to see them. When Gano went home and asked his grandfather for the route, his grandfather turned him down at first because it was too dangerous. He didn't want his beloved grandson to face such a dangerous adventure. Gano spent a long time persuading his grandfather before his grandfather agreed. Honestly, his grandfather didn't think they would find the island. There was no need for the four of them to go with two yachts. One yacht was enough, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went on Gano's yacht. Although Gano had the map, it wasn't very useful. After all, they were sailing on the ocean instead of driving on the road. There was water in every direction, so they had to reach their destination by guessing. As a result, although the yacht moved fast, they spent 2 hours on the way. In addition, they relied on Gu Ning's guidance to arrive at their destination, because Gu Ning had a pair of jade eyes which could see much farther than a telescope. However, Gu Ning could only see the area around the island. Because it was covered in fog, she couldn't see what was inside. Seeing the thick fog, Gano and Billy were both extremely disappointed. "It seems our trip is meaningless," Gano said resignedly. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still sad. "Yeah, I'm afraid we have to go back now," Billy said. "Mr. Leng, Mrs. Leng, I'm very sorry." Gano apologized to Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. He had explained to them before and they didn't care, but he felt it was necessary for him to apologize. "Mr. Tyler, there is no need to apologize. If this little fog can be a difficulty, I wouldn't have agreed to help," Gu Ning replied. She didn't think it was a problem at all. Hearing that, Gano and Billy agreed with Gu Ning, but they felt that she was too confident. They didn't doubt her abilities, but they wouldn't be convinced until Gu Ning proved it to them. "I know you're doubtful. It's understandable. We've just met, but it's unavoidable to take risks since we want the treasure. Do you dare to go inside with us?" Gu Ning asked. She didn't think it was wrong that Gano and Billy doubted her abilities. It would be weird if they didn't. It wasn't a good thing to easily trust strangers. Gano and Billy remained silent for a few moments. Then Gano said, "Of course. Let's go inside together. Since we're already here, we must give it a try. No one knows what will happen if we don't go inside," Billy said. He was panicked too, but he was reluctant to leave right now. He was an adventurous person, so he was willing to take the risk. Moreover, Gano and Billy had learned some fighting skills. They weren't extremely skilled, but they were better than most people, so they were braver too. "If so, let's go inside right now. I don't want people nearby to see us, since it will cause unnecessary trouble. Let me drive this time," Leng Xiaoting said. Upon hearing that there were people nearby, Gano and Billy let Leng Xiaoting drive the yacht. Gu Ning also exchanged seats with Billy and sat in the front passenger's seat. None of them was surprised that there were people nearby, because not only they were aware that there was treasure on this island. Since there was treasure, it naturally attracted many treasure hunters. The next moment, Leng Xiaoting directly drove into the thick fog. Visibility in the fog was very low, only 3 or 4 meters in radius, so ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter, but that was the visibility for ordinary people. For Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, the visibility was about 10 meters. Even if the visibility was low, their spiritual consciousness wasn't worse than their eyes. In some cases, it was better and more useful than vision. Just like the situation they were in right now where they couldn't see where the island was. If it wasn't far away, they could use their spiritual consciousness to sense the surroundings and figure out where it was. With or without obstacles, the sound and direction of the wind and waves were different. However, obviously the island was still far away, so Lung shouting and Gu Ning couldn't sense it yet. Because the fog was dense, Gu Ning couldn't see the island with her jade eyes, but they could go forward at a fast speed. They didn't need to worry about hitting anything. Although they weren't sure the destination was in front of them, they at least wouldn't lose their way. However, Gano and Billy were astonished by the speed at which Lung shouting was sailing the yacht. They were extremely scared. It was even scarier than racing a car on twisting mountain roads. "Mr. Lung, is it safe to drive so fast?" Gano asked. Because he was really scared, his voice trembled a bit. "Don't worry. It's fine," Lung shouting replied. Gano and Billy were still nervous and felt like they could die at any moment. But since Lung shouting said it was fine, they didn't doubt him again. Shortly after they went into the thick fog, another group of people reached the edge of it. They stopped at once and hesitated to go inside. They could find a way out after going in, but it would be really difficult. If the yacht was filled with fuel and they had enough food, they wouldn't be afraid, but what if they ran out of gas and food, then got stuck inside? After hesitating for a while, they still decided to go inside. Before they came here, they were aware that this place was covered in thick fog almost constantly. It was nearly impossible to visit here without the fog. Since they wanted the treasure, they had to take the risk. Anyway, they were fully prepared for the adventure before they came. After going into it, they became very slow. Gu Ning, on the other hand, soon saw the island after driving in the fog for about 7 minutes. However, only Gu Ning and Lung shouting could see it, while Gano and Billy could see nothing. As they approached the island, Lung shouting slowed down. At the same time, they sensed the faint magical power in the air. It wasn't strange. Normally, places isolated from the world had some magical power. When Lung shouting slowed down, Gano and Billy were confused. They thought that something went wrong, but they soon saw land. Was it the island? "Have we arrived?" Gano asked excitedly. He couldn't believe that it could be so easy. After all, he could hardly do that on his own. It seemed that Lung shouting and Gu Ning were a lot more useful than he thought. Meanwhile, they were still anxious. They felt lucky that they turned to the right people for help, but they were afraid that Gu Ning and Lung shouting might want to keep all the treasure. If so, it was impossible for him and Billy to fight back. No matter what, they had to continue to bet on that since they were already here. "Right?" Gu Ning said. "By now you should believe that we can do it." Of course. Gano and Billy answered. Earlier they weren't really able to believe Lung shouting and Gu Ning, but now they were fully convinced. However, they still had doubts and worries. They wondered whether there was really treasure on this island, or whether they could find the treasure. If they found it, would Gu Ning and Lung shouting keep the treasure for themselves? "How did you do it? It's so unbelievable," Billy asked curiously. "It's not really difficult. You only need to be brave and determined. As long as you are, you won't lose your direction. Keep driving ahead. That way you can leave this place even if you can't reach the island," Gu Ning replied. Hearing that, Gano and Billy nodded. After the yacht stopped beside the island, they got out. "The fog is so thick. Can we really find the way back?" Billy asked worriedly. "I believe Mr. Lung and Mrs. Lung can deal with it, right?" Gano turned to look at Gu Ning and Lung shouting. "Sure," Gu Ning said. "We can stop the yacht right here. Everything will be fine. My husband and I have a very good memory. We can remember every road we take. There is no need to worry that we'll get lost. We might only take a bit longer on our way home." "Great!" Gano and Billy were relieved. Afterwards, they stepped onto the island. This island was surrounded by thick fog, so ordinary people could never find the treasure even if there was really treasure. However, it was different for Gu Ning and Lung shouting. As long as there was treasure, they would find it. They relied on Gu Ning's jade eyes to search for it. The treasure might be hidden in a part of the island, or at the bottom of the nearby sea, or in the middle of the island. Therefore, they needed to search from the side that they stopped the boat. Gu Ning had ordered the flood dragon to check the bottom of the sea, so it swam over with them when they came, and now it was looking around in the nearby sea to see what it could find. Gano and Billy followed Gu Ning and Lung shouting. They were completely under the leadership of Gu Ning and Lung shouting, because they had no idea what to do. Therefore, they had to follow Guning and Leng shouting closely, otherwise they would be in a lot of danger if they got lost. I don't know what to do, but I don't think it is a good idea for us to walk and look around like this, Billy said. Even if there was treasure, it should be buried, so it was probably impossible for them to find the treasure like that. If it was so easy to find the treasure, it would have been dug out earlier. After all, the rumor about the treasure had gone around for at least 100 years. When their grandparents were young, they had heard about that. But what can we do to find it? Gano asked. Although he knew it wasn't a good idea, he had no idea how to search for the treasure. Guning and Leng shouting said nothing. They continued to walk and look for the treasure. The island wasn't large, but it still took them an hour to walk from one end to the other. When they finished the third path, they encountered a giant python. Gano and Billy were frightened the moment they saw the python. They immediately had goosebumps and felt very uncomfortable. But after Leng shouting punched it, the giant python immediately fell to the ground and it seemed to die, which shocked Gano. He had heard about it from Tasha, and Guning had verified that they could kill pythons, but they were still surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. It was totally different to really see it. Jesus! That's so unbelievable! Billy exclaimed. It's indeed amazing. Gano agreed. Although they could kill this giant python too, it would take him a couple of minutes, while Leng shouting killed it in a second. After that, they continued to walk. Along the way, they came across many insects, snakes, and rats, but Leng shouting got rid of them with his magical energy. So Gano and Billy didn't see them. After walking forward for a while, they heard noises around. Something was slithering over. Guning immediately used her jade eyes to see it and saw a group of pythons coming towards them. There should be 5 pythons. Honestly, even if there were 50 pythons, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone 5. Wait here. I'll be right back, Leng shouting said. Then he walked away. Where is he going? Gano asked. He didn't think Leng shouting was abandoning them, because Guning stayed. There are noises. There should be pythons, and he's going to deal with them, Guning replied. Hearing that, both Gano and Billy were astonished. Pythons? Why didn't they see them? Anyway, Leng shouting was so strong that they believed that he could see what they couldn't. It was normal, so they admired Guning more than ever now. Once Leng shouting met the group of pythons, he released his magical energy and killed all of them in a second. So before long, Leng shouting was back. About an hour later, they finally reached the other end of the island. They had run into other snakes, rats, and insects, but Guning and Leng shouting quickly got rid of them. When they reached the other end, Guning and Leng shouting felt the flood dragon was floating at the surface. Please wait here. I need to go there for a moment. Afterwards, she walked away. Gano and Billy thought that Guning was going to do something private, so they didn't think much about it. Guning stopped after waking far away. Then the flood dragon swam over. Did you find the treasure? Asked Guning. We're not sure, but we saw a cave entrance under the side. We didn't go in and came to see you first, the female white flood dragon replied. Where is it? Guning asked. Although the flood dragon wasn't sure of it yet, Guning felt that it was highly likely to be it. She wondered whether there was really treasure. It's about 300 meters to the right, but there is a cliff about 100 meters ahead. So if you want to go there, you have to go over the sea or climb up the mountains, the black flood dragon said. The entrance of the cave is at the bottom of the cliff on the other side, where the waves are very strong. It's very dangerous for ordinary people. The female flood dragon chimed in. Gano and Billy were ordinary people, but Guning and Leng shouting weren't, so they wouldn't think that it was dangerous. Sure, you can go over and have a look first. If there are any monsters, kill them. I'll be there soon, Guning said. Yes, master, the flood dragon replied, then left. Guning also returned to Leng shouting's side. Leng shouting heard Guning's conversation with the flood dragon, but Gano and Billy didn't. After Guning came back, they walked to the cave. Guning and Leng shouting said nothing. They were leading the way, so Gano and Billy just followed them. No matter where Guning and Leng shouting took them, Gano and Billy wouldn't say anything, because they had no idea where they should go. After walking for about 200 meters, they saw a mountain. The altitude of the mountain was about 40 to 50 meters, which wasn't high at all, but the mountain path was rugged. It was difficult for Gano and Billy to climb over, even though both of them were strong. But Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't take them over by flying, nor could they fly there before them. As a result, they could only climb up the mountain together. They could take another way, but it would cost them more time. They might spend too much time on the way, so they decided to climb up the mountain in the end. This place was covered in fog and it was night, so although Gu Ning had a pair of jade eyes, she still couldn't see far ahead. Leng Xiaoting used a rope to tie his waist, then fastened it to their waists. In that case, even if their feet slipped, they wouldn't fall off the mountain. At most, they would just hit themselves a little. "Do we need to climb up from here?" Gano asked in front of the mountain. He couldn't see how high it was, but he could see that it was a mountain. "Right?" Gu Ning replied. "Is it high? Will it be dangerous after we climb up?" Billy asked worriedly. It was a dangerous adventure to find the treasure. Where will you hide your treasure, if you have any, to prevent other people from finding it? And to make sure that even if anyone finds it, he can't take it away, Gu Ning replied. "Somewhere dangerous," Billy said subconsciously. Since he was going to hide the treasure, he would do his best to stop other people from finding it by storing it in a dangerous place. Right, normally, treasure is hidden in a dangerous place so that it is impossible for ordinary people to find. Ordinary people might not dare to go there either. But I think it would still have to be accessible, otherwise the treasure can't be hidden there. I once searched for treasure on a small island as well. The treasure was hidden under a dangerous cliff, while the entrance was at the bottom of the sea. So I thought it might be the same case this time. Because the waves under the cliff are relatively large, it's difficult for ordinary people to go in, but it still allows people to get inside. It's just that people who don't have enough abilities can't go in. And most people would not imagine that the treasure would be hidden in such a precipitous place. In most people's eyes, where they can't go, others can't go either, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Gano and Billy agreed. At the same time, they were surprised to know that Gu Ning had searched for treasure at such a dangerous and unobtrusive place before. Anyway, since she had succeeded once, she must have the skills to do so. Their intuition also told them that if there was really treasure, they would definitely find it. "If so, we'll continue to follow you. We won't say anything again," Gano said. They invited Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to come with them, but they found that they themselves were useless after coming here. They relied on Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to do everything. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, they could have gotten lost or starved to death even if they could successfully get here. They could handle 1 or 2 pythons, but it was impossible for them to kill more. After that, Gu Ning took out ropes from her backpack telepathic eye space. Seeing that, Billy asked curiously, "Mrs. Leng, what are you doing? This mountain is very rugged and dangerous. In case any accidents happen, you should both tie a rope around your waist, then tie the other end around my husband's waist. If anything happens to you, he can help you," Gu Ning said. "What?" Hearing that, Gano and Billy were surprised. They glanced at Gu Ning, then at Leng Xiaoting. They couldn't believe their ears. "Mrs. Leng, did you say that we can tie the end of this rope to our waist, while the other to your husband's waist?" Gano asked. "Right, you heard it right. My husband can easily beat a giant python with a punch, and you've witnessed that, but my husband can do more than just that. He's much more powerful than you can believe. Never doubt his abilities," Gu Ning said seriously. Gano and Billy nodded and realized that Leng Xiaoting was stronger than they could imagine. They didn't doubt Gu Ning's words. Therefore, they listened to her in the end. They tied the end of the rope to their waists, and the other end was fastened to Leng Xiaoting's waist. Afterwards, they set out. Gu Ning climbed up by herself because it was very easy for her. At the beginning, Gano and Billy were worried about Gu Ning, but they were relieved after seeing that she was more relaxed than them. At the same time, they had great respect for Gu Ning. They never thought highly of women. Although there were outstanding women, they were very few. However, now they had to admit that Gu Ning was really unbelievable. The mountain was more difficult to climb than Gano and Billy had imagined, so they used a lot of effort. Halfway through, Gano and Billy had each slipped once. However, it wasn't serious. Even if they hadn't been tied to the rope, they wouldn't fall because they were able to grab onto stones. Unfortunately, when they finished 2/3 of the road, Billy slipped again. This time his whole body fell, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he only fell a meter down. After the rope went taut, he was caught and he felt relieved. Without delay, he caught the branch near him, then placed his feet on the ground to stabilize himself. Gano was scared. Without the rope, Billy could have fallen down at that moment. It should be more than 20 meters high, and the reefs were sharp, so he might lose his life if he fell. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lung." Billy sincerely thanked Lung Shouting after calming down. "You're welcome," Lung Shouting said. After the accident, Gano and Billy were more grateful to Lung Shouting and Guning. They even felt that they were a burden on them. However, they needed Guning and Lung Shouting's help, because they couldn't climb over this mountain on their own. They didn't spend much time on the climb. With Lung Shouting's help, Gano and Billy saved some energy. However, both of them were tired, so Guning and Lung Shouting told them to have a rest before they continued to climb. After they reached the top of the mountain, they still needed to walk for about 100 meters and the road was uneven, but it wasn't so difficult for Gano and Billy now. Although Gano and Billy were curious to know where Guning and Lung Shouting would start searching for the cave, they said nothing. They just silently followed Guning and Lung Shouting. After reaching the top of the mountain, they had to climb down. This side wasn't so rugged, but it was still hard. Besides, it was more dangerous to climb down than it was to climb up, so they didn't untie the rope. Gano and Billy didn't run into any trouble this time, because they were more cautious than they were earlier. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, they were very close to the cave. It was only 10 meters away from them, but it was the most difficult part of their journey. The huge waves crashed on the reef, causing a loud noise. It was so powerful that it could kill people. Gano and Billy couldn't help feeling uneasy. They had been on adventures before, but now they were in a much more difficult situation. "The waves are so large," Billy exclaimed. He was worried, and felt that it would be difficult for them to get in. Gano turned to look at Guning and Lung Shouting to see what they would do. "We're not afraid, but do you dare to take the risk with us? We can make sure that you won't die, but I can't promise that you won't be injured," Guning said. Actually, Guning could protect them from being injured, but it would expose her secret, so she wouldn't do that. "Of course we dare," Gano immediately answered, not because of Guning's words, but because he loved adventures. "Yes," Billy answered. He was still anxious, but at that moment his courage got the better of him. Gano and Billy had brought their own goggles and snorkel for diving, so now that they decided to go into the water, they took them out at once. "Have you prepared goggles and a snorkel?" Gano asked. If Lung Shouting and Guning weren't prepared, they didn't know how they would share the equipment. "We're good at swimming, so we don't need them," Guning replied. Hearing that, both Gano and Billy were surprised, but they didn't doubt Guning's words. After all, they had witnessed Guning and Lung Shouting's abilities. "We can have a rest for a while. We'll dive in about 10 minutes, Guning said. In fact, she and Lung Shouting didn't need a rest, but Gano and Billy needed to. Although they decided to go into the ocean and had summoned up their courage, they were still nervous. After all, it was an extremely dangerous decision. 10 minutes later, they went into the sea. When they had just dived into it, Billy was almost hit by a wave. Luckily, Lung Shouting caught him. Lung Shouting was at the front, Gano and Billy were in the middle, while Guning was at the back. They made that arrangement to prevent Gano and Billy from having any accidents. Although they couldn't directly protect them with their magical energy, they could use their magical energy to weaken the power of the waves. Therefore, it was easier for Gano and Billy to swim. Guning and Lung Shouting knew the location roughly, but they couldn't swim straight to the destination. They needed to pretend to search for it for a while. Nevertheless, before long, they found the cave. It wasn't strange to find a cave at the bottom of the ocean, so Gano and Billy weren't surprised. Afterwards, they swam into it. By then, they had stayed in the water for a long time. Both Gano and Billy were astonished by how good Guning and Lung Shouting were at swimming. It was unbelievable that they could swim so long with one breath. After swimming into the cave, they went forward for 20 meters toward its end. Seeing the end, Gano and Billy thought it was over, but unexpectedly Lung Shouting directly swam upwards where there was an exit. Without delay, Gano and Billy floated up as well. Once Lung Shouting swam out, he took out his night luminescent pearl. Therefore, the cave was very bright when Gano and Billy tried to get out. When they saw another cave, they were surprised. What surprised them more was the bright object in Lung Shouting's hand. Gano asked, "Mr. Lung, what is that? Can give light, which is really amazing. This is a very rare jewel. It's called the night luminescent pearl. It can shine in the dark," Lung Shouting replied. "Wow, that's incredible." They were surprised and confused, but didn't ask about it further, nor did they have the idea to steal it. After Guning was out too, they continued to walk ahead with Guning using her jade eyes to see what was around them. The second cave was very deep, so she didn't see anything yet. However, she could feel the two flood dragons. Because the flood dragons directly swam over from the bottom of the ocean, they spent very little time getting there, and they had already gotten rid of any other animals in the cave. In isolated caves like this, there were many snakes, insects, and rats which might be poisonous. Once ordinary people were bitten by these animals, they might die. Because the cave was covered in dust, it was rather gloomy and cold. Guning and Lung Shouting didn't feel much, but Gano and Billy did. They were both wet, so the cold wind robbed them of more warmth. This cave was obviously artificially built, so it was highly likely that the treasure was hidden there. Was this cave built by people? Gano asked. He wasn't sure because it looked natural to some extent. Because of the years, there weren't many traces left by people. You're right. It was built by people, so I think there might really be hidden treasure, Guning said. Gano didn't know whether there was really treasure, but he felt it was very likely after coming here. Otherwise, no one would build this cave. There might be something else hidden inside, but they believed it was highly likely to be treasure. Since they risked their lives to come here, they didn't want to return with empty hands. After walking for about 5 minutes, Guning saw a chamber ahead, but there was nothing inside. She couldn't see any other passages either. This was the only way. However, Guning was experienced, so she knew that this empty chamber was just a trick to fool them. It was likely that the treasure was hidden next to this chamber and the stones blocked them. She hoped that there really was treasure. If not, it might not be a trick. When they reached the chamber, because the flood dragons had already knocked it open, they directly walked in. The ceiling of the chamber was very high with many rock pillars hanging from it. There were some gaps too. Even if people looked up, no one could see anything. Only Guning and Lung Shouting could see the flood dragons hidden in the gaps at the top of the chamber. Because of Gano and Billy's presence, the flood dragons wouldn't show up or talk to Guning or Lung Shouting. There was no other entrance in the chamber, so Gano and Billy showed disappointment. There is no way forward. I don't think there is treasure, Gano said. Well, I was mentally prepared before coming here, but it's still disappointing, Billy said. If it's so easy to find the treasure, it would have been stolen long ago. We won't have the chance at all. Did you see the cigarette butts? Obviously someone has been here before. I also observed the walls. I think this cave must have been built dozens of years ago. Cigarettes like this didn't exist back then. So this must have happened not too long ago, Guning said, pointing at the cigarette butts on the ground. Hearing that, Gano and Billy were surprised. How could anyone visit such a secret place? However, since they could find this cave, other people could do the same thing. You're right. I think the treasure might be hidden somewhere else, Gano said. I encountered the same situation when I went to look for treasure. Everyone thought there wasn't treasure, but we still found it in the end. I found the treasure in a place where everyone thought there was nothing, Guning said. Gano and Billy were shocked. They understood what Guning was implying. Is it buried under the ground? Gano asked. It's possible, Guning said. It wasn't a guess, but the answer. Guning had used her jade eyes to look around the chamber before coming inside. She thought it was hidden behind the wall, but it turned out to be buried in the ground. About 1.5 meters under the ground, 8 boxes were buried. Each box was about 60 centimeters long and about 50 meters wide and high. Lots of pieces of treasure were stored inside. Some were already rotten, while some were still in a good condition. The good ones were still worth a fortune. "Do we need to dig a hole?" Billy asked excitedly, although they weren't sure it was possible. Anyway, they needed to dig a hole to see whether there was treasure. "But we don't have any tools," Gano said. "It's necessary to carry tools when you go on adventures. You need more experience," Guning said. Then she took out a hammer, a small hoe, a small shovel, and a dagger from her backpack. Actually, her backpack was just a cover. Those tools were stored in her telepathic eye space, but her backpack wasn't small, so it didn't look strange when she took those tools out. As a result, Gano and Billy were only surprised that Guning took so many tools with her. They didn't think it was strange. "They're small, but they are better than nothing. You can pick one, then we can start digging," Guning said as she put the tools down on the ground. Although Guning and Lang Xiaoting could directly remove the stones and soil with magical energy, they couldn't do it in front of Gano and Billy. They could only do it with their hands, but they could use their magical energy at the same time, which would make it easier. "Sure." Gano and Billy didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the tools to dig holes. They didn't think the tools were too small, because it was better than nothing. Gano and Billy each took a hoe and a shovel, because they didn't know how to use the hammer and dagger. They weren't as strong as Lang Xiaoting either, so they lacked the strength to remove the stones. Because the chamber wasn't large, the boxes were laid in a line and occupied half of the space. Therefore, Gano and Billy easily found the part where the boxes were hidden. Guning and Lang Xiaoting began to remove stones too. The ground was made of stone and soil. The stones were big, so they needed to break them. A dagger could remove soil and small stones. Gano and Billy couldn't make full use of it, but Guning and Lang Xiaoting could, because they didn't rely on a tool to do the work. Lang Xiaoting picked up the hammer, then smashed it towards the rocks on the ground. As soon as he hit it, the rocks on the ground broke into pieces, but the hammer wasn't damaged at all, which surprised Gano and Billy. "Wow, this hammer is hard," Billy said in amazement. "It wasn't damaged at all," Gano said. Guning and Lang Xiaoting didn't explain, and Gano and Billy didn't ask about it either. After that, they continued to dig holes. Guning used a dagger, but she was much quicker than Gano and Billy, which astonished them. They admitted that Guning was stronger than them, but they didn't want to seem useless, so they used greater strength. After 20 minutes, they were exhausted, so Guning told them to have a rest. When Gano and Billy regained some strength, they continued to work. They didn't want Lang Xiaoting and Guning to think that they were lazy and wasted time. After all, they only did a little work. In order to take the boxes out, they dug a large pit which was about a meter wide, so it took them a lot of time. The four of them dug for about an hour before they finally touched the boxes. The moment Gano and Billy saw the boxes, they were stunned. They weren't sure whether it was the treasure they were looking for, but they believed that it was highly likely. Normally, boxes wouldn't be hidden under the ground. Only Guning and Lang Xiaoting stayed calm. Lang Xiaoting didn't see the boxes, but he knew there must be treasure since Guning decided to dig a hole here. Because Gano and Billy were too excited, they didn't notice Guning and Lang Xiaoting's reaction. "Is this the treasure?" Billy asked excitedly. "I think so," Gano said. "Let's take it out," Guning said. Then Lang Xiaoting jumped down and moved a box up. "Can we open it?" Gano asked Guning. He couldn't wait to open it, but subconsciously asked for Guning and Lang Xiaoting's opinions. "Of course," said Guning. The box was locked, but it was already damaged after so many years, so it couldn't be easier for them to open. In this box, there was china from country Hua and other countries. Seeing that, Gano and Billy were finally sure that this was really the treasure. "We're so lucky. We found it so fast," Gano exclaimed. They were lucky? Of course not. It was Guning and Lang Xiaoting's abilities, but Guning and Lang Xiaoting didn't bother to tell them the truth. "Is it worth a lot of money?" Billy asked. He barely knew anything about it. "No idea, but what's the use of this?" Gano asked. He was slightly disappointed. "We'll know soon," Guning said. Because they didn't know anything about China, she didn't talk to them about it. Afterwards, Lang Xiaoting moved the other boxes up, and they opened them. One was full of jewelry and jewels, which was obviously valuable. Gano and Billy were excited in an instant. Jesus, there is so much jewelry and jewels. And they're very large. This box must be extremely valuable, Gano and Billy exclaimed. As more and more boxes were brought up, Gano and Billy were shocked again and again. After all 8 boxes were opened, they could see that 3 were already rotten, so they dumped them to the side. They would only share the good ones. How should we share it? Gano asked. Now they were going to share the treasure, so he was very nervous. He wasn't sure whether Guning and Leng Xiaoting would agree to share 50-50. After all, he hardly knew them, and it was undeniable that Guning and Leng Xiaoting did most of the work. Well, you can take a piece first, then we'll take a piece. Whether it's valuable or not, it's up to our luck. In that case, none of us will suffer a big loss, Guning said. Great! They agreed with Guning happily. They didn't have the thought of sharing the value of the treasure exactly. Sometimes the same piece could be sold at different prices. If they picked by turns, they could have basically the same value of treasure. In addition, Guning and Leng Xiaoting used the most effort to find the treasure. Even if Guning and Leng Xiaoting wanted to take 60% of the treasure, they would accept it. After that, they began to share the treasure. At first, they took everything out of the boxes, which left the boxes empty. They shared the jewels first. Because Gano and Billy weren't familiar with their value, the pieces they picked were worth less than Guning and Leng Xiaoting's. But there wasn't a big difference. When they turned to China, Gano and Billy decided to give all the China to Guning and Leng Xiaoting. They liked China, but felt Guning and Leng Xiaoting ought to have more given what they had done during this adventure. Guning happily took it, because this box of China was worth no less than those jewels. In the end, Gano and Billy had 2 boxes, while Guning and Leng Xiaoting had 3, including jewels, diamonds, gold and silver. Because they were very heavy, Gano and Billy couldn't move it. Guning helped them with 1 box, and they carried the other. Gano and Billy were very grateful to Guning for her help. They had seen how strong Guning was, so they weren't afraid that she would be burdened. Leng Xiaoting carried the other 3 boxes alone. In fact, Guning secretly put away a lot of the treasure into her telepathic eye space when they picked them, so what was left in the boxes wasn't heavy. Moreover, the 3 boxes were easy for Leng Xiaoting to carry. With the boxes, they left. When they returned to the entrance at the bottom of the sea, Guning took out waterproof bags to wrap all the boxes to prevent them from being damaged by the water. Gano and Billy didn't realize that Guning had prepared many tools until this moment. She seemed to have everything they needed in her backpack. Mrs. Leng, you've prepared so many tools in your backpack. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, Gano said in surprise. I have rich experience, so I know what's needed to do what I want to achieve, Guning said. Gano and Billy agreed with her on that, because they had witnessed her abilities. It wasn't easy for Gano and Billy to get in here with empty hands earlier, and now it was even more difficult for them to carry the boxes out. They relied on Guning and Leng Xiaoting's help to do that. When they were out, Gano and Billy were exhausted, so they didn't go back to the yacht until they had rested for about 10 minutes. During the rest, Guning made up an excuse and went to the side alone. She met the flood dragon and asked it how to get back to where they came from quickly. Even if Guning and the others went back on their own, they wouldn't get lost, but they would waste too much time on the road. Since the flood dragon knew the right way, Guning decided to ask it. She wasn't an idiot after all. The flood dragon told Guning that the destination was about 500 meters to the right of where they were now, but it was impossible to walk directly from the shore, because there were steep cliffs ahead. After knowing the basic location and direction, Guning and the others could successfully get there. An hour later, they finally saw the yacht. Gano and Billy were extremely relieved. Although they said nothing, they had actually been worried that they might get lost. They believed in Guning and Leng Xiaoting's abilities, but it was unavoidable for them to worry. After getting aboard the yacht, they left. It had been almost 6 hours since they set off. They set off at 8 p.m., and now it was just 1 a.m. However, halfway through the misty sea, they encountered a yacht, which was the one they saw in front of the thick fog. Originally, Guning and the others planned to go around, not wanting to meet those people, to avoid unnecessary trouble. But suddenly they heard a quarrel, and it was very serious. The quarrel happened because they couldn't get out of here. Among them, there were people from Country Hua. Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, so he had to do something to protect people from Country Hua. Without delay, he drove towards the yacht. When he got closer, the group of people heard the sound of the yacht moving over. They stopped quarreling and turned to look in that direction. Due to the thick fog, they heard the sound before seeing the yacht. The yacht seemed to be very fast, so they were afraid that they might be hit, but they couldn't see where the yacht was, and it was impossible for them to avoid it. They could only prepare to move away if the yacht was going to knock into them. They weren't surprised that there were other yachts on this sea. Luckily, the yacht didn't hit them. Anyway, many people had heard the rumor about the treasure, so they weren't the only treasure hunters. At the same time, they were curious to know whether other people had found the treasure. Therefore, a man directly asked, "Hey, did you find the treasure?" No, Gu Ning replied. She wouldn't be honest with them. If Gu Ning said yes, they might not be convinced and would probably rather believe that nobody could find the treasure. After all, it was so hard to find the treasure, and they had been lost for hours in the mist. They could not even find the small island. Therefore, they believed that Gu Ning and the others were in the same situation. "Are you going back?" the man asked again. "It's not easy to find the treasure, and we're not sure whether there is really treasure. So yes, we're going back. If you want to return as well, you can follow us. If not, we'll leave alone, but it's very dangerous to stay on the sea. You might easily encounter trouble," Gu Ning said. If they wanted to go back too, she was willing to lead them out. "Do you even know the right way out? We've been lost for hours. Who do you think you are?" Another man said disdainfully. He didn't believe that Gu Ning and the others had the ability to leave this place because they couldn't. "Not everyone is like you. We obviously know the right way out. If you don't want to leave, then forget it," Gu Ning retorted. She was willing to do them a favor, but they weren't grateful. "You?" The man was mad and glared at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance as well, which made him stiffen a little. The next moment, he avoided Leng Xiaoting's gaze, because he was scared. "Shut up!" The first man snapped at the second man. "You can stay here if you don't want to leave." "I'll leave." The second man felt embarrassed, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to go back too, but didn't trust Gu Ning. "Do you really know the right way out?" the first man asked. He was also doubtful, but he was willing to try. "Of course," Gu Ning said. Then she signaled Leng Xiaoting to leave. She didn't care whether they followed them or not. "Boss?" Several people turned to look at their leader for his opinion. "Follow them," the leader ordered at once. Then a man drove their yacht to catch up quickly. Leng Xiaoting didn't drive fast, but the speed wasn't slow, so the group of people was left behind since they didn't drive fast. As a result, they were dissatisfied. "Are they trying to get rid of us? Didn't they say that they're willing to lead us out? I think they fooled us, right?" The man who was driving the yacht replied. "Then drive faster," their leader ordered. He was also mad at Leng Xiaoting, but it was their fault that they didn't dare to drive quickly. "But the fog here is too thick. I don't dare to drive faster." The driver answered. "They dare to. Why can't you do the same? You're useless." Their leader was mad. He couldn't blame Leng Xiaoting, so he vented his anger on the man who was driving the yacht. The man was aggrieved, but said nothing. He immediately sped up and soon saw Leng Xiaoting and the others. In fact, as long as they drove as fast as Leng Xiaoting, there wouldn't be any problem. 20 minutes later, they finally got out of the thick fog, which surprised everyone. They didn't expect to leave it so quickly. When they were out, Leng Xiaoting drove at an extremely high speed, leaving them behind. He didn't care what would happen to them afterwards. How did they get in and out so easily? Did they find the treasure? An idea dawned on one man. They wouldn't believe it if Leng Xiaoting told them that they had found the treasure earlier, but now they began to think it was possible. "I don't think so. It's so hard to find the treasure," another man replied. "It's hard, but it doesn't mean it's impossible." They didn't seem disappointed at all when they said they failed to find the treasure. One man pointed out. Do you mean they have found the treasure? Whether they found it or not, catch up with them now, their leader ordered. He was unwilling to accept the result without knowing the truth. They weren't grateful for Leng Xiaoting's help. On the contrary, they decided to scheme against them. Without delay, they sped up. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting and the others were already far away, and they drove very fast. It was impossible for the yacht which was left behind to catch up to them. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting noticed their change. They were displeased, and felt that they shouldn't have helped them. They couldn't receive a signal until they were far away from the island, at which time Gano saw several missed calls from his grandfather. His grandfather understood that there wasn't any signal after they went further into the sea, but he still called Gano because of his worry. Gano immediately called his grandfather back, even though it was already 2 a.m. Gano's grandfather was astonished to hear that they had found and retrieved the treasure smoothly. He understood that Gano couldn't have done it alone because he knew his grandson's abilities very well. Therefore, he was amazed by the skills of the people who went with Gano. They were so strong that Gano's grandfather was worried that they would keep the treasure for themselves. However, he didn't ask about that because Leng Xiaoting might hear them and get mad. If they got angry, they might really keep the treasure for themselves. When Gu Ning and the others were back at the shore, the group of people was still far behind. They had totally lost Leng Xiaoting. Because of that, those people were angry. After the yacht stopped by the shore, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting carried their stuff and returned to their house. Gano and Billy also went home. When Gano and Billy were alone, Gano called his grandfather again. Although his grandfather didn't ask much about their adventure, he understood that his grandfather was worried. Therefore, he told his grandfather what they had been through, and his grandfather was relieved. In fact, the Tyler family didn't lack money, but Gano wanted to go on an adventure, so his grandfather allowed him to do so. In addition, no one would say no to getting more money. Back in the house, Leng Xiaoting gave everything to Gu Ning and she put it in her telepathic eye space. Are you tired? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. Not at all, Gu Ning replied. Great. Then let's take a shower and go to bed, Leng Xiaoting said. Then he pulled Gu Ning and walked to the bedroom. That night, they didn't have sex. Although she said she wasn't tired, he still wanted her to have a good rest, so he hugged her to sleep. The next morning, Gano and Billy went to the beach outside Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's house. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting met them again when they went for a walk. They came to invite Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to share a meal. They had already shared the treasure and Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got more, but they wouldn't have gotten any without Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's help. Therefore, they felt that they should buy Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting a meal to thank them. Anyway, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting needed to eat, so they accepted the invitation. And the restaurant wasn't far away. Gu Ning had eaten seafood for days, but she could never have enough. Therefore, after asking for her opinion, they decided to have seafood. 2 more days later, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went home. Everything was fine in the capital, and their wedding photos had already been sent to the studio for editing. So by the time Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were back, the wedding photos were done. They took the photos back and placed them in their house at Mid-Level's mansion. Leng Xiaoting decided to use the house at Mid-Level's mansion as their wedding house. Because he had many houses, there was no need to buy a new one. He was rich, but he wouldn't just waste money. Moreover, he bought the house at Mid-Level's mansion only a few years ago. He rarely stayed there, so it was basically new. Leng Xiaoting only stayed in the capital for 1 day, then went back to their military base. As for their wedding, the senior generation would make the arrangements. There was nothing for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to be worried about. They only needed to provide their preferences. Gu Ning decided to listen to her family since she didn't want to do all the things by herself. Anyway, Jing Yuniao and the others would give her the best. She would receive the best treatment. When Chu Peihan and the others heard that Gu Ning was back, they asked her out for a meal. However, Chu Peihan was popular now, so she had fans and haters. Some haters even swore at her. As a result, accidents sometimes happened. Because Chu Peihan didn't live in the school and had bought her own house, she lived outside now. Most people didn't know where Chu Peihan lived, but some malicious people followed her to find out. That afternoon, Chu Peihan went to meet Gu Ning. However, when she walked into the parking lot, a man got out of a car next to hers and suddenly splashed a bottle of liquid in his hand at her face. Because it happened abruptly, Chu Peihan barely avoided it even though she was agile. Luckily, she protected herself at once by covering her face with her arm, so the liquid was splashed against her arm and not her face. She instantly felt a hot pain from her arm and she realized that it was probably sulfuric acid. She was furious and fought back at once. The burning pain in her arm didn't affect her movements. She raised her foot and kicked the bottle out of the man's hand. At the same time, she deliberately splashed some sulfuric acid onto the man's body as well. Although it wasn't as serious as what she had suffered, it caused him a lot of pain too. The man was obviously weaker than Chu Peihan, so he screamed in pain. The next moment, Chu Peihan kicked the man's belly and he fell heavily to the ground. Without delay, Chu Peihan stepped on his arm. With a clear sound, his arm was dislocated, causing him to scream in pain again. They soon attracted the security guards' attention. When the security guards came over, they were shocked by the scene. They recognized Chu Peihan, so they believed that it must be the man's fault. "Miss Chu, what happened? Can we help?" a security guard asked. "This man splashed sulfuric acid over me. Please call the police for me." "Thanks," Chu Peihan replied. Hearing that, the two security guards were shocked. How could this man splash sulfuric acid on Chu Peihan? One security guard immediately took out his phone and called the police for Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan, meanwhile, called Gu Ning. She called Gu Ning instead of her boyfriend, because only Gu Ning could cure the wound on her arm. Once Gu Ning heard about the situation, she rushed over. Before she came, the police arrived. After knowing the situation, they took the man away. Because Chu Peihan was a famous star now, she could not go to the police station even though she was the victim. The police understood that and didn't take Chu Peihan away. They also promised to find out the truth as soon as possible. Many people were aware of Chu Peihan's background now. She was the girlfriend of the Han family's heir, and a close friend of the chairman of the Shengning organization. She had powerful connections, so the police had to take this case seriously. Although Chu Peihan didn't go to the police station, the police took a picture of her wound. They needed evidence to sentence the man. Chu Peihan didn't know why the man splashed sulfuric acid on her, but she guessed that he was either paid by someone else, or he was another actress's crazy fan. After all, there was no grudge between her and this man, but this man wanted to ruin her. It had happened before. Chu Peihan had indeed had conflicts against several actresses. They hadn't just argued or fought against each other. They also competed against one another. Some competitions were public, but one actress believed that Chu Peihan stole her resources. She believed that she would get the role from the beginning, or she had gotten a promise from someone by selling herself, but she failed in the end. That was just Chu Peihan's guess. Without solid proof, she wouldn't say anything. She believed the police could help her find out the truth. If the police couldn't find out, she would turn to Gu Ning for help. Although the wound must be dealt with right away, Gu Ning said that she would be fine. So Chu Peihan didn't go anywhere. She stayed in the parking lot, waiting for Gu Ning to come over. After Gu Ning came, she gave Chu Peihan a power crystal at once. Then she applied magical power liquid to the wound. Within a short time, the wound faded a lot, but it wouldn't heal until 3 days later, because the burn was serious. Afterwards, Gu Ning gave the magical power liquid to Chu Peihan and told her to apply the liquid to her wound once a day. Because Chu Peihan was injured, Gu Ning told her to rest at home. Chu Peihan didn't need to join them for the meal. Gu Ning would pack up some food for her. Chu Peihan, however, refused. "I'm fine now. There is no need to worry about me. It is just a meal, it shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, you're with me, right?" Since Chu Peihan insisted, Gu Ning said nothing further. After all, Chu Peihan was fine now, and she could take care of her. But it was impossible for Chu Peihan to drive, so Gu Ning would drive instead. "Did you tell Han Chenglin?" Gu Ning asked. "No, he has job today. He'll contact me after it's done. He hasn't called me yet, so he must be at work. I don't think it's necessary to tell him since you're with me now. I don't want to worry him, Chu Peihan said. She was a considerate and strong girl, so she wouldn't ask Han Chenglin to stop working and come to see her right now. But she wouldn't be so strong in all situations. She already had a boyfriend, so she could be spoiled sometimes. If she was too considerate, her boyfriend might think that he didn't need to take care of her and she would lose his attention and care. Fine. Gu Ning nodded because she would do the same thing if it happened to her. After all, everyone was so busy, and they had to learn to take care of themselves. Luckily, even though Gu Ning could deal with everything on her own, Leng Xiaoting still cared about her and loved her as usual. Honestly, he loved her more since she was strong and considerate. Men differed. If a man understood you, he could understand everything you did. If not, he wouldn't understand what you were doing at all. Because Gu Ning was very strong, Leng Xiaoting normally didn't need to help her. He respected her, but he wouldn't hesitate to help her if she needed him. Honestly, he was happy if Gu Ning needed him. Do you need me to help you with the investigation? Gu Ning asked. Not now. Let the police do that. If they can't find anything, you can help me then, Chu Peihan replied. Although Gu Ning could easily find out the truth, Chu Peihan felt that she couldn't bother Gu Ning every time. Sure. Gu Ning didn't insist. She would help her friends when they needed her, but she wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Otherwise, it would make her seem self-centered to always interfere in other people's business. When Gu Ning and Chu Peihan arrived at the appointed restaurant, Han Chenglin called Chu Peihan. He hadn't finished his work yet, but someone told him that a man had splashed sulfuric acid on Chu Peihan. Han Chenglin was furious. He was mad at the man and Chu Peihan as well. Why didn't she tell him? However, he was more worried about Chu Peihan's condition. Therefore, once Chu Peihan answered his call, he asked about her condition. Chu Peihan told him that Gu Ning had already treated her, so she was fine now, and would make a full recovery in 2 days. Han Chenglin believed in Gu Ning's abilities, because he had seen her skills many times. Han Chenglin was very grateful to Gu Ning, but he felt a little jealous too. Chu Peihan turned to Gu Ning, instead of him, for help the moment she ran into trouble. However, he understood that Gu Ning was more useful than him, so he was just slightly upset. Nevertheless, no matter how unhappy he was, he had to tolerate it. If he said it aloud, Gu Ning might be offended. He wasn't dumb and would be fine after a while. After making sure that Chu Peihan was fine, Han Chenglin burst out. Chu Peihan, am I your boyfriend or not? Why didn't you tell me after it happened? I had to hear about it from someone else. What do you want to do? I didn't want to bother you because you were at work, Chu Peihan said in a low voice. She wasn't wrong, but she felt a bit guilty. Don't you know that you're more important than work to me? Han Chenglin asked. In that instant, Chu Peihan felt extremely touched. It was precisely because of that she felt a little guilty for not telling him. All right, don't be mad. I'm sorry. I promise I'll tell you next time, Chu Peihan said to appease Han Chenglin. Do you want it to happen again? It can't happen again, Han Chenglin exclaimed. He was scared when he heard that it had happened, so he would go crazy if it happened again. Fine, it won't happen again, Chu Peihan said at once. Han Chenglin stopped arguing with her. After all, Chu Peihan didn't tell him because she wanted to wait for him to finish his work first. He cared about Chu Peihan a lot, so he was mad, and he immediately put pressure on the police and ordered them to find out the truth as soon as possible. At this time, Han Chenglin had almost finished his work. Because he learned that Chu Peihan was fine and that Gu Ning would take care of her, he forced himself to calm down and didn't rush away to see Chu Peihan until he finished the last take. Luckily, he was filming at the capital or it wouldn't be very convenient. No matter what, he would rush to see Chu Peihan now that such a terrible accident happened. When Gu Ning and Chu Peihan arrived, everyone was present. Chu Peihan was late because of the accident, but it was only 6 p.m. Chu Peihan had called Shi Xiaoye, Mu Ko, Yu Mixi, Song Miaoge, Zhang Zikai, and Bailey Zhongxue to come hang out. They weren't just Gu Ning's friends anymore. They were also Chu Peihan and the others' friends. Therefore, they didn't need to invite each other to meet up through Gu Ning. In other words, they were very close now, so they met often. When they saw the bandages on Chu Peihan's arm, they were scared and asked what happened. Chu Peihan gave a sigh first. She decided to be honest with them. So she said, "I just left my house and went into the parking lot, but a man suddenly splashed sulfuric acid on me. He aimed at my face, but luckily I covered my face with my arm. My arm was burned, but Ning Ning helped me treat the wound. I'm fine now and it should heal in 2 days." Hearing that, everyone was mad. What? How could he do that? He's so hateful. Right, he should go to hell. What happened next? Why did the man splash sulfuric acid on you? There had to be a reason for that, and they were sure that it couldn't be Chu Peihan's fault. The police took him away. "They need some time to find out the reason," Chu Peihan replied. "Is it possible that an actress is jealous of you or has a grudge against you, so she paid the man to hurt you?" Sure, Xiaoya guessed. It's possible. He could also be an actress-crazy fan. In order to please his idol, he hurt Peihan. Song Miaoga chimed in. "I had the same idea, but I need to wait till the police find out the truth," Chu Peihan said. "Why didn't you ask Ning Ning to help you? It should be quicker," Zhang Zikai said. "I don't think it will be difficult to find out the truth, so I don't want to bother Ning Ning. If the police can't find out the truth, I'll turn to Ning Ning for help then," Chu Peihan replied. "All right," Zhang Zikai answered. "Oh, does my cousin know?" Sure Xiaoya asked. "Yes," Chu Peihan said. After that, they dropped the topic and began to order. Han Chenglin arrived while they were eating. Because Han Chenglin knew they were meeting there, he directly went to the private room once he arrived. As soon as Han Chenglin walked in, he checked on Chu Peihan's body and asked her whether she felt uncomfortable anywhere. After making sure that Chu Peihan didn't feel anywhere uncomfortable, Han Chenglin was finally relieved. Because Chu Peihan was injured, they didn't go anywhere else after eating. Instead, they went home. The police was very efficient and quickly interrogated the man. The man told them who the mastermind was, but the police still needed to investigate further to verify it. The man claimed that he was the cousin of an actress's assistant. He owed other people 500,000 yuan and couldn't pay it back, so he was in trouble. Once the actress heard about that, she met him and promised to give him 600,000 yuan if he could help her ruin Chu Peihan. Using the 600,000 yuan, he could pay back his debts, and the rest of the money was the remuneration for his time in jail. As for the reason, he could simply say that he hated Chu Peihan. Every celebrity had haters. Such terrible accidents had happened before, so they would believe it was a persuasive reason. Therefore, the man indeed said that he hated Chu Peihan, so he did it impulsively. But he couldn't give them any details. Since he hated Chu Peihan, what part of her annoyed him? During the interrogation, the police found that the man hardly knew Chu Peihan. He couldn't tell them why he hated Chu Peihan so much. As a result, the police weren't persuaded by his words. If he barely knew her, why did he suddenly hate her so much and even want to ruin her? The police continued to interrogate him and even used some tricks. In the end, the man confessed. Although there was no evidence to prove that his words were true, the police still reported the result to Han Chenglin right away. After the accident happened, everyone believed that it had to be the idea of an actress who had a grudge against Chu Peihan. But they didn't have a name because Chu Peihan had conflict with many actresses. Therefore, Han Chenglin wasn't surprised by the result, but he was furious. He felt that the man's words were probably mostly true. Otherwise, the man wouldn't tell them the actress's name. Most importantly, it was easy to find out whether the man was the actress's assistant's cousin. Given that, there was no need for the man to lie. However, it was also possible that someone used their familial relationship and bribed the man to pin the blame on the actress. Anyway, before the final result was out, he wouldn't do anything yet. He would leave the case to the police. When Han Chenglin received the call from the police, he was on his way home with Chu Peihan. So Chu Peihan heard their conversation too. After Han Chenglin hung up, Chu Peihan said, "The only conflict I had against Wu Yiwei is that a director chose me for a leading female role in a show. The role would have been hers, but she became the supporting actress afterwards. Because of that, she picked on me during the filming, but it wasn't too much. I thought it was over after the show was done. I can't believe she harbored a grudge against me. Anyway, there is no evidence to prove that she's guilty yet. It's highly likely. Don't worry. No matter who it was that did it, I will definitely put them in jail once the results come out. I'll shut them out of the entertainment industry. I won't allow anyone to hurt you, Han Qinglin said with determination. Thanks. Chu Peihan was happy to see that Han Qinglin was so protective of her. She didn't think he was wrong because she had the same idea. If anyone dared to scheme against her, she would make the person pay a heavy price. After all, if she was weak, she would have been disfigured. Without Gu Ning's help, her life might have been ruined. If it wasn't serious, she might be able to recover through plastic surgery, but if it was serious, she would have to live in pain. Therefore, the mastermind should be shut out of the entertainment industry and put in jail. I didn't go to document the injury, so the mastermind won't be sentenced to a long time in jail, especially since I was able to make a full recovery within a few days. Chu Peihan said. No matter what, they won't live a good life from now on. Don't worry. Just leave it to me, Han Qinglin said. In fact, it was already illegal that the actress paid someone to ruin her. Whether they succeeded or not, they would be sentenced to between 1 to 3 years in jail. Although Chu Peihan didn't go to document her injury, there was a video and pictures, which was enough. In addition, they had connections, so it was easy to get injury documentation. Whether or not Wu Yiwei received a light or serious punishment also depended on their connections. The police didn't go to see Wu Yiwei or her assistant right away, but collected evidence through the criminal first. The evidence included the surveillance video of their meeting, their call records, and transfer records. Wu Yiwei didn't directly contact the criminal, but her assistant had met the criminal these past few days. There were call records and transfer records too. Wu Yiwei's assistant transferred money from her bank account, so it could prove that she was the mastermind. With the evidence, the police went to see Wu Yiwei. It happened the next afternoon. Wu Yiwei was worried that the man might betray her. Although she wanted to shirk responsibility, she felt anxious after breaking the law. However, she still couldn't accept the result when the police showed up. At the same time, she blamed the man for everything. Why did he betray her? She had given him so much money. If he wasn't satisfied, she could give him more. Wu Yiwei kept on saying that she was innocent and that she did nothing illegal. Miss Wu, if you're innocent, will surely clear your name. But the suspect told us that you paid him to do what he did. So you must come to the police station with us now, a policeman said. If I go with you, but it turns out to have nothing to do with me, can you pay the price for the damage to my reputation? Can justice do that? Show me solid proof if you have, Wu Yiwei demanded. Miss Wu, if you disrupt public services, you can be punished according to the law, the policeman said. You? Wu Yiwei was mad, but didn't dare to argue any longer, because it wouldn't do her any good. It was not only Wu Yiwei, her assistant was also taken away. Wu Yiwei was taken away from the company, so the news quickly went abroad. Everyone was discussing the reason. Did she secretly scheme against someone out of jealousy? I don't think she would do that. Is there a mistake? Or was she framed? You can't judge a person from their appearance. Wu Yiwei isn't a kind person. Some people prefer to scheme with others in private. No idea. We can only find out after the result is out. On their way to the police station, Wu Yiwei still insisted on saying that she was innocent, but no one took her words seriously. The police would interrogate her at the police station. In the police station, Wu Yiwei and her assistant were interrogated separately. When Wu Yiwei wouldn't stop saying that she was innocent, a policeman directly asked her, "Can you explain why you transferred 600,000 yuan to him?" "My assistant borrowed money from me. She told me that her cousin was in trouble and might commit suicide if he couldn't overcome it. My assistant has worked for me for years. She's always been diligent and good at work. She turned to me for help, so I helped her. Anyway, it's not much money in my eyes," Wu Yiwei said. It was a prepared answer, so she said it quickly. "Do you mean it's your assistant or her cousin who has a conflict with the victim? However, after our investigation, you are the one who has the motive to do it." "What? No, there is no grudge between me and Chu Peihan," Wu Yiwei said. The moment she finished, she realized something wasn't right. The policeman laughed and said meaningfully, "Miss Wu, we didn't tell you who the victim is, but you said it yourself. I think that's enough. You're not innocent at all." Wu Yiwei panicked at once. She didn't realize that they hadn't spoken about Chu Peihan at all until that moment. The policeman only said, "The victim." At that moment, Wu Yiwei felt like giving herself a slap, but she couldn't take the words back. She could only explain it to the best of her ability. "I heard it from other people." "You heard it from other people? Who told you?" "It's not public yet," the policeman said. Wu Yiwei was struck dumb. Because no one told her that, she suddenly didn't know how to make it up. "As far as we know, the leading actress of that TV show that you're filming now was said to be you. But Chu Peihan replaced you before it was released. You were dissatisfied, so you decided to take revenge. During the shooting, you found fault with Miss Chu every now and then, but you didn't want to cause a scene, otherwise the show couldn't be finished. Therefore, Miss Chu wasn't really injured by you back then. The show was completed later and you heard about the trouble your assistant's cousin encountered. You wanted to make a deal with them and promised to give him 600,000 yuan if he helped you ruin Miss Chu. He could pay his debts back with 500,000 yuan and keep 100,000 yuan as compensation for his time in jail after he is arrested. Am I right?" the policeman asked. "No, I didn't. Hearing the policeman's words, Wu Yiwei was extremely anxious, but she still denied it, as if she would be fine by doing that. "Wu Yiwei, you have already been exposed. It's useless no matter how you deny it," the policeman continued. "No, that's not enough to prove I'm guilty," Wu Yiwei argued. At this time, the policeman walked out for a while, then came back. "Your assistant has already confessed." "What? She confessed? Didn't we?" Wu Yiwei was mad and anxious, but she stopped the moment she realized that she said something wrong again. But unfortunately it was too late. "You what? Did you agree to pin the blame on her cousin? Did you agree to deny it and claim that you know nothing?" the policeman asked. Because the policeman pointed the truth out, Wu Yiwei didn't know what to say. "Wu Yiwei, if you confess to your crime, you can receive a lighter punishment. Otherwise it'll be serious. We've collected solid proof. If you admit to it now, you might spend fewer years in jail," the policeman said. Wu Yiwei still said nothing, because she felt that Chu Peihan wouldn't punish her lightly whether she admitted it or not. But she had to admit it in the end. The police immediately called Chu Peihan and told her about the result. After Wu Yiwei confessed, they still needed to charge her before they could sentence her. The police filed a lawsuit the same day and Wu Yiwei went to the court the next day. Because of that, the news went abroad and shocked a lot of people. They couldn't believe that Wu Yiwei would do something like that. She had worked in the entertainment industry for years, but she didn't have much fame, so she didn't have many fans. Although Chu Peihan had joined the entertainment industry for only 2 years, she got popular quickly. She had many more fans than Wu Yiwei. So once Chu Peihan's fans learned about Wu Yiwei's deed, they heavily criticized her. At the beginning, Wu Yiwei's fans defended her, but they soon gave up. Chu Peihan had support, not just from her fans, but from Han Qinglin's, Gu Ning's, and Shi Xiaoya's fans as well. Besides, Wu Yiwei had broken the law, so no one dared to stand out for her. Chu Peihan had her own company, so she didn't have an agent. If anyone wanted to work with her, her company or she would talk about business with them. Therefore, after the news came out, her company sent out a post for her. Chu Peihan's company admitted that a man had splashed sulfuric acid on Chu Peihan in the parking lot of the block that she lived in. Because Chu Peihan reacted quickly by covering her face with her arm, her face wasn't injured, but her arm was. She was seriously injured, but Gu Ning's medicine helped her a lot. She was much better now, but it couldn't change the fact that Wu Yiwei broke the law. Afterwards, the man said that it was Wu Yiwei who paid him to do that and Wu Yiwei confessed as well. Therefore, they sued her. Because Cultivation was very famous in their country and its great effect was well known to people, the explanation didn't arouse doubts. Why did Wu Yiwei do that to Chu Peihan? Chu Peihan's company didn't elaborate on that. People guessed whether they had conflict during the filming. After all, Wu Yiwei met Chu Peihan in the crew of the TV show. I heard that Chu Peihan and Wu Yiwei often argued when they filmed the TV show, but I don't know who's wrong. I think it must be Wu Yiwei who behaved against Chu Peihan. After all, Chu Peihan has powerful connections. I don't think Wu Yiwei can fight back if Chu Peihan wants to do something to her. Like you said, Chu Peihan has powerful connections. Do you think Wu Yiwei would dare to hurt her? I think Chu Peihan is the bully. Hard to say. Sometimes people lose their mind because of jealousy. If Wu Yiwei was really so scared of Chu Peihan, she wouldn't have paid a man to ruin her face. She's obviously jealous of Chu Peihan. No matter who the bully is, nothing really happened in the crew. But now Wu Yiwei tried to ruin Chu Peihan's face. It's really evil. Right? I think she should get out of the entertainment industry. Wu Yiwei. Get out of the entertainment industry. I think she's going to spend her life in jail soon. Most people believed that Wu Yiwei was jealous of Chu Peihan, so she tried to ruin her. And they were all criticizing Wu Yiwei for that, but some people were still defending Wu Yiwei and said that she had to have done it for a reason. Chu Peihan must have done something terrible to her first. They shouldn't forgive Chu Peihan just because she had powerful connections. Chu Peihan was very kind normally, but she was straightforward because she didn't bother to chase fame and money in this industry. Therefore, some people disliked or even hated her. It was understandable that some people thought that she was wrong. Normally, people lose their reason when they are left with no choice. However, sometimes some people hurt others just because they are unhappy. As a result, before the truth came out, it was very normal to see doubts and suspicions. Chu Peihan wasn't mad, nor did she give an explanation. She decided to leave it to the police. Because she was free these days and was injured, she didn't go out and stayed at home all day long. She didn't stay in her apartment, but in the Han family's house. The Han family was angry too when they heard the news. They already thought of Chu Peihan as their future daughter-in-law, so they were protective of her. Therefore, the Han family decided to do something this time. Mrs. Han was afraid that no one would take good care of Chu Peihan if she was alone at home, so she ordered Han Qinglin to take Chu Peihan to their house. Han Qinglin had the same idea, so he brought Chu Peihan back to his home. He was busy recently, so he couldn't stay with her all the time, so he would be worried if she stayed home alone. Chu Peihan felt at ease when she was with the Han family because all of them were very honest. They disliked tricks and Han Qinglin's parents really liked her. Even if they didn't regard her as their own daughter, they already accepted her as a member of their family. They were willing to give her the best. When Shi Xiaoya was free, she would go to see Chu Peihan. Before long, someone who knew the truth sent out a post on Weiwei. Wu Yiwei tried to ruin Chu Peihan because she was chosen to be the leading actress for their new TV show, but the director felt that Chu Peihan was a better choice. Chu Peihan replaced her in the end, while Wu Yiwei became the supporting actress. For that reason, Wu Yiwei harbored hatred towards Chu Peihan. She picked on Chu Peihan many times during the filming, but she didn't dare to affect the show, so she didn't do too much. Besides, she failed every time. Now that the show is done, Wu Yiwei found a chance to ruin Chu Peihan, so she seized it. Some people believed it, while some didn't, because it wasn't a formal response from the crew of the TV show, but it wasn't a secret that Wu Yiwei had competed for the leading role in the new TV show. Anyway, there was too much fake news in the entertainment industry, so not many people were convinced. They didn't think it was a bad choice when Chu Peihan was announced to be the leading actress. After all, Chu Peihan was prettier and better at acting than Wu Yiwei. She was more famous too, so she was a better choice. Although the TV show wasn't released yet, the photos and clips were already out. To be frank, Chu Peihan was the best choice for the leading female role who was straightforward and wasn't afraid to love or hate. Wu Yiwei, on the other hand, was suitable for the supporting female role who was calculating and tried to trap the leading female role. Frankly, the roles they played were exactly like them. Anyway, the rumor was public now. Someone made an issue of it, criticizing Chu Peihan for stealing the role from Wu Yiwei. So it was understandable that Wu Yiwei hated her. Some people had the same opinion, but Chu Peihan was indeed better than Wu Yiwei, so only a few people defended Wu Yiwei. Most of the people believed that Chu Peihan was in the right. Nevertheless, no matter how many people believed the rumor, the police soon released the result of Wu Yiwei's confession. The truth was exactly the same as the person's post. After the problem was completely solved, it was already 5 days later and Chu Peihan had made a full recovery. But for the time being, she didn't go to work. She lived her life casually and wouldn't be busy with work all the time. She would only join a crew when she saw a good script. However, it seemed to be a season for trouble. Right after Chu Peihan got better, Zhang Yutong got in trouble. It was Jiang Jimin who shared the news with Gu Ning. She said that Zhang Yutong looked creepy and had behaved very strangely these days. They argued yesterday, but Zhang Yutong suddenly grabbed her neck and tried to strangle her to death. If Zhang Yutong's mother hadn't seen and stopped her, she might have been killed. Jiang Jimin complained to Gu Ning, not thinking much of it. But Gu Ning thought that Zhang Yutong might be possessed by a ghost. Although Gu Ning had a bad relationship with Zhang Yutong, she was close to Jiang Jimin and Jiang Minhong. Therefore, she had to do something to help them, or Zhang Yutong might hurt other members of the Jiang family. That was her elder aunt's family. However, Gu Ning didn't tell Jiang Jimin about her idea. She decided to do it secretly. "Oh, how are your parents now?" Gu Ning asked. She wasn't just asking about her uncle and aunt. She wanted to know more about their condition. She wasn't sure what happened to Zhang Yutong yet. If something evil got into the Jiang family, all of them would be affected. "My parents are fine, but my grandparents have been in a very bad condition recently. They went to the hospital but didn't find out why. They barely eat and are relying on choline nutritious liquid to live." "I don't think they're well," Jiang Jimin said with a frown. If that was the case, the Jiang family was probably affected by something evil. Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang were home all day long, so they were greatly affected, whereas the other family members were outside most of the time and only came back at night, so they were only slightly affected. It wasn't long yet, so they were still fine. Although there was magical power in choline dietary supplement, it couldn't protect them from being affected by evil power. As a result, if they didn't get rid of it quickly, they would be in great danger. "Perhaps people get sick due to old age," Gu Ning said. "Perhaps." Jiang Jimin agreed that her grandparents were in a bad condition because they were old. After having the call with Jiang Jimin, Gu Ning booked a plane ticket to City B right away. She also called Jing Yunyao and told her that she was going to City B. She didn't share the news with the Tang family since she would make decisions according to the situation after visiting the Jiang family. When Jiang Jimin told Gu Ning that it was already 5 p.m., so it was nearly 9 p.m. after Gu Ning arrived at City B. She took a taxi to the Jiang family by the time it had become 10 p.m. It wasn't a bad thing because it was more convenient for Gu Ning to do what she planned to do at night. After Gu Ning got out of the taxi, she sneaked into the block where the Jiang family lived. Once she approached the Jiang family's house, she sensed the evil power around it. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to harm people's bodies. As time went by, the Jiang family would gradually lose their strength and energy. As soon as they lost all of their energy, they would die. Even if they found out something was wrong, it was useless to go to the hospital. It had nothing to do with medicine, so the doctors wouldn't find the cause. That was why Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang were so weak, but didn't know why. Outside the Jiang family's house, Gu Ning hid first, then used her jade eyes to look at their house. Because it was late at night, all the members of the Jiang family were home. Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang already went to bed, while the other members were in their own rooms. Gu Ning searched for Zhang Yutong without delay. Only a dim night light was on in Zhang Yutong's room. Sitting in front of the makeup mirror, Zhang Yutong combed her hair. With a gloomy face, she looked creepy. If other people saw her, they might think it was a horror film. At a glance, Gu Ning could see that Zhang Yutong was possessed by a ghost. Besides, the ghost was filled with hatred, so the house was covered in evil power. It should have happened not long ago, or the situation would have been much worse. Gu Ning did nothing yet. She spied on Zhang Yutong for a while to see what she was going to do. Her instinct told her that Zhang Yutong would do something later. She waited for a total of an hour, during which Zhang Yutong sat in front of the mirror. At 11 p.m., Zhang Yutong suddenly moved. She glanced at the time, then stood up and walked to the window. The next moment, she jumped out of it. It was dark outside, so no one saw her. Because Zhang Yutong was possessed by a ghost, she wasn't injured even after jumping out of the window from the 3rd floor. After all, ghosts could float in the air, and it wouldn't die even if it fell to the ground. Jiang Yutong jumped into the yard, then walked to the wall and climbed over. Gu Ning quietly followed her to see where she was going. Although it was easy for her to kill the ghost in Jiang Yutong's body right now, she wanted to know the story. Due to Gu Ning's high level, the ghost didn't notice her at all. Jiang Yutong seemed to know where people could see her, so she only walked in unobtrusive places. Gu Ning followed Jiang Yutong out of the block to another block and stopped before a house. This house was already deserted, so the yard was overgrown with weeds, and there was a creepy and cold atmosphere everywhere. After all, a ghost stood here. Standing in the yard, Jiang Yutong focused on the house for a while. Then she said, "Mom, don't worry. I already possessed a human's body. I'll take revenge for us. I promise I'll pay that man back." Afterwards, she turned around and walked away. Hearing that, Gu Ning had sympathy for her. Even though it was a ghost, it did it for a reason, but she still wouldn't allow the ghost to kill, because Jiang Yutong would be dragged into trouble and the Jiang family would also be affected. She got many Taoist talismans from Shangguanyang. Among them, a kind of talisman could make ghosts show their real appearances. In that case, the ghost could take revenge by herself, but the man must deserve the punishment. If the man was innocent, Gu Ning wouldn't allow the ghost to kill him. When Jiang Yutong turned around, she saw Gu Ning behind her and was scared. She didn't expect to see anyone at this time, and she hadn't felt it at all. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Jiang Yutong asked coldly. To be specific, it was the ghost that was talking with Gu Ning. After Jiang Yutong was possessed by the ghost, her consciousness fell into deep sleep, so the ghost controlled her mind now. As a ghost, you possessed a human's body. It's not allowed in this world. You should be punished for doing that, Gu Ning said coldly. Who are you? The ghost was frightened and stepped back subconsciously. How could this girl tell that she was a ghost? In addition, Gu Ning didn't look scared at all. Obviously, Gu Ning was stronger than it, so the ghost became alert. That's not important. What's important is what you want to do, Gu Ning said. I was left with no choice but to possess a mortal's body. I need to take revenge. After doing that, I'll leave, the ghost said, trying to persuade Gu Ning to let it go. Do you think she can still live after you leave her body? If not, you'll kill her, Gu Ning said. The ghost said nothing, because it didn't think much when it possessed Jiang Yutong's body. It only wanted to take revenge. It still had the same idea right now, but it didn't dare to say that aloud because it was afraid of Gu Ning. Gu Ning saw through it. After all, it was a ghost, so it couldn't care less about a mortal's life. What exactly do you want to do? The ghost asked. I came to kill you, but after hearing what you said, I think perhaps I can do you a favor, Gu Ning said. You want to help me? The ghost couldn't believe it. Yeah. I have sympathy for what you've suffered. Although I have the responsibility to kill monsters and ghosts, I won't kill all of them for no reason whenever I see one. So, if what you said is the truth, I can help you take revenge, but not with this body. I hate Jiang Yutong, but she's a relative of my cousin's family. If she commits a crime, my cousin's family will be in trouble, Gu Ning explained. What I said is the truth, but if I don't possess this body, how can I take revenge? The ghost was a little mad. Because its own body was useless now, it had to possess a mortal's body. I need to make sure of that first. You can still take revenge even if you don't possess a mortal's body, but you'll completely disappear afterwards. Actually, it's doomed, whether you listen to me or not, but I can be honest with you. If you dare to resist, you won't even have the chance to take revenge, Gu Ning said. She didn't want the ghost to take revenge with Jiang Yutong's body. I can still take revenge without possessing this body? How? The ghost asked. It didn't care about the consequences because getting revenge was what it wanted to do the most. As long as it could take revenge, there was nothing it cared about in this world. In fact, if it could take revenge in person, it wouldn't want to use another person's body. After all, it would feel better. I can help you, Gu Ning replied. Why should I trust you? The ghost asked. Because you don't have a choice, or you can give it a try, Gu Ning said. She couldn't care less. Great. Let me try it first. The ghost definitely wanted to try it. If Gu Ning was really stronger than it would listen to her because it was left with no choice. If Gu Ning wasn't better than it would continue to carry out its plan. The next moment, the ghost summoned miasma into its hands and attacked Gu Ning. At the same time, Gu Ning summoned magical energy to fight against the miasma. The two kinds of energy hit each other halfway, and the miasma was scattered in different directions. The magical energy continued till it hit the ghost's palm. The ghost was hit heavily and fell a few meters away. It was almost knocked out of Jiang Yutong's body. This time, the ghost realized that it was no match for Gu Ning, even though they had only fought against each other for a short while. "What do you think now?" Gu Ning asked, walking toward the ghost. "Will you really help me?" the ghost asked. It couldn't fully trust Gu Ning, but it knew that it was left with no choice. "Sure, otherwise I wouldn't have spent so much time talking to you. I could have directly knocked you out of Jiang Yutong's body. As long as she's alive, I can save her life." "You're not a problem in my eyes," Gu Ning said. The ghost wouldn't have believed Gu Ning's words earlier, but now it was completely convinced. Without outstanding abilities, Gu Ning wouldn't be so confident. "Fine, I can trust you for now. What will you do next?" the ghost asked. "Tell me your story," Gu Ning requested. "Sure," the ghost answered. "It was my stepfather who killed me and my mother. When I was 5, my father passed away in an accident. He left us a company and my mother did her best to keep it profitable. My stepfather helped us. Because he was my father's friend and worked in his company, my mother gradually fell in love with him. That year I was 13. After my mother married my stepfather, he still treated us very well, but a few years afterwards my mother was in a bad condition, so she left the company to my stepfather to manage. Unfortunately, my stepfather stole the company and even burned my mother and me to death at home. This house used to be our home." Saying that, the ghost seemed furious. Couldn't wait to kill that ungrateful man. Gu Ning also felt mad. Although there were many bad people in this world, she wouldn't think much about it before meeting them. However, once she met such bad people, her mood would be affected. Just like that, the company became his legally. "There is news about our family on the internet. You can look it up. The fire happened 4 years ago on May 8th, but it was judged to be an accident," the ghost said. Hearing that, Gu Ning immediately took out her phone and searched for the news. In a few seconds, she indeed read a piece of news about a burned house. And the house in the pictures was the same as this one in front of her right now. A big fire broke out at 2 a.m. At that time, the whole family was asleep. When they woke up in horror, flames were everywhere. It was extremely difficult for them to escape. After they were rescued, the woman and their daughter were already dead. But the man was still alive. He was only seriously injured. The man passed out due to grief several times when he learned about the result. In that case, the man must be ruthless, because he cleared his name by putting himself in the fire as well. In the end, the cause of the fire was judged as a circuit problem. If the truth was what the ghost said, the circuit problem must have been caused by the man. After murdering my mother and me, he stole my family's wealth and even came here to show off once in a while. How dare he? How dare he? He should be killed. The ghost lost control of itself and shouted. Its face was also distorted in anger. Couldn't wait to kill that man. If so, he really shouldn't live. Gu Ning agreed with a cold expression. Although she wasn't sure whether the ghost was telling the truth, she was willing to trust it. "So I must kill him. I'm going to kill him." The ghost went a little crazy. It grabbed a branch and broke it to pieces. "Since you want to kill him, take my advice," Gu Ning said. "Then what should I do?" asked the ghost. "No need to rush. Tell me how you possessed Jiang Yutong's body," asked Gu Ning. "Although I became a ghost filled with hatred, I was trapped in the burned house. Couldn't leave it. I could see the man in the yard, but I couldn't go out and kill him. I had to possess someone's body to leave the house." Jiang Yutong suddenly went inside after drinking with her schoolmates one day. They walked by my home. Because they heard that the house was haunted, they wanted to have an adventure. Jiang Yutong was pulled into my home by her schoolmates, so I had the chance to possess her body, the ghost replied. Now, tell me what can I do? The ghost said. Couldn't wait a moment longer. I have a Taoist talisman which can make your soul solid for a minute. You can touch everything in the mortal world and even kill your enemy, Gu Ning said. Really? The ghost was excited. Of course, but before that we need to go back to the Jiang family. You should put Jiang Yutong's body back in her room, Gu Ning said. She wouldn't leave Jiang Yutong's body in the open, otherwise Jiang Yutong might be hurt by other people. No problem. Whether Gu Ning was honest or not, the ghost had to accept it because it was left with no choice. After that, the ghost followed Gu Ning back to the Jiang family's house. They went to Jiang Yutong's room. After the ghost lay down, it left Jiang Yutong's body. It was a girl who was about 20 years old. She was wearing the pajamas from when she was burned to death. Her hair was loose. The ghost stared at Gu Ning after leaving Jiang Yutong's body, in case Gu Ning regretted helping it. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise, Gu Ning reassured. Then she walked to Jiang Yutong's side and put magical power into her body. Because Jiang Yutong wasn't possessed by the ghost for long, her soul wasn't squeezed out yet and she would be fine. If it happened for a long time, she might lose her life. After stabilizing Jiang Yutong's soul, Gu Ning and the ghost left. Gu Ning didn't cure Jiang Yutong completely. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for her to rest for a while. Then Gu Ning followed the ghost to a house on another block. The ghost said, "This is that man's house. Although I trust you, I still need to verify it in case something happens," Gu Ning said. How? The ghost asked. I'll scare him first to see whether he'll tell the truth, Gu Ning said. What if he doesn't admit it? The ghost asked. He didn't lie, but what if the man refused to admit it? I'll make my judgment, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said that, the ghost said nothing further. Oh, what's the name of that man, you and your mother? Gu Ning asked. His name is Zhang Xianlong. My name is Qin Lei and my mother is Qin Qimen, the ghost replied. Let's go, Gu Ning said, walking to the gate. At the same time, she took out a black cloak to cover herself. She also put on a hat. She had damaged the surveillance cameras, but she needed to scare Zhang Xianlong later, so it was necessary for her to be mysterious. Looking at the cloak which appeared from nowhere, the ghost was surprised. It was a ghost, but there were many things it had never seen before. At this time it was 4 a.m. Before the gate, Gu Ning easily knocked the gate open with her magical energy, then went inside. As soon as she was in the house, she didn't go to the master bedroom, but she went to the maid's room. She knocked the maid unconscious, then went to the master bedroom. Otherwise, the maid might be woken if she made noise later. On the bed in the master bedroom, a man and a woman were sleeping. The man was about 50 years old, while the woman was around 30. Once they were in the room, the ghost threw itself at Zhang Xianlong, but it couldn't do anything to him. Gu Ning went to the side of the bed and knocked the woman unconscious. After all, this woman was innocent, so there was no need to hurt her. After knocking the woman unconscious, Gu Ning started calling Zhang Xianlong's name in an ethereal and creepy tone. Zhang Xianlong, Zhang Xianlong, Zhang Xianlong. A while later, Zhang Xianlong was finally awake. All of a sudden, he saw a black shadow before the bed. It seemed to be a person, but he couldn't see it clearly. Zhang Xianlong was scared and immediately sat up on the bed. Who are you? He asked in horror. Zhang Xianlong, how cruel you are. Didn't I treat you well enough? Why did you burn me and my daughter to death? Gu Ning asked. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Upon hearing that, Zhang Xianlong denied it, but he was lying. It's you. It's you. Gu Ning said. I'll kill you. I'll take revenge for myself and my daughter. Saying that, Gu Ning walked towards Zhang Xianlong step by step. Zhang Xianlong begged in horror. Qimen, please let me go. You're already dead. I'll burn more spirit money for you. They were already dead, so they should let him go? Why? He was still guilty. Qin Lei couldn't wait to tear Zhang Xianlong to pieces, but unfortunately she couldn't touch him. Zhang Xianlong's words implied that he caused the death of Qin Qimen and Qin Lei. Tell me why you burned us to death, Gu Ning asked. For the Qin family's wealth. Zhang Xianlong answered. There was no need to ask further, because his answer told her everything. It was indeed him who burned Qin Qimin and Qin Lei to death. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out a Taoist talisman and said something, then threw it at Qin Lei. The moment the Taoist magic figure touched Qin Lei, her body became clear. All right, it's your time now. I should go, Gu Ning said and immediately walked away. Qin Lei was going to kill, so she was reluctant to stay in case she was affected. Even though she allowed Qin Lei to kill, she didn't care as long as she didn't do it. Anyway, she had killed many during these years, but those people shouldn't live. Qin Lei said thanks to her back. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Xianlong, who covered his head with his arms, subconsciously raised up. At a glance, he clearly saw Qin Lei's face and screamed in horror. Zhang Xianlong, did you see today's coming? I came to take revenge, Qin Lei said, walking towards him step by step. Don't come over. No. Zhang Xianlong trembled all over his body. Suddenly the smell of urine spread. He was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Don't come over? What did you do when I begged you not to kill my mother and me? You said that you could only take the Qin family's wealth as your own after we were dead. How funny is that? My mother and I trusted you so much, but you burned us to death, Qin Lei said. I am sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Zhang Xianlong knelt down before Qin Lei and begged. Let you go? That's impossible. If I had enough time, I would really love to torture you slowly, Qin Lei said. It would be a pleasure to watch her enemy being tortured, but she didn't have enough time to do that. Qin Lei raised her hand and summoned some miasma. Seeing that, Zhang Xianlong rounded his eyes in horror. Although there was no bright light in the room, there was a small light which was turned on so he could see it clearly. The next moment, the miasma attacked Zhang Xianlong. Before Zhang Xianlong could figure it out, he was attacked and felt his organs being smashed in his belly. Afterwards, he lost consciousness. With his eyes open, he died. When Zhang Xianlong was dead, Qin Lei still had 10 seconds. She didn't want to disappear in this room, so she walked out to the yard. Her body quickly became transparent. Then she disappeared. Gu Ning had already gone far away. Because it was about to be morning, Gu Ning didn't go to stay in a hotel, but went to Huafu Hills. She hadn't lived there for a long time, but her house was cleaned regularly, so everything was clean. Back in Huafu Hills, Gu Ning went directly to bed. She would go to the Tang family's house when the sky was bright. Then she would visit the Jiang family in the afternoon. Although Qin Lei had already left Jiang Yutong's body, the Jiang family was still covered in evil power. It might take a long time for the evil power to go away. During this time, the Jiang family could still be affected. Therefore, Gu Ning decided to get rid of it that afternoon. She went to bed at 5 a.m. and slept for 3 hours. Then she got up and went to the Tang family's house. Zhang Xianlong's wife woke up at the same time. When she saw Zhang Xianlong dead with his eyes open, she was struck dumb. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses and immediately called the police. The police and a forensic expert came. The forensic expert checked Zhang Xianlong's body. All of his organs were broken, but there were no wounds, which confused the forensic expert. The police also thought it was tricky, because they found that all the surveillance cameras were damaged. In that case, it was impossible for them to chase the criminal. Before long, the news spread. In the Jiang family's house, Jiang Yutong woke up too, but she felt dizzy. Ever since she was possessed by the ghost, she lost her mind and had no memory of what she had been doing these past few days. Therefore, when she glanced at the date, she was shocked. She had slept for 5 days. How was that possible? What happened? Did she pass out? Jiang Yutong didn't dare to go out until her mother came. Yutong, are you up? Junior Mrs. Jiang shouted from outside the door. Yes, Jiang Yutong replied. However, she found that her voice was very weak. She wanted to open the door for her mother, but found that she was weak too. Luckily, she still had enough strength to open the door for her mother. Once Junior Mrs. Jiang walked in and noticed that something wasn't right with Jiang Yutong. Yutong, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? She asked with concern. Yeah, I feel as if I'm weak, and I can't remember what has happened these last 5 days. I think I lost my memories, Jiang Yutong said. Junior Mrs. Jiang was scared. What? You can't remember what happened? Yutong, do you have a fever? You looked fine these past few days. How come you suddenly lost your memories? Saying that, Junior Mrs. Jiang felt Jiang Yutong's forehead with her head to see whether she had a fever, but she didn't. I've been well these days? Jiang Yutong was even more frightened. If she was well these days, how could she suddenly lose her memories? Get changed. Let me take you to the hospital. It's really strange that you suddenly became so weak and even lost your memories, Junior Mrs. Jiang said, as she immediately went to find clothing for Jiang Yutong to change into. Jiang Yutong was scared too, so she quickly changed and went to the hospital with her mother. When Gu Ning arrived at the Tang family's house, it was nearly 9 a.m. The people who needed to work were already gone. Only Tang Haifeng, Gu Man, and Tang Jiayu were home. Gu Ning didn't tell anyone that she was coming in order to surprise them. At that moment, Tang Haifeng was exercising in the yard, while Tang Jiayu ran around near him. Gu Man wasn't there, but there were people everywhere in the yard, so Tang Jiayu was safe. When Gu Ning went in, Tang Jiayu was the first one who saw her. Seeing Gu Ning coming, Tang Jiayu was excited and ran towards her with his arms wide open. Sister, give me a hug. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng didn't pay much attention to them, because he didn't realize that Tang Jiayu was calling Gu Ning. Slow down. Don't fall, Gu Ning warned. Tang Haifeng didn't stop and turn around until he heard Gu Ning's voice. Then he saw her. Suddenly, he realized that Tang Jiayu was greeting Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning was back, Tang Haifeng stopped exercising. Looking at her, he was full of happiness. Gu Ning carried Tang Jiayu, then walked to Tang Haifeng and greeted him. Morning, Grandpa. Ning, why didn't you tell us that you're coming home? Tang Haifeng asked. I arrived at midnight, so I didn't tell you. I went to Huafu Hills and decided to surprise you, Gu Ning explained. Why did you come back so late? Did something happen? Tang Haifeng asked. He felt that she must have done it for a reason. Yes, but it's already solved, Gu Ning replied. Great. Tang Haifeng didn't ask much. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. I came here early, Gu Ning said. She was at ease when she was home. Why didn't you eat something before coming? What if you got hungry? Tang Haifeng criticized her in a loving tone. He understood that Gu Ning wouldn't be uncomfortable just because she didn't have breakfast, but it was better to eat something after getting up early. I just wanted to eat at home, Gu Ning said with a smile. Well, Tang Haifeng was amused. Right after Gu Ning came in, Gu Man came downstairs. She was excited to see Gu Ning and hurried down. Mom! Gu Ning greeted her. Ning, why didn't you tell us that you're coming home? Gu Man asked. I wanted to surprise you, Gu Ning explained. Ha. Gu Man laughed a little, but she was very happy and surprised to see Gu Ning. Mei Zhang, prepare some food for Ning. She needs breakfast. Tang Haifeng shouted to the kitchen. Yes, master, Mei Zhang said. Ning, you haven't had breakfast? Gu Man asked, but the answer couldn't be more obvious. Yeah, I wanted to eat at home. Gu Ning smiled. Well, Gu Man felt slightly resigned, but her eyes were full of love. The breakfast was quickly ready, so Gu Ning went to have breakfast. Gu Ning stayed in the Tang family's house that morning and spent some time with Tang Haifeng and Gu Man. After having lunch at noon, Gu Ning rested for a while, then went out at 2 p.m. Because she finally came back home, she wasn't in a rush to leave and would stay here for a few days. Walking out of the Tang family's house, Gu Ning went straight to visit the Jiang family. On her way, she called Jiang Jimin and asked her whether she was home. Jiang Jimin replied that she was home, so Gu Ning let her know that she was in City B and that she would go to her family's house to see her. Gu Ning didn't say why she was coming to see her. Jiang Jimin didn't ask either. Anyway, she was happy to see Gu Ning. In the morning, Junior Mrs. Jiang took Jiang Yutong to the hospital, but there was nothing wrong with her body. Perhaps she was too tired to remember what had happened these past few days. The doctor advised her to have a good rest, and said that she might regain her memories after feeling better. Back at home, Junior Mrs. Jiang told Jiang Yutong what had happened recently. During these days, Jiang Yutong seemed to be in a bad mood and appeared creepy. She hid in the bedroom most of the time. Yesterday, she argued with Jiang Jimin and even tried to strangle her to death. If Junior Mrs. Jiang hadn't stopped her right away, Jiang Jimin could have been killed. Knowing that, Jiang Yutong was shocked. How could she almost strangle Jiang Jimin to death? How did she become so strong all of a sudden? Normally, when she had any conflict with Jiang Jimin, she didn't dare to fight with her because she never won. Mom, is it possible that I was possessed by a ghost? Jiang Yutong suddenly asked. Junior Mrs. Jiang was scared and immediately snapped at her. Nonsense. That's impossible. Although she denied it, Junior Mrs. Jiang couldn't help thinking that Jiang Yutong might really have been possessed by a ghost. Otherwise, she wouldn't have behaved so abnormally, but she refused to believe that. When Guning came, she brought some Kolain medicines which were extremely nutritious. After she arrived, she called Jiang Jimin, who went to welcome her at the gate. Welcome, Guning. Oh, you don't need to bring so many gifts, Jiang Jimin said. Didn't you tell me that your grandparents aren't in a good condition? So I brought some extremely nutritious medicine and my magical pills to see you, Guning explained. Really? Your magical pills are really rare. Jiang Jimin was excited, but felt that she couldn't take them. The magical pills were power crystals. By now many people were aware that Guning had a magical pill which could cure nearly all diseases, and that it was quite rare. They could afford it, but there wasn't much of it, so money wasn't enough if they wanted to buy it. They must have a good relationship with Guning as well. Don't worry, I have a lot. After all, your grandparents are Jiayang and Jakai's maternal grandparents. They are my relatives too, Guning said. She cared about people who had a close relationship with those who she loved, but she wouldn't bother to pay attention to those who her family didn't care about. In that case, Jiang Jimin said nothing further. She led Guning to see Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang at once. Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang were in their 70s, but they didn't sleep separately. However, because of their sleep problems, they still slept in different beds in the same room. Currently, they were both lying in their beds because they were very weak. Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang were willing to trust Guning, so they took Guning's pill without hesitation. They also thanked her gratefully. They knew that they would soon be better after taking Guning's magical pills. Once they took the power crystals, the evil power inside their bodies was quickly purged. Then they felt energetic again. After sitting for a while, Guning made up an excuse and went to the washroom. Then she let the flood dragon out and ordered it to absorb all the evil power in the house. Several minutes later, the flood dragon finished and the Jiang family's house was filled with fresh air. Jiang Jimin and Guning sat in the gazebo in the yard. They enjoyed tea, chatted, and complained about Jiang Yutong. Most of the time, Jiang Jimin was complaining, and Guning was listening. I saw that Jiang Yutong was different this morning than the last few days. She looked creepy and seemed to be in a bad mood before, but she's back to normal today. Jiang Jimin said, She's weak now, otherwise I would have a fight with her. She almost strangled me to death yesterday. Her eyes scared me and it seemed as if she wanted to kill me. Do your parents know about that? Guning asked. Yes, but there is nothing they can do. They can't do the same to Jiang Yutong after all. They only criticized her, and I have to swallow the anger, Jiang Jimin said reluctantly. She was still mad at Jiang Yutong. You can have a fight with her after she recovers, Guning said. Since Jiang Jimin was unwilling to accept it, she could just pay Jiang Yutong back. Of course I will do that. I won't give in to her, Jiang Jimin exclaimed. She wouldn't let Jiang Yutong get away with it so easily. Half an hour later, Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang felt as if they could get out of bed. So they went out and chatted with Guning for a while. Guning stayed in the Jiang family's house for an hour, then left. After leaving, Guning went to her company. Since she had graduated, she spent more time working. As the boss, she couldn't be absent all the time. However, she only stayed in the company for a short time, then went back to the Tang family's house when it was time for them to have dinner. The Tang family was very happy to see Gu Ning, and they ate dinner in harmony. After the meal, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning and learned that she was in City B. He immediately booked a plane ticket and decided to fly over. Gu Ning wanted to stop him but failed. Gu Ning wanted to see him too, but felt that he should go back to see the Leng family and Shangguanyang first after he returned to the capital. But he left them behind and directly came to see her, which wasn't very polite. Anyway, since Leng Xiaoting had already booked a plane ticket, she couldn't stop him. Xiaoting came to see you right after coming back from the military base. Will the Leng family be unhappy? Tang Haifeng asked. They were happy to see that Leng Xiaoting cared about Gu Ning so much and that she was very important in his eyes. But they were afraid that Leng Xiaoting paid too much attention to Gu Ning and paid too little attention to the Leng family. In that case, the Leng family might blame Gu Ning. They understood that the Leng family was open-minded, but he was still worried that they might be annoyed. Hearing that, the other members of the Tang family became anxious too. Right, will they be unhappy? Gu Man asked worriedly. They won't. No need to worry about that. He doesn't do that all the time, Gu Ning reassured. If Leng Xiaoting left his family behind for her every time, the Leng family might be unhappy, but he didn't do that often, so they should be able to accept it. The Tang family nodded and were less worried. Because Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiang asked some of their friends to hang out tonight and they also invited Gu Ning. They left home at 8:30 p.m. Normally, the Tang family always reminded Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiang to be careful when they hung out at night. But Gu Ning was with them this time, so they weren't worried. They said nothing because they believed that they would be safe. Currently, Tang Jiang was already working in the Tang Huang organization. He was training to be the heir who was going to take over. Although Tang Yunfan had a son, Tang Jiayu was too little. They had no idea what he would want to do in the future. It also remained unknown whether Tang Jiayu had the talent or ability, and it was impossible for them to only decide who would take over Tang Huang after Tang Jiayu grew up. Tang Jiang was already trained to be the next chairman, but whether he could successfully take over the business group depended on his performance afterwards. He was trained to do his job well, but it might take dozens of years for him to take over Tang Yunfan's position. Given Tang Yunfan's physical condition and Gu Ning's help, Tang Yunfan could manage the company for another 20 years. On the other hand, Tang Jiakai was accepted by a public institution. No matter what he aimed to achieve, he had to accumulate experience from the grassroots level. Even though he had the Tang family's support, he still needed to rely on himself to build his career. Without the ability, he wouldn't know how to do his work even if he was promoted to be a director. Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiang called two of Tang Jiang's good friends from when he studied in country Y as well as his girlfriend to come out. Jiakai, you've been single for so many years. Haven't you met a girl you like yet? You're the only single one among us now. Gu Ning teased Tang Jiakai. I can't seem to meet a girl I like. I don't know what to do about that. Tang Jiakai gave a sign with a resigned look. Sometimes, he really wanted to have a girlfriend when he saw a loving couple, but unfortunately he hadn't met a girl he liked yet. Well, it's hard to say. Perhaps you'll meet your love one day. Gu Ning comforted him. Gu Ning fell in love when she met Leng Xiaoting. Actually, after she was reincarnated, she didn't want to fall in love again, but unexpectedly she fell in love with Leng Xiaoting and they became a couple within a short time. Oh, Jiang, have you taken your girlfriend home yet? Gu Ning asked Tang Jiang. Not yet, but my family is aware that I have a girlfriend. They're happy about that as long as I'm happy. My girlfriend isn't prepared, so I don't have the idea of taking her home to see them yet. I need to care about her feelings, Tang Jiang replied. What a loving boyfriend you are. I have to say that men in the Tang family are really good men, Gu Ning praised. Because Tang Jiang was the host, they arrived earlier. Don't you need to pick up your girlfriend? Gu Ning asked. No need. Her older brother will drive her over. I'll send her home when we finish today, Tang Jiang said. About 10 minutes later, Tang Jiang's girlfriend came, and he immediately went outside to welcome her. A while later, Tang Jiang came back with a beautiful and elegant girl. Once they were inside, Tang Jiang introduced the girl to Gu Ning. This is my cousin, Gu Ning. I've told you about her. Miss Gu, nice to see you. I'm Ju Siwen. and I'm Jiayang's girlfriend. Ju Siwen excitedly greeted Gu Ning. She had heard a lot about Gu Ning's career and admired Gu Ning very much. After all, Gu Ning built up her company at only 18 years old, and it quickly expanded to be a large business group within a year. Currently, her business group was very famous in their country. And she was also the Lung family's granddaughter-in-law. Gu Ning must be blessed. Can I directly call you Siwen instead of Miss Ju? It sounds closer, Gu Ning asked. Since Ju Siwen was Tang Jiayang's girlfriend and Tang Jiayang had the intention of marrying her, she would try to form a close relationship with Ju Siwen. Otherwise, Ju Siwen would feel awkward. Before she got familiar with them, she might feel like an outsider. Hearing Gu Ning's words, Ju Siwen was very excited. In fact, she was afraid that Gu Ning might not like her. Although Ju Siwen was a quality girl, she still got nervous when she was first meeting her boyfriend's family. She really cared about their opinion of her. Everyone would want to join a new family happily. Well, then I won't call you Miss Gu. I can call you Ning Ning. Do you mind? Ju Siwen asked. Because Gu Ning was Tang Jiayang's cousin, she was afraid that Gu Ning might feel offended if she directly called her name. Of course not, Gu Ning said with a smile. Because Ju Siwen had met Tang Jiakai before, there was no need for Tang Jiayang to introduce them. After that, Tang Jiayang told Ju Siwen to sit next to Gu Ning. Honestly, Ju Siwen felt a little uneasy, but she still composed herself. Before long, Tang Jiayang's two friends also came. Ju Siwen knew both of them, but Tang Jiakai and Gu Ning met them for the first time, so Tang Jiayang did the introductions. Tang Jiayang's two friends were born in City B and were only back home for a short time. They hadn't heard of Gu Ning and only knew that she was Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayang's cousin. However, because of Gu Ning's outstanding appearance, both of them were attracted to her and talked to her as soon as they had a chance. At the beginning, they didn't show their intention obviously, because it would be embarrassing. Therefore, they chatted with Tang Jiakai at the same time, which made them seem extroverted. Anyway, they were usually talkative, so nobody noticed anything wrong with them, but gradually they couldn't hide their interest in Gu Ning, and Tang Jiayang had to repeatedly interrupt them. Tang Jiayang felt it was inappropriate to directly tell them that Gu Ning was already married, because they didn't say anything impolite even though they seemed very interested in Gu Ning. Therefore, if he directly said that Gu Ning was married, they would be embarrassed. At almost 10 p.m., Gu Ning's phone rang and it was Lung shouting. She picked up his call right in front of the other people. She could see that Tang Jiayang's friends were interested in her, so she deliberately answered Lung shouting's call in front of them. She would let them know that she already had a husband and that they should keep a polite distance away from her. Hi, honey. Where are you now? Gu Ning asked. Upon hearing that, the two men were struck dumb. Honey? Did she already have a husband or boyfriend? Couples nowadays tended to call each other honey whether they were dating or married, so it could be her boyfriend or husband. I've just gotten off of the plane, Leng shouting said. Jiayang and I are in XX Club. Why don't you come over? We're in room XX. Gu Ning invited. Sure, Leng shouting said. After hanging up, Tang Jiayang joked on purpose. Your husband misses you so much that he came to City B to see you as soon as he's free. Right? Oh, how's your wedding preparations now? Tang Jiakai asked. My mother-in-law is preparing it. It's almost done. We only need to wait till the chosen date, Gu Ning said. What? Didn't Miss Gu just graduate? She's already married? One of the men asked in surprise. Yeah, I fell in love with my husband when I'm a senior in high school. We got engaged then, but we couldn't become a legal couple till I reached the age of consent. Gu Ning answered. The two men were immediately disappointed, but they didn't show it. After knowing that Gu Ning already had a husband, they stopped chatting with her, but they remained polite. They didn't become rude towards Gu Ning just because they didn't have a chance with her. About 50 minutes later, Leng shouting arrived. The moment the two men saw Leng shouting, they accepted their failure. Gu Ning's husband was a lot more handsome than them, and he had an air of authority. Aren't you afraid, Grandpa Leng, and your mother will be unhappy that you came to City B to see me as soon as you had time? Gu Ning asked Leng shouting. You're my wife. Why should they be unhappy? I think they'll be very satisfied if they know that I care about you so much. Without you, I would die alone. But luckily I fell in love because of you, Leng Xiaoting replied. He didn't feel embarrassed at all to say sweet things in front of other people. At about 12 a.m. they separated. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaojia went back to Huafu Hills, while Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai drove Zhu Siwen home before they went home. Tang Jiayang's two friends went home on their own. After Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked away, they didn't rush to take a taxi home. Instead, they decided to take a walk. Then Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting why she suddenly came to City B. As they walked, a car drove by them, but they smelt fresh blood from it and there was evil energy permeating from it too. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting exchanged a glance, then immediately chased after it. At the same time, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was in the car. Surprisingly, she saw several vampires, and one of them was sucking a girl's blood. Without delay, Gu Ning summoned her magical energy and hit the tire of the car. Boom! A tire was hit by magical energy and exploded. Once the tire exploded, the car had to stop and two men got out of it to see what happened. When they saw that the tire exploded, they immediately went to take out a spare tire. Right at that moment, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the car and pretended to be helpful. "Can I help?" Gu Ning asked. "No need," the man replied coldly. "I'm afraid it's not up to you." Gu Ning sneered. Before they could react, she attacked them. Leng Xiaoting needed to beat them, while Gu Ning mainly needed to rescue the girl. The group of men didn't expect Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to attack them, so they were ill-prepared, but they were strong too, so they quickly fought back. Although they were skilled too, they were not comparable to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, Gu Ning immediately rescued the girl from those vampires. The girl had lost a lot of blood, but luckily she was still alive. Without delay, Gu Ning put magical power into the girl's body. Those vampires were surprised by Leng Xiaoting's abilities, and they wanted to run away, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let them go. Before long, they were all caught. Because it was late at night, there wasn't much traffic on the road and no one dared to stop and watch the fight. After Leng Xiaoting beat those vampires down, he threw them to the rear seats of the car. Then he made a call. Gu Ning's magical power quickly circulated in the girl's body, so the girl gradually recovered and got her consciousness back. But she was obviously scared. Filled with horror, she couldn't stop trembling. "Don't be afraid. You're fine now. Tell us your name and your family's number. We can help you get home." Gu Ning comforted the girl gently. She did her best to help the girl get rid of her horror. I. The girl could hardly finish a sentence. Gu Ning didn't urge her. After the girl calmed down, she told Gu Ning her name and her father's phone number. Afterwards, Gu Ning called her father at once. Because the girl was not gone for long, her family had no idea that she was abducted. Therefore, the girl's father was shocked and frightened when Gu Ning told him the bad news. The girl called her father at the same time, so her father believed Gu Ning's words. Her father asked for their location, then hurriedly came over. Before the girl's parents arrived, Leng Xiaoting's people came. Leng Xiaoting called someone to drive a truck over, then he moved those vampires to the truck, because those vampires' car was useless now. Half an hour later, the girl's parents came. They hugged the girl and burst into tears. The girl's father wanted to teach those men a lesson, but Leng Xiaoting stopped him. Even though the girl's father was reluctant to accept that, he still curbed his anger and asked, "Didn't you call the police? How are you going to deal with those people?" "We didn't call the police, but I'm a soldier, so I'll take this case seriously," Leng Xiaoting said as he took out his officer's certificate. The girl's parents knew little about ranks in the army, but they were relieved after seeing Leng Xiaoting's officer's certificate. After that, the girl's parents took her away. Once they were gone, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got back into their car. Leng Xiaoting's people would stay to deal with the vampire's car. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't deal with those vampires according to the law. They would solve the problem privately. Therefore, they stopped until they were far from the city center, then interrogated the vampires. "Why did you come to our country?" Leng Xiaoting asked. No one answered. Leng Xiaoting then put pressure on them and asked again. "Tell me, what are you doing in our country?" Under the pressure, one vampire finally opened his mouth. To carry out a task. What task? Leng Xiaoting asked. The vampire was silent once more, so Leng Xiaoting continued to put pressure on him. To assassinate Meng Zhuokai. Meng Zhuokai, the Secretary General of City B, belonged to the same faction as Tang Yunhang. If they came to assassinate Meng Zhuokai or Tang Yunhang might be the target. They were on the same boat, so they could be in the same danger as well. Why do you want to kill Meng Zhuokai? Leng Xiaoting asked. I don't know. We are just obeying orders. What else are you assigned to do? Leng Xiaoting asked. Nothing. Are there other people in addition to you? Leng Xiaoting asked. The vampire remained silent for a few seconds, then said, Yes, but I have no idea where they are and what they are doing. In that case, Leng Xiaoting stopped asking. After the interrogation, Leng Xiaoting decided to kill those vampires. They weren't normal humans, so it wasn't wrong for him to directly kill them, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't do that with his own hands. Instead, he ordered the flood dragon to do that by swallowing the vampires alive. It was cruel, but they were enemies, so he must be decisive. If he tolerated his enemies, he would be cruel to himself. After that, he ordered the flood dragon to look around the whole city B to see whether there are other vampires. You need to tell your uncle about this. After all, Meng Zhuokai is in the same faction as him. Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning. Sure. I'll go to see him tomorrow, Gu Ning replied. Then Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went back to Huafu Hills. The next morning, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had breakfast at Huafu Hills, then went to visit the Tang family. The Tang family welcomed Leng Xiaoting with big smiles and hugs. They wanted him to feel at home. Xiaoting, did you lose weight? Are you busy with work these days? Tang Haifeng asked. Gu Ning rolled her eyes. Leng Xiaoting didn't lose weight at all. Not really, I've been training lately, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, it must be tiring, so you need to eat more, Tang Haifeng said. Even though he knew Leng Xiaoting could take good care of himself, as an elder, he ought to care about the young. Sure, I will, Leng Xiaoting answered politely. After having lunch at the Tang family's house, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting rested for a while before going to see Tang Yunhang. Because the public institution they worked for was far from their home, they normally wouldn't come back for lunch at noon. Before going to see them, Gu Ning called to make sure that Tang Yunhang had time. They couldn't have the conversation on the phone, so Gu Ning decided to talk to Tang Yunhang face-to-face. Before Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Tang Yunhang's secretary was already waiting for them. After seeing them, they went directly to Tang Yunhang's office. Once Gu Ning met Tang Yunhang, she told him the news that Meng Zhuokai might be assassinated, but she didn't tell him that a bunch of vampires were ordered to do that. Hearing the news, Tang Yunhang wasn't too surprised, but he was extremely angry. He wasn't too surprised, because assassinations weren't uncommon in politics. After all, there were too many people who wanted to replace them, so they were often in danger. Although Gu Ning said that the killers were from another country, Tang Yunhang believed that the mastermind was in the same circle as him. I'll tell Meng Zhuokai to be more careful, Tang Yunhang said. Not only him, you also need to be careful. We don't know whether Meng Zhuokai is the only target or if you are as well. After all, there is another group of killers in our country right now and we don't know where they are and what they are doing right now, Leng Xiaoting warned. Hearing that, Tang Yunhang put on a serious expression. Sure, I'll be more careful as well. However, because their enemies were vampires, Tang Yunhang couldn't protect himself if he was caught no matter how careful he was. Therefore, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to come see him in person. Gu Ning took out a small porcelain bottle with 3 power crystals inside. She handed it to Tang Yunhang and said, Uncle, take this and carry it with you. If you're injured or attacked, take a pill to save your life. Thanks, Ning Ning. Tang Yunhang accepted the porcelain bottle. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. However, right after they reached the parking lot and got into their car, they sensed evil energy approaching. As a result, they didn't leave right away. Before long, a MPV drove in bringing the evil energy with it. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was in the car, then found 2 foreign men who were vampires. In addition to the 2 vampires, There were 2 other men, including a driver and a person sitting in the front passenger's seat. Gu Ning wasn't sure whether they were targeting Tang Yun Hang, but she had to do something since they appeared. No matter who their target was, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to kill them. They stayed calm and did nothing for the time being, because they needed to figure out their purpose and who they were targeting. The car stopped in a parking space not far away. No one got out. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked towards the car. The man sitting on the front passenger's seat got out of the car and opened the car door for the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man got inside, they drove away. Without hesitation, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting followed them. None of them noticed that they were being followed. After following them for an hour, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting saw their car go into a private manor. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't follow them inside, so they parked their car, then snuck into the manor. The group of people stopped in front of a building, then all of them got out and entered the building. In the end, the 2 vampires and the middle-aged man went to a room. In the room, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a young man was sitting in a wheelchair with a gloomy and indescribably creepy expression. The young man was covered in evil energy, so he couldn't be immortal. "Mister, they're here," the middle-aged man said cautiously. Hearing that, the young man turned around and looked at him with the same gloomy expression. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. You can leave now," the young man said. "Sure," the middle-aged man answered, then went out. In the room, only the young man in the wheelchair and the 2 vampires were left. Afterwards, the young man opened his mouth. "Your people failed even before doing the task. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "I'm so sorry, Mr. He. It was our mistake. I promise that we'll continue to finish the task," one vampire said. "But only you 2 are left. Do you think you can do it? After all, 4 of your people couldn't defeat those 2 mortals," Mr. He said with obvious displeasure. The 2 vampires were silent because what Mr. He said was right. Mr. He continued, "I already found out the 2 mortals' backgrounds. The girl is Gu Ning, the chairman of the Shengning organization. She's also a member of the Tang family. And the man is her husband. Because they ruined my plan, I must pay them back. But it's not easy to deal with them, so we must be smart. I need you to bomb the headquarters of the Shengning organization right now." Hearing that, Gu Ning couldn't stand it any longer. How could this man have the idea of bombing her company? Boom! Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting directly broke the window and entered. "If you want to bomb my company, I'll do that to you and your manor first," Gu Ning said coldly. "Mister." He and the others had no idea that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were watching them from a dark place. So they were all startled when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting suddenly showed up. "How did you get in?" Mr. He questioned alertly. He didn't expect them to find him. Moreover, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting hid in a dark place, yet none of them noticed them, which proved that they were more skilled than them. "We followed them." Gu Ning gave a glance at the vampires. Hearing that, Mr. He was even more displeased. He immediately turned to look at the 2 vampires, questioning them silently. The 2 vampires were mad too, and believed that Gu Ning was stirring things up between them. "We don't know you at all," one vampire said. "Of course you don't know me. We secretly followed you," Gu Ning said. The 2 vampires were relieved. Proved that they didn't lead them here. However, they were still unhappy that they didn't notice them following. Mr. He let go of his suspicion, but he was unhappy about Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's appearance. He didn't know how to deal with them. After that, Gu Ning turned to look at Mr. He. Well, you don't look like a normal mortal nor an evil cultivator. How long have you cultivated? Your level is so low." Mr. He was shocked. He didn't expect that Gu Ning could see that he was an evil cultivator. Mr. He was indeed an evil cultivator, but he was a new hand, so his level was very low. If he met ordinary people, he would be very strong, but he was no match for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, who were masters. "Mr. He, did you cultivate on your own? Or do you have a teacher?" Gu Ning asked. If someone taught him, there must be an evil cultivator behind him. "Who are you?" Facing Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, Mr. He was very alert. If Gu Ning could see that he was an evil cultivator, She must be a cultivator too. Haven't you already found out my background? I'm Gu Ning, the chairman of the Shengning organization, and I'm also a member of the Tang family. This is my husband. Gu Ning smiled. Mr. He didn't care about that, but he knew they were also high-level cultivators, so he was anxious. If they had conflicts, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. In that case, he must be careful. What do you want? Mr. He asked. What do I want to do? Didn't I tell you that I'm going to explode you and your manor since you dare to bomb my company? Gu Ning replied in a flat voice. I was just saying that. Miss Gu, please don't take it seriously. I will apologize to you for that. Why don't we get over it? Mr. He said. Although he didn't think Gu Ning would stop, he still wanted to try. You were just saying it? Mr. He, do you think that I'd believe you? Anyway, we exist to kill evil forces like you. So, even if you had no plan to damage my companies, I wouldn't let you go, Gu Ning said. Mr. He had a premonition. However, if you are willing to tell me your purpose, I might let you live. Gu Ning continued seriously. She wouldn't kill Mr. He, but she would torture him. I don't have any bad intentions. I just passed the order for someone else, Mr. He said. Although his pride didn't allow him to give in to Gu Ning and Leng shouting, he didn't want to die. Oh, can you tell who it is? Gu Ning asked. Will you let me go if I tell you? Mr. He responded. Sure, Gu Ning replied. Mr. He wasn't fully convinced, but he wanted to live. So he said, Wei Qihua. Wei Qihua was the deputy secretary of City B, and he never got along with Tang Yunhang, who was the party secretary. He always wanted to replace Tang Yunhang. Therefore, he didn't just target Meng Zhuokai, but also targeted Tang Yunhang. Really? Gu Ning asked. She wouldn't just believe whatever he said. Yes, Mr. He answered. How did you know them? Gu Ning asked. She glanced at the two vampires, indicating that she was talking about them. I need killers, so I turned to them for help, said Mr. He. Since that was the case, Gu Ning stopped asking. Since I promised that I would let you live, I won't kill you, but I must disable you. Saying that, Gu Ning attacked Mr. He. You? Although Mr. He didn't think Gu Ning would let him get away with it, he still hoped that she would have mercy. Therefore, when she attacked him, he was furious. The moment Gu Ning moved, Leng shouting hit the two vampires as well. Due to the large gap between their abilities, Mr. He and the two vampires were quickly beaten by Gu Ning and Leng shouting. Gu Ning and Leng shouting didn't kill them, but they were all disabled. From now on, they were handicapped and wouldn't be able to take care of themselves. The noise of the fight soon attracted other people, so Gu Ning and Leng shouting directly jumped out of the window. They had damaged the surveillance cameras with magical energy, so no one would know who did it. After they left, they went straight back to the Tang family's house. Gu Ning didn't call Tang Yunhang right away, because it was almost time for him to get off work. She decided to talk to him about when they finished their meal. It's been a troubled time these past few days. We encountered trouble one after another. Gu Ning suddenly had a premonition that more terrible things might happen. Why don't you stay in City B? If anything happens, you can be here to help, Leng shouting suggested. He also had a feeling that the trouble wasn't over yet. Shang Guanyang and Jing Yunyao could support the Lang family in the capital, but they needed someone to stay in City B to look after the Tang family. Leng shouting needed to do his work, so he could only stay here for several days. Sure, Gu Ning agreed. Given what had happened recently, she couldn't go back to the capital right now. If only mortals were causing trouble, they wouldn't be worried, but monsters and ghosts were involved this time, so they had to be careful. When Gu Ning and Leng shouting got back to the Tang family's house, it was almost 5 p.m. They didn't tell Tang Haifeng what they had been through today. After all, he was an old man and they didn't want to worry him. At 6:30 p.m., Tang Yunhang got home and they began to have dinner. After the meal, Gu Ning and Leng shouting said that they wanted to have a private chat with Tang Yunhang. Then they went to Tang Yunhang's study. Uncle, when we left today, we noticed that some people were acting abnormally. We followed them and found that they were from the same team who was sent to assassinate Meng Zhuokai. We interrogated them afterwards and learned that the mastermind is Wei Qihua. I'm not 100% sure, But I thought you should know, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Yunhang was displeased, but wasn't surprised, because he and Wei Qihua were enemies in politics. In fact, Wei Qihua had caused him trouble many times before. Although there isn't evidence to prove that it is Wei Qihua, it's highly likely. Otherwise it might be a trick played by my other enemies, Tang Yunhang said, because it wasn't uncommon that people framed each other in politics. They couldn't prove it without evidence. Therefore, after sharing the result with Tang Yunhang, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting immediately went to conduct an investigation by visiting Wei Qihua's home to see what they could find. After waiting outside Wei Qihua's home for an hour, they finally heard him make a call. It turned out that it indeed had something to do with him. When Wei Qihua heard what had happened to Mr. He was full of anger and worry. He wondered whether Mr. He had betrayed him. Because Mr. He couldn't speak now, Wei Qihua failed to fet an answer. Therefore, during their conversation on the phone, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting heard Wei Qihua give an order to kill Mr. He. After all, only dead people could keep secrets. Wei Qihua wanted Mr. He dead. So Gu Ning had to keep him alive. Before Wei Qihua's people could kill Mr. He, Gu Ning went to the hospital where Mr. He stayed, while Ling Xiaoting stayed to watch Wei Qihua. Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting didn't know which hospital Mr. He stayed in until Wei Qihua mentioned it on the phone. Without delay, Gu Ning went there. Mr. He was staying in a VIP ward. Given his wealth, he could afford it. Although Mr. He didn't have any relatives, he had some loyal subordinates who didn't leave after he was seriously injured. Besides, before the final result was out, they couldn't leave because most people in the manor were under suspicion. The surveillance cameras were broken, so they had no evidence to prove that they were innocent. When Gu Ning arrived at the hospital, she was in a nurse uniform, making it convenient for her to take action. Because some people were guarding Mr. He in his ward, Gu Ning didn't go in right away. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see whether there were vacant wards around. She would hide first. Luckily, the ward next to Mr. He's ward was vacant, so Gu Ning sneaked inside. About half an hour later, something happened to Mr. He. A man who looked like a doctor walked into his ward and said that he was there to check on him. So Mr. He's two subordinates let him in. After that, the doctor wanted to give Mr. He an injection, and Mr. He's two subordinates didn't doubt or stop him. At that moment, Gu Ning went inside. Mr. He's two subordinates thought that the nurse came with the doctor, so they said nothing, but the doctor panicked the moment he saw Gu Ning. He wasn't a real doctor, so he felt guilty. Hey, who are you? Did you get the wrong ward? Dr. Yao told me to check on the patient. He didn't tell other doctors to come here, Gu Ning exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Yao was Mr. He's attending physician. Gu Ning knew who Mr. He's attending physician was because she saw the listing by the patient bed while she observed the ward. Upon hearing that, Mr. He's two subordinates were angry. If this doctor wasn't sent here by Dr. Yao, why did he come? Did he really get the wrong ward? They somehow felt that that reason wasn't persuasive. Oh, you're right. I must have gotten the wrong ward. The man realized that he was exposed, so he used the same excuse and admitted that he got the wrong ward. Then he wanted to leave, but Gu Ning stopped him. This is a hospital. How can you go into the wrong ward so casually? If I hadn't come and stopped you, you would have injected the medicine into his body. What if his condition got worse? Gu Ning asked. Mr. He's two subordinates figured out that this male doctor might have come to murder Mr. He, so they went to catch him at once, but unfortunately the man was very good at martial arts, so he easily got rid of Mr. He's two subordinates and wanted to run away. His reaction proved that he had indeed come to harm Mr. He, otherwise he wouldn't try to escape. The next moment, Gu Ning took action and the man was beaten. Besides, Gu Ning broke his leg with a heavy kick in case he tried to run away again. Seeing that, Mr. He's two subordinates were shocked. They didn't expect a nurse to be so strong. All right, I'll leave him to you too, Gu Ning said as she walked out. Hey! Mr. He's two subordinates wanted to stop her, but Gu Ning walked too fast. They couldn't leave right now, so they had to give up. Gu Ning didn't care how they would handle it. After the incident, He should be more careful to stop it from happening once more. Wei Qihua should also be more cautious before carrying out his scheme. If he really wanted to kill Mr. He would have to be fully prepared next time. When Gu Ning was gone, Mr. He's two subordinates called the police. Before long, Wei Qihua learned about the result and got angry. He could only hope that the man wouldn't betray him. The next day, Wei Qihua heard that the man didn't betray him. The man only said that he had a grudge against Mr. So he wanted to harm him since he was already seriously injured and in the hospital. However, he denied that he aimed to kill Mr. He. He simply didn't want Mr. He to wake up quickly. Anyway, he was sentenced to a few years in jail, but the punishment wasn't serious. Wei Qihua was safe for the time being. Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting told Tang Yunhang that they verified that the mastermind was indeed Wei Qihua, but they couldn't do anything to him right away. After all, the evidence wasn't enough. It couldn't be easier for them to secretly pay Wei Qihua back, but they were unwilling to do so. However, they were reluctant to accept the result, so they still decided to cause Wei Qihua a little trouble. Therefore, at night, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting went to Wei Qihua's home again. Gu Ning released some cold magical power to damage Wei Qihua's health. It wasn't serious, but he would have to suffer from it in the following months. As a result, Wei Qihua suddenly found his limbs had become stiff when he woke up the next day. As soon as he moved, his entire body hurt. It was also difficult for him to speak. Without delay, he asked his family to send him to the hospital. However, after a medical check, doctors could only find that his blood circulated slower. Given his condition, doctors took action to help him, but it was not really helpful. Once Wei Qihua got sick, his work was delayed and he had no mood to scheme against Tang Yunhang. All he wanted to do right now was to recover. Within a short time, many people heard that Wei Qihua was sick, and some of them seized this chance to weaken his force. This time, Wei Qihua's people were in serious trouble, but Tang Yunhang's people weren't involved, because they didn't want to be dragged into trouble. Anyway, Wei Qihua had many other enemies, so Tang Yunhang only needed to watch how things would unfold. The next day, Ling Xiaoting left for work, while Gu Ning stayed in City B. Reality proved that she made the right decision, because Tang Yunhang was caught by a car accident right after Ling Xiaoting left. Normally, car crashes were accidents, and the perpetrator wouldn't be put in jail as long as he was willing to pay compensation. Tang Yunhang's car was directly hit by a medium-sized truck, then severely deformed. Both Tang Yunhang and the chauffeur were severely hit and injured. Luckily, Tang Yunhang thought of the pills that Gu Ning had given him. He took them out immediately after the accident and gave one to the chauffeur, so their injuries were lightened a lot and wouldn't worsen. Gu Ning quickly arrived and poured magical power into Tang Yunhang's body, so he was fine. He even didn't need to go to the hospital and directly went home. Because Tang Yunhang was fine, the truck driver was lightly punished. The truck driver had a very good attitude. He was willing to pay compensation, and the brakes were broken, so there was no evidence to prove he did it on purpose. Therefore, Gu Ning and the others thought it might really be an accident. Nevertheless, whether it was an accident or not, they needed to conduct a further investigation to make sure. Before they collected solid proof, it was dealt with as an accident. Gu Ning conducted the investigation from the truck driver. She finally found clues and figured out that it wasn't an accident, but was really a scheme. However, this case was a little complicated since Gu Ning found clues in another city instead of City B. Nevertheless, she still believed that it must be related to a certain important figure in City B. Anyway, she needed to continue to find the mastermind, so she was currently dealing with this case. Without delay, Gu Ning booked a plane ticket to City H. The clues she found were in City H. When Gu Ning arrived at City H, it was about 8 p.m. Afterwards, she went directly to the home of the person who had contacted the truck driver. She had gotten their information before she came. The person she was going to see wasn't a common citizen, but a gangster. He had no relationship with the Qing gang or the Kirin gang. Instead, he belonged to another gang in City H. This gang was called the Tiger Gang, and the person Gu Ning wanted to see was its deputy leader, Long Weisheng. Gu Ning changed into black sportswear with a baseball cap and a mask, then swaggered into the Tiger Gang's place. The Tiger Gang's headquarters was located in a manor. It seemed to be a private manor on the surface, but it was actually owned by an illegal gang. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to look around it, seeing about a dozen men inside and out. Normally, not many members of the gang stayed in the headquarters. After all of them needed to work, so they needed to serve in their industries. Gangs were usually involved in businesses like bars, casinos, and hotels, but it was necessary for them to keep some members in the headquarters, in case any accidents happened. Therefore, the elite and key members stayed in the manor. Because Gu Ning swaggered inside, she was easily noticed by the people in the manor. They immediately went forward and surrounded her. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into our manor?" The man at the front angrily questioned Gu Ning. "I want to see Long Weisheng," Gu Ning said. "Who do you think you are?" the man asked disdainfully. "I'm your boss," Gu Ning replied. "How dare you? Get her, brothers," the man ordered. Then the group of men attacked Gu Ning. Although they were the best of the Tiger Gang and were stronger than most people, they were not comparable to Gu Ning. Therefore, before they could touch her, they were kicked away. Gu Ning defeated them with a simple kick. They knew that this girl couldn't be weak since she dared to intrude alone, but they were still surprised by her skills. The noises outside attracted other members over, and they attacked Gu Ning at once, but Gu Ning still easily defeated them. In the end, no one dared to fight against her. "Who are you?" someone asked. "I came to see Long Weisheng. Tell him to get out or I'll destroy everything I see," Gu Ning said. Before they had the fight, they wouldn't take it seriously at all if a girl said that, because she was just a girl, but Gu Ning had easily defeated all of them, so they couldn't doubt her abilities. And she obviously knew who they were and had a clear purpose. "Wait a second." They didn't dare to use violence this time and immediately reported it to Long Weisheng. "Be quick. I don't have patience," Gu Ning said. The man hurriedly ran to see Long Weisheng. He didn't dare to waste time. At that moment, Long Weisheng was talking with some guests in his study. He had no idea what was happening outside. Therefore, when his subordinate came in and told him that a girl broke in and beat all of them alone, he was extremely shocked. Long Weisheng couldn't believe his ears, because a girl beat all of his subordinates by herself. He held a strong bias against women and thought that women were all weak and useless. He admitted that there might be strong women, but they were very rare, so he directly ignored them. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yu. I need to go out for a while. Please excuse me." Long Weisheng apologized to his guests. "If you don't mind, can I go with you? Perhaps I can help," the young man, who was called Mr. Yu, offered. He was curious to see what type of girl could beat a bunch of men. "Of course not," Long Weisheng said. It was true that Mr. Yu might be helpful. After all, Mr. Yu wasn't weak. Although he wasn't scared of the girl who beat all of his subordinates, he had to be careful since the girl was able to do that. He was afraid that he might be no match for her. Nevertheless, he had guns, so he wasn't scared. Afterwards, Mr. Yu went out with Long Weisheng. Then they saw Gu Ning. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into my manor and injure my people? What do you want?" Long Weisheng looked at Gu Ning coldly, his expression filled with anger. "I came to see you, Long Weisheng," Gu Ning said arrogantly. "What for?" Long Weisheng asked. "About Zhang Quanliang," Gu Ning replied. Zhang Quanliang was the truck driver. Hearing that, Long Weisheng understood why Gu Ning came, but he was surprised by her efficiency. Anyway, since Gu Ning was already there, she must know that it had something to do with him. So Long Weisheng became a little anxious. However, he wouldn't admit it because it would be troublesome. "I don't know what you're talking about. I do know a man called Zhang Quanliang, but we're not familiar." "Why did you come to see me regarding him?" Long Weisheng asked. He didn't deny that they knew each other, but he still wanted to get out of the mess. After all, he didn't think Gu Ning had evidence. "Since I came here, I have naturally already found out that it has something to do with you. If you admit and tell me who the mastermind is, I can give you a lighter punishment, but if you refuse, I'm afraid I can only destroy your gang," Gu Ning said in a flat tone. She didn't think the Tiger Gang was a big problem. In fact, it couldn't be easier for her to ruin them. "You?" Long Weisheng was furious and shouted, "How dare you?" He didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to do that. Although she was very skilled, he didn't think that she could ruin his gang. Mr. Yu had no idea what Zhang Quanliang had done, but he was astonished by Gu Ning's arrogance. He also refused to believe that she had the ability to ruin the Tiger Gang. Moreover, he disliked arrogant women. "I'll prove it to you if you don't believe me," Gu Ning continued, provoking Long Weisheng. Long Weisheng was angry, so he decided to teach Gu Ning a lesson. Without delay, he drew his gun and pointed at Gu Ning. He dared to use guns because this was a private manor. No one else was around, so it wouldn't cause any trouble. Long Weisheng moved very fast, and even skilled people might not be able to avoid the bullet, let alone ordinary people. However, in Gu Ning's eyes, the bullet couldn't be slower, so she wasn't scared at all. When the bullet was shot, Gu Ning didn't move right away, which made other people think that she was going to be hit by it. Long Weisheng was very satisfied. However, right when they believed the bullet would enter Gu Ning's body, she slightly turned, causing the bullet to miss her. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. They felt that she didn't care about the bullet at all. How was that possible? Long Weisheng was reluctant to accept it. He shot at Gu Ning a few more times, but Gu Ning still easily avoided the bullets. "Even if you had explosives, I wouldn't be afraid. Do you think your guns can injure me?" Gu Ning mocked disdainfully. "You..." Long Weisheng didn't dare to doubt Gu Ning this time. He was shocked to see that she was able to avoid the bullets. He had never seen anyone else do that before. Therefore, she must have been serious when she threatened to destroy the Tiger Gang. "Leader Long, you've tried. So shouldn't you answer my question now?" Gu Ning asked. "Why do you think what Zhang Quanliang has done has anything to do with me?" Long Weisheng asked. "I did an investigation and found out." "Did you really think you could keep it a secret?" Gu Ning laughed at him. "If so, show me the evidence. Otherwise it's just slander," Long Weisheng said. Even though he knew Gu Ning was sure that he was guilty, he still didn't want to admit it. If he admitted it, he would be in serious trouble. "Evidence? Well, I don't need that. And you should stop wasting time arguing with me. I don't have the patience. Since I came to see you, you should know that I'm already sure that you are guilty. If you tell me who the mastermind is, I won't bother you any longer. If not, I'm not joking that I can ruin the Tiger Gang," Gu Ning said impatiently. "You..." Long Weisheng was mad, but also hesitated. Mr. Yu originally wanted to help Long Weisheng and show his skills, but he gave up after witnessing how Gu Ning avoided the bullets. He even wanted to leave earlier in case he was dragged into trouble. Therefore, Mr. Yu said, "Leader Long, if you're busy right now, I think I should leave." Long Weisheng understood that Mr. Yu didn't want to be affected, but that was normal since he wasn't a member of the Tiger Gang. However, Long Weisheng was still displeased, because Mr. Yu had just promised to help him, but now wanted to run away. Nevertheless, he couldn't force Mr. Yu to stay, so he had to agree. "Please, Mr. Yu." Mr. Yu didn't care about his opinion and immediately left with his 2 servants. Gu Ning didn't stop him, because she could see that Mr. Yu wasn't a member of the Tiger Gang. After Mr. Yu was gone, Gu Ning turned to stare at Long Weisheng silently, waiting for his response. Long Weisheng suddenly didn't know how to answer Gu Ning. He was reluctant to give in, but he was left with no choice. "Leader Long, if you refuse to tell me, I'm afraid I can only use violence." Long Weisheng remained silent for quite a while, so Gu Ning lost her patience. "Please don't." Long Weisheng finally yielded. "It's true that I ordered Zhang Quanliang to do that, but I was paid too. The real mastermind is the heir of the Huang family, Huang Yuan. As for the reason, I have no idea why he wants to do that," Long Weisheng said. "The Huang family? What do they do?" Gu Ning asked. She was unfamiliar with major families in City H. "They're the richest people in City H," Long Weisheng replied. "Do you have evidence to prove it's Huang Yuan?" Gu Ning asked. "Of course I do. We always keep evidence when we receive tasks like that, in order to protect ourselves if it's exposed," Long Weisheng said. They were illegal gangs, so they had to learn to protect themselves. Within their abilities, they would do their best to keep the mastermind a secret, but once they were no longer safe, they had to betray the mastermind. Although they were paid to do the task, they were unwilling to risk their lives for it. Afterwards, Long Weisheng took out his phone and played a voice recording. It was his conversation with Huang Yuwen. Huang Yuwen didn't say much in the recording. He only promised to give Long Weisheng a certain amount of money and ordered him to attack a car at a place. He didn't give Long Weisheng any other details. Long Weisheng didn't ask either. After all, he was paid to do the task. There was no need for him to know more. Actually, even though Huang Yuwen didn't tell him, he found out about the target's background on his own. It was an important figure, but he still agreed to do the task because Huang Yuwen paid him a lot. Most importantly, Long Weisheng didn't think anyone would find out the truth. "Give me your phone." Gu Ning held her hand to Long Weisheng. "What do you want to do?" Long Weisheng asked. There are many secrets on his phone. "I only want this voice recording. I won't read other information on your phone," Gu Ning said. Long Weisheng was doubtful, but had to give his phone to Gu Ning because he wouldn't be able to keep it to himself. Once Gu Ning had Long Weisheng's phone, she immediately sent the voice recording to her email box. Then she downloaded the file on her phone and deleted the email in Long Weisheng's phone before giving his phone back to him. Although it wasn't difficult for Long Weisheng to recover it, Gu Ning wasn't worried. After returning Long Weisheng's phone to him, Gu Ning stopped making it difficult for him. However, before she walked away, she still warned him. "If you gave me the wrong answer, I'll come back to you." As soon as she finished, Gu Ning left. Long Weisheng didn't dare to stop her, nor did he report it to Huang Yuwen after she left. It was impossible for him to be on good terms with Huang Yuwen after he betrayed him. Besides, they might become enemies, so he said nothing. After Gu Ning left, she asked Kay to help her collect information about Huang Yuwen, because she knew nothing about him. After Kay found out where the Huang family lived and got some of Huang Yuwen's photos, he verified where Huang Yuwen was, and Gu Ning went to see him at once. The Tiger Gang soon heard what happened to Long Weisheng. Its leader had no idea what task he had agreed to do, but he didn't think it was wrong. Since they were an illegal gang, it was their job to kill when they were paid. However, if anything went wrong, they needed to take responsibility. Luckily, no major damage was caused. If the Tiger Gang was really ruined, their leader would kill Long Weisheng. As the richest family in City H, the Huang family lived in a large house with security guards and surveillance cameras. When Gu Ning arrived, it was already 10 p.m. It wasn't too late, so the Huang family was still up. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to look around the house first to check where Huang Yuwen was. She wouldn't take action until she found him. At that moment, Huang Yuwen was reading documents in a room on the 3rd floor. Although there were many security guards and surveillance cameras in the Huang family's house, Gu Ning still easily got inside and climbed up to the window of Huang Yuwen's room. Because it was hot during summer, Huang Yuwen opened the window and there were no burglar bars. It was bulletproof glass, so people normally couldn't break it and no one would dare to steal anything from his house. After all, there were many security guards and surveillance cameras. Ordinary people would easily be caught if they dared to sneak inside. But it was useless in Gu Ning's eyes. She didn't go in right after climbing up to the window. Instead, she released cold magical power to attack Huang Yuwen first. She decided to freeze his body. After being attacked by a cold magical power, Huang Yuwen immediately felt cold, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that he had sat still for too long, so his body became a little stiff. Therefore, he stopped working and rested for a while. However, he soon realized that his condition only got worse. He wanted to pick up his phone to call his family, but his whole body hurt the moment he moved. Luckily, he successfully reached his phone. However, right at that moment, Gu Ning showed up and took his phone away. Huang Yuwen was shocked when he saw a girl suddenly appear. Who was she? Why did she suddenly show up in his home? She didn't make any sound. Did she cause his body to stiffen? If it was related, how did she make it happen? It was unbelievable. If not, why did he suddenly feel stiff all over? Who are you? Huang Yuwen questioned. He could speak, but his voice was hoarse so he couldn't shout. It's time for you to pay back, Gu Ning said. What? I don't owe you anything, Huang Yuwen said. He knew that this girl wasn't a friendly visitor, so he must have hurt her before. He had done too many bad things, so he wasn't surprised if any of those victims came to see him, but he didn't expect the person to be so strong. Why did you scheme against Tang Yunhang? Or did someone order you to pay Long Weisheng to murder Tang Yunhang? Gu Ning said straightforwardly. She didn't hide the fact that she came because of Tang Yunhang. If she wasn't honest, how could she get the answer? Hearing that, Huang Yuan panicked. Surprisingly, this girl came to question him about what had happened to Tang Yunhang. He couldn't believe that his plan was exposed so quickly, and this girl easily found him. Actually, he originally didn't think it was a good idea because Tang Yunhang was very powerful and it wouldn't be difficult for the Tang family to discover the truth, but he was under a lot of pressure and had to give in. Unsurprisingly, several days after the accident, he was caught. The Tang family was too skilled. Do you have any evidence to prove that it has something to do with me? Huang Yuan asked. He knew that this girl had to have some proof, but he was reluctant to admit it before seeing the evidence. Perhaps this girl didn't have any evidence. If she didn't have evidence, she couldn't do anything to him even if she believed that he was guilty. Well, Gu Ning sneered, then took out her phone and played the voice recording she got from Long Weisheng. It was very clear in the voice recording. Huang Yuan ordered Long Weisheng to kill someone in a certain car. Huang Yuan was disappointed and got angry. There was no need to guess. This recording must have been recorded by Long Weisheng, because they had a private conversation when he went to see him. He understood that it was risky to turn to an illegal gang for help, but he didn't expect Long Weisheng to record their conversation and even betray him. Suddenly, Huang Yuan didn't know what to say. Mr. Huang, why won't you say anything? Is it a silent yes? Gu Ning asked. A voice recording can't prove anything. The man just has a familiar voice to me, but it can't prove that it's me. Huang Yuan argued. Mr. Huang, no one is dumb here. Why do you have to tell bald-faced lies? You'll look like an idiot. Gu Ning mocked. You? Huang Yuan was mad, but he was obviously lying, so he couldn't deny it. However, he was still reluctant to admit it. If you think it's me, show me solid proof. No one mentioned Tang Yunhang in the voice recording. Why do you think I schemed against him? Huang Yuan argued again. Mr. Huang, you can't get away with it even though you didn't mention Tang Yunhang's name in the voice recording. The car you talked about is Tang Yunhang's car, so it is enough to prove that you're guilty. And the voice in this recording is yours. It's an undeniable truth. The police clearly know it, Gu Ning said, laughing at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan was silent again. Gu Ning was right. The car was Tang Yunhang's car, so his purpose couldn't be more obvious even though he didn't mention Tang Yunhang's name. Mr. Huang, I'm running out of patience. Even Long Weisheng admitted it. Do you think you can deny it? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Huang Yuan was scared. He finally realized that this girl could make Long Weisheng confess to the crime. She must be very powerful. Although he was mad at Long Weisheng for betraying him, he understood that Long Weisheng must have been left with no choice. After all, they had cooperated a few times before and everything worked fine until this time. Therefore, obviously, this girl was much more powerful than they thought. I targeted the chauffeur of that car, not Tang Yunhang. If Tang Yunhang is affected, I'm sorry. I can pay the compensation. Huang Yuan admitted that he caused the car accident, but he still refused to admit that Tang Yunhang was his target. Due to the gap between the chauffeur and Tang Yunhang's status, the result would be totally different. Mr. Huang, stop lying. I know you were ordered to do it by someone else. If you tell me who he is, I'll stop questioning you. If not, your body will be completely frozen and you won't be able to talk or move. The blood will stop circulating and you'll die. What's worse, nobody will be able to figure out the reason. Gu Ning threatened. She wouldn't kill him, but she was going to disable him. Whether Huang Yuan told her a name or not, he was bound to be disabled. What did you do to my body? Huang Yuan was horrified. Did she really cause him to stiffen? Well, it seems you're still unwilling to tell me. Fine, you can enjoy the last seconds of your life, Gu Ning said. Then she released more cold magical power to attack Huang Yuan, who felt his body stiffen faster. I. Huang Yuan was terrified and immediately changed his mind. He didn't want to die, although he didn't know what Gu Ning had done. Although he couldn't see it, his body was indeed stiffening faster and faster. Given Gu Ning's words, it must have been done by her. When Huang Yuan spoke, Gu Ning stopped releasing her magical power. The next moment, Huang Yuan felt his condition stop worsening, which shocked and scared him. It's Wei Yue, Huang Yuan said. Gu Ning had heard Wei Yue's name. He was a senior official in City B and was another of Tang Yunhong's political enemies. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Gu Ning asked. Although Huang Yuan told her a name and it was highly likely to be true, Gu Ning didn't think it was persuasive without evidence. I have call records and that's it, but I can promise it's really Wei Yue, Huang Yuan said. He wasn't as careful and calculating as Long Weisheng, who kept evidence when they had a private talk. In addition, he had a close relationship with Wei Yue. The Huang family and the Wei family were very close, while he and Long Weisheng worked together for benefits. Unfortunately, given the current situation, he couldn't keep it a secret any longer, because he didn't want to die. I'll continue to investigate it. If you didn't lie, I won't cause you trouble again. But if you did, you'll regret it, Gu Ning threatened, then climbed out of the window. 60% of Huang Yuan's body was stiff now. He could still talk, but couldn't make any big movements. He was basically disabled. Although he wasn't the mastermind, he was an accessory, so he deserved a serious punishment. When Gu Ning walked away, she placed Huang Yuan's phone down on the table near him, so that he could get it and call for help. Otherwise, he might get seriously hurt. Huang Yuan summoned up his strength to get the phone on the table, then immediately called his father. Although Huang Yuan's family were all at home, he could hardly speak now. He couldn't shout either, so he had to make a call. Before long, the other members of the Huang family came and took Huang Yuan to the hospital. Huang Yuan didn't tell them that Gu Ning came to see him, because his family didn't know about what he had done, and it would take a lot of energy to explain what had happened, so he simply said that his body suddenly became stiff and he found talking difficult. After having a medical check at the hospital, doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with his body. They could only see that his blood clotted and circulated slower. Hearing that, Huang Yuan was even more scared, because it was very strange. After Gu Ning left the Huang family's house, she called Tang Yunhang and told him what happened. Tang Yunhang wasn't surprised to know that Wei Yue was the real mastermind, because he had thought that it had to have been done by his political enemies. Nevertheless, he was still angry. The problem was finally solved, but it was very late now and there was no flight going home, so Gu Ning went to book a room at a hotel. She decided to go back to City B tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, drama happened at the hotel. A slightly drunk couple came to book a room, but there were no vacant rooms. Right at that moment, Gu Ning walked over and took out her black card to ask the receptionist whether there were available rooms. The receptionist said there was one left, and the couple became angry and questioned the receptionist. We asked you whether there is a vacant room. You told us there isn't. Why is there somehow one right now? What do you mean by treating us differently? Do you think she's better than us? The man angrily shouted at the receptionist. There are indeed no available rooms, but this miss has a black card. So, the receptionist explained. However, before she finished, the man interrupted her. What black card? Shouldn't she obey the rules of first come, first served? I don't care. I want this room. The man's words made sense, but there were rules in the hotel, so it wouldn't work. I'm sorry. This is the rule of our hotel. We must obey it, the receptionist said with determination. She didn't dare to annoy people who had a black card, so she couldn't satisfy the man's wants even if he was born in a rich or powerful family. People who had a black card were either their boss's family members or close friends. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? It's your honor that I came to stay in your hotel, the man ranted arrogantly. Who are you? Gu Ning interjected in a flat tone. Whoever he was, she wouldn't be afraid. Hey, why did you pull me? The man wanted to say who he was, but the woman next to him pulled his clothes, so he was displeased. If there are no vacant rooms, we can go to another hotel, the woman said, glancing at Gu Ning in awe. She recognized Gu Ning, so she knew they shouldn't mess with her. Go to another hotel? No, I want to stay here, the man said. He insisted on staying here, not because he liked this hotel, but because he wanted to argue with Gu Ning and the receptionist. If he gave in right now, he would lose his face. Sir, I can see that you're slightly drunk, so I can forgive you for your attitude. If you leave now, it will be over. But if you want to argue and shout at me, I can blacklist you right away, Gu Ning said calmly. What? You can blacklist me? Who do you think you are? How can you do that? Do it right now if you really can. If you can't, I disdain you. The man provoked Gu Ning. He refused to believe that Gu Ning had the ability to put him on the blacklist of the Huangdang Hotel. On the other hand, the staff at the front desk didn't doubt Gu Ning's words. Even though they were still polite to the man on the surface, they disliked him very much since he wouldn't stop making things difficult for them. Therefore, they didn't think it was wrong if Gu Ning blacklisted him. Instead, they hoped that Gu Ning would do it right away. When the man said that, the woman next to him pulled his clothing again. But the man ignored her again. The woman couldn't stop him or explain because she was unwilling to displease Gu Ning. Great, let's see. Since the man refused to leave and even provoked her, she wouldn't tolerate him any longer. It wasn't a serious problem, and there was no need to cause a sensation, but Gu Ning felt that she should teach him a lesson. Therefore, she directly took out her phone and called Tang Yunfan. It wasn't early now, but it wasn't 12 a.m. yet, and Tang Yunfan was normally still up at this time. Even if he went to bed, he shouldn't have been asleep for long, so she wouldn't bother him before long. Tang Yunfan picked up. Because he knew Gu Ning was in City H, he was nervous when he received her call. Ning, what's wrong? Dad. I ran into a troublemaker at our hotel in the city center of City H. He doesn't think I can blacklist him, so I want to prove it to him, Gu Ning explained. Oh, no problem. Wait a second. I can give the order and the hotel manager will go to meet you at once, Tang Yunfan said. He supported Gu Ning whenever she wanted to do anything. He understood that Gu Ning was a reasonable girl, and she said that it was a troublemaker, so the man deserved it even if he was put on the blacklist. Thanks, Gu Ning said and hung up. Hearing Gu Ning's words, the man still refused to believe that she really meant it. He felt that Gu Ning was just acting and trying to scare him. So he said, Oh, you called your father. It seems your father is influential. I want to see what your father can do. The man suddenly became bold under the effect of alcohol. He was slightly drunk and was in a bad mood today, so he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. If he was clear-headed, he wouldn't have made it difficult for them. After all, he knew what a black card meant. Only people who had a close relationship with the boss could have one, so he would annoy the boss if he offended those who had a black card. You'll see, Gu Ning said with a vague smile. The woman next to the man, however, felt anxious, but she couldn't do anything about it. Within 5 minutes, the hotel manager rushed over. The man had stayed in Huangdang Hotel many times before, so he knew the manager. Once he saw the hotel manager, he had a premonition. Did this girl really have the ability to blacklist him? So, this girl must be powerful. Miss, I'm the hotel manager, Zhao Teng. I'm so sorry to hear that you didn't have a pleasant experience in our hotel. Do you want to blacklist this gentleman? I'll do that right away. Please don't be mad. As soon as the hotel manager came, he apologized to Gu Ning carefully. Seeing that, the man was struck dumb. Could this girl really blacklist him so easily? Manager Zhao, we came here earlier than her, but the receptionist told us there aren't any vacant rooms. However, when she came, the receptionist changed her words. That's not fair. Even though she has a black card, she still needs to obey the rule of first come, first served. The man argued, Mister, there are rules in our hotel. The guest rooms available to outsiders are indeed all booked, but we still have rooms kept for insiders, those who have a black card. These rooms are never available to outsiders, Zhao Tang explained. If there weren't reserved rooms for insiders, the black card would be meaningless. After all, the black card promised that you could stay in the hotel for free whenever you needed a room. Otherwise, the black card wouldn't be so valuable. And this is the daughter of our chairman. Huangdang Hotel is owned by her family. She can stay here whenever she wants. No one can chase her out, Zhao Tang continued. Hearing that, the woman who recognized Gu Ning wasn't surprised, but all the other people were shocked. They didn't expect the girl to be the daughter of the chairman of Tang Huang. Although Gu Ning didn't think it was necessary to tell other people her background, since Zhao Tang already said it, she wouldn't stop him, otherwise he would be embarrassed. After all, he came to help her. Sir, I don't want to bully you just because I have a high status. I really hate that kind of behavior, but if you dare to do that to me first, I won't hesitate to pay you back. I told you not to cause trouble here, but you wouldn't listen. Gu Ning spoke to the man, then turned to face Zhao Ting. All right, I'll leave it to you now, Manager Zhao. I need to go have a rest. Of course, be my guest, miss. Zhao Teng responded with a bow. The receptionist immediately handed the room card to Gu Ning. Then she walked away. In that instant, the man sobered up from fright. If the woman didn't support him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Mister, you should leave. Zhao Ting chased them away. Although Mr. Yu was a frequent guest of Huangdeng Hotel, he had offended Tang Yunfan's daughter, so he had to leave. Most importantly, Mr. Yu made it difficult for them first. Otherwise Gu Ning wouldn't have used her privilege. The man said nothing further and could only walk away. He now regretted arguing with Gu Ning, but it was too late. He was already on the blacklist of Huangdeng Hotel. After they walked away, the woman didn't dare say that she actually recognized Gu Ning, because the man would vent his anger on her if he knew. He would definitely blame her for not reminding him. Even though she had tried a few times, the man ignored her, so she decided to say nothing. In the room, Gu Ning took a shower, then went to bed. Her mood wasn't affected because of the drama, because she didn't suffer any losses. Gu Ning had booked a flight which would take off at 10:20 a.m. the next morning to City B. It would take her 45 minutes to get to the airport from the hotel, so she set off at 8:30 a.m. in an exclusive car provided by the hotel. Although Gu Ning learned that the real mastermind was Wei Yue, Huang Yuan didn't give her much evidence, so it was impossible for them to punish Wei Yue according to the law. There were only some of their call records, which wasn't enough proof. Gu Ning could catch him and force him to tell her what he had done, but she first wanted to talk to Tang Yunhang after she returned to City B. After a 2-hour-long flight, Gu Ning arrived back in City B and went directly back to the Tang family's house. Only Tang Haifeng and Gu Man were at home, since the others had already left for work. Neither Tang Haifeng nor Gu Man asked her about her trip to City H, because she had done it after having a private chat with Tang Yunhang. However, Gu Man heard Gu Ning's call with Tang Yunfan last night and knew that something went wrong, so she asked Gu Ning about it concernedly. Ning, what happened at the hotel last night? Gu Man asked. Did something go wrong at the hotel last night? Tang Haifeng asked in surprise. Well, a couple wanted to book a room at Huangdeng Hotel last night, but there wasn't any room available for outsiders, whereas I have a black card, so there is a reserved room for me. The man got mad because of that and argued with me. I told him to stop, otherwise I would put him on the blacklist, but he refused. So I called my father and solved the problem, Gu Ning explained. How dare he argue with you after you showed the black card? He's an idiot, Tang Haifeng said. He didn't think Gu Ning was wrong, because sometimes it was necessary to teach stupid people a lesson. He was a little drunk, so he thought too highly of himself. Gu Ning shrugged. She believed that the man was so rude because of the influence of alcohol. Right, he might forget who he is after drinking. Some people are totally different when they're drunk, Tang Haifeng said. He hated people who turned rude after drinking most. Luckily, the Tang family wouldn't do that. They only drank when it was necessary. After all, alcohol wasn't a good thing. At 6:30 p.m., Tang Yunhang got home. After the meal, Tang Yunhang called Gu Ning to his study. Although he had been in a car accident, he wasn't seriously injured, so he went back to work. He was busy every day, so he couldn't leave for a long time. After Tang Yunhang learned that the mastermind was Wei Yue, he didn't take action right away, because he didn't have any evidence. He had ordered his people to investigate, but they hadn't found anything yet. Therefore, he still needed Gu Ning's help. Tang Yunhang needed Gu Ning to search Wei Yue's home for criminal evidence. He didn't know Gu Ning was a cultivator, but he knew that she had special skills, so he sometimes needed her help. Tang Yunhang wouldn't force her, so he asked for her opinion first. couldn't be easier for Gu Ning, so she agreed. When it was late at night, Gu Ning left the Tang family's house for the Wei family's house. Before she left, she found out where the Wei family lived. Wei Yue didn't know that Huang Yuan had already betrayed him, because Huang Yuan didn't dare to tell him. So when Gu Ning arrived at the Wei family's house, it was already 1 a.m. and the Wei family was deeply asleep. The Wei family didn't live together in a large house. Right now, only Wei Yue, his wife, and his 2 kids lived in the Wei family's house. At the front of the gate, Gu Ning easily damaged it and walked inside. Then she found Wei Yue's study and began to search for criminal evidence. The first thing Gu Ning searched for was the safe, because people normally put the most confidential stuff in it. Gu Ning didn't damage it right away, but used her jade eyes to see what was inside. She only saw some cash and gold bars, but there was no criminal evidence. After that, Gu Ning continued to search around. She looked at drawers, cabinets, and every other place she thought there might be something hidden, but unfortunately she found nothing. Nevertheless, she didn't believe that there wasn't any criminal evidence, because Wei Yue wasn't an upright official. In the end, Gu Ning found a box under the bookshelves. There were several notebooks stored inside, but Gu Ning couldn't read the content. Without delay, Gu Ning walked towards the bookshelves and moved it to get the box out. It was easy for Gu Ning to do that. She directly used her magical energy to move the bookshelves away without making any noise. Afterwards, she checked the ground under which the box that was hidden. Then she removed the floor. After that, she saw the box and took it out, then opened it. The notebooks in the box were accounting books which recorded corruption and bribery accounts, including money and houses. Once Gu Ning got the notebooks, she put them into her telepathic eye space, then moved the bookshelves back before leaving. Back in the Tang family's house. It was very late, but Gu Ning still woke Tang Yunhang up and gave him the notebooks. Reading the notebooks, Tang Yunhang was astonished. He knew that Wei Yue was corrupt, but didn't expect him to accept so many bribes. I can't believe Wei Yue has taken so many bribes. How dare he? Isn't he afraid that he'll be exposed and caught? Tang Yunhang wondered angrily. Well, it's always risky to make a fortune. Since he's a senior official, it's hard for him to stay upright, Gu Ning said. Tang Yunhang never took any bribes, because the Tang family was rich. But if the Tang family wasn't, even Tang Yunhang couldn't promise he wouldn't be corrupt. However, that wasn't the situation in reality. Tang Yunhang was indeed an upright official. I understand that it's difficult for officials to stay upright. There is corruption, so there is bribery. As long as they haven't caused too much damage, it's fine, but Wei Yue's corruption is unacceptable. He has seriously broken the law, and he's done many things that are morally wrong, Tang Yunhang said. Now we have the evidence. We can directly unseat him, Gu Ning said. Ning, can you help me with one more thing? Tang Yunhang asked. Of course, uncle, Gu Ning replied. Make a copy of this evidence, then mail it to my office tomorrow, Tang Yunhang said. Although they were going to unseat Wei Yue with the evidence, they couldn't let other people know that they collected the evidence on their own. If that was exposed, they would be in trouble as well. Gu Ning could be charged for breaking into a citizen's house and stealing, so they had to be careful and do it anonymously. No problem, Gu Ning said. The next morning, Wei Yue went out of his home, but surprisingly found the lock was broken. He was scared and immediately looked around to see whether anything was stolen. There was nothing lost, but he couldn't relax yet. Because the gate was purposely broken, it was strange that nothing was lost. Wei Yue checked the surveillance cameras at once, but found that they were broken at midnight. In an instant, Wei Yue became more nervous. He thought that there had to be something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what had happened, because nothing in his home seemed moved. Wei Yue had no idea that his secret was already exposed, and his most confidential information was already stolen, so he didn't check the secret place in his study. Without delay, Wei Yue called the police. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't feel relieved. However, after the police came and searched around, they found nothing. That being the case, Wei Yue had to give up. In the morning, Gu Ning made a copy of all the criminal evidence, then left the Tang family's house and mailed the copy to Tang Yunhang. Because they were in the same city, Tang Yunhang received the package at about 4 p.m. Once he received the package, Tang Yunhang opened it. After making sure it was the evidence of Wei You's crimes, he immediately went to Wei You's office to see him. Because of what had happened at his home that morning, Wei Yue was anxious all day. Then all of a sudden, Tang Yunhang visited him. "Secretary Tang, may I help?" Wei Yue asked. Although they were enemies, they still needed to be polite on the surface. However, Wei Yue was upset that he failed to scheme against Tang Yunhang. He probably wouldn't dare to do it again during this time in case he was exposed, but he was nervous since Tang Yunhang suddenly came. Even though he dared to murder Tang Yunhang, it didn't mean that he wasn't scared of him. He was actually in awe of Tang Yunhang and the Tang family, but money came with danger. If he didn't get rid of powerful opponents, he couldn't be promoted to a more important position. And he was fully prepared when he decided to carry out his plan. He believed that he wouldn't be exposed. "Secretary Wei, I just received an anonymous file. It reports that you've accepted bribes which is worth over 100 million yuan. Can you explain that?" Tang Yunhang asked, throwing the file on the table in front of Wei Yue. Wei Yue was stunned. Looking at the file on the table, he couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't open the file yet, so he wasn't sure whether it was really the evidence of his crimes. But Tang Yunhang seemed very confident. "Who reported him?" "Secretary Tang, are you sure?" "I've been reported." Wei Yue didn't pick the file up right away. He still hoped that he might have good luck and thought that it might be a trap. If he hurriedly picked up the file, he might look guilty. "Secretary Wei, why don't you have a look by yourself? You can verify it before you take the next step," Tang Yunhang said meaningfully. Hearing that, Wei Yue immediately picked it up. He was full of horror, because he somehow had a feeling that it was really the evidence of his crimes. Otherwise Tang Yunhang wouldn't come to see him. The moment he read the first page, his hands shook and his body stiffened. He was completely shocked. It wasn't other people's stuff, it was his own notebook. How was that possible? Why did it show up here? Didn't he hide it away well? How was it found? And it wasn't the original file, it was just a copy, which meant the person who reported him had the original file. "Secretary Wei, do you know what this is?" Tang Yunhang asked. "I don't know who sent this to you. The handwriting on it looks the same as mine, but it isn't mine. After all, it's not difficult to copy someone's handwriting." Wei Yue denied. Although he understood that it would be hard for him to get out of this since Tang Yunhang had the evidence, he was unwilling to admit it right away. "Really? But the whistleblower took a video and it was found in your study. If it's not yours, you really shouldn't carry the blame. Why don't we inform the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection? We can go to your home to make sure of it," Tang Yunhang said. He didn't argue with Wei Yue, but gave an idea. It was true that Gu Ning took a video when she found the evidence, but she didn't film when she moved the bookshelves away with her magical energy, because it would shock people. Wei Yue was silent. Furious, he had no idea what to do right now. He hated the person who dared to take it out of his study, but how did the person know the evidence was hidden in his study? Even his family didn't know. Wei Yue remembered that the gate of his house was broken this morning. In that case, it had to be related to the lost evidence, but it was really unbelievable that the person easily stole his notebooks without leaving any traces. Moreover, did it have something to do with Tang Yunhang? Did Tang Yunhang really receive an anonymous mail? Or was it his plan? Wei You's guess was the truth, but he didn't think it was possible. "Secretary Wei, why are you silent?" Tang Yunhang asked. "Secretary Tang, what do you want to do?" Wei Yue asked. "Secretary Wei, what do you mean by saying that? Since you've been reported for accepting bribes, as the General Secretary of City B, I have the responsibility to investigate it," Tang Yunhang explained. "Will you do that every time someone makes fake evidence? If there is nothing illegal at my home, your actions will damage my reputation. Not everyone will believe that I'm innocent," Wei Yue said, reluctant to give in. "Secretary Wei, you're not dumb. As a senior official, I think you can handle it very well. Whether the evidence is true or not, the handwriting on it is yours. I also have a video to prove that it was found in your study. Given that, I have enough reason to conduct an investigation. If you don't want me to do that, I can hand it to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Tang Yunhang said. He didn't need to deal with it in person, he simply came over because he received the file. Once he finished speaking, Tang Yunhang turned around and walked away. Wei Yue completely panicked. He realized that he couldn't avoid the investigation this time because the evidence was directly mailed to Tang Yunhang instead of his people. What should he do now? Did he have to allow himself to get caught? But how could he change the result? He wanted to call his family to tell them to fill the hole if they were home. However, it was useless because no one would believe it and it would only make him appear guiltier. Wei Yue was restless as he walked around in his office, but he had no idea what to do. Tang Yunhang, at the same time, went straight to the office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Afterwards, Tang Yunhang handed the evidence to his people at the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. It was necessary because other people might not do their best to help him with the investigation. When Tang Yunhang's people saw the evidence, they were surprised too. They knew Wei Yue was a corrupt official, but they could never find evidence. Now there was solid proof and it was even written down by Wei Yue himself. They could finally take action. Without delay, they went to see Wei Yue. When Wei Yue saw them, he was still in a panic. He wanted to resist but didn't know how, so he had to follow them back home. After searching and checking, the video was indeed taken at Wei Yue's home. After the bookshelves were moved away, there was indeed a hole hidden under the floor, but the stuff inside was already gone. Wei Yue couldn't figure out how his notebooks were found and stolen. After all, he had no idea when it happened. If it really had something to do with the broken lock this morning, how did the person move the large bookshelves away without making any sounds? It was impossible for a person to do alone. If there had been many people who broke into his home, his family should have heard something. Were they drugged beforehand? Thinking of that, Wei Yue thought it must be the answer. Otherwise, they should have heard something. Secretary Wei, what do you want to say right now? An employee working in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection asked. Wei Yue remained silent, but it only proved that he knew that he was guilty. If not, he would defend himself. Secretary Wei, please go to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection with us right now. Because Wei Yue refused to say anything, there was no need for them to waste time asking him. They could directly take him back for interrogation. Wei Yue didn't resist because it was meaningless. When the staff of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection took Wei Yue out, his wife saw them and was scared. She immediately asked them what happened. An employee told her the reason, leaving her shocked and scared. She couldn't believe her ears. It turned out that Wei Yue's wife had no idea what he had done, so she refused to believe it was true. No, that's impossible. It's impossible. It must be a mistake, Wei Yue's wife exclaimed. Mrs. Wei, we have solid proof to prove he's guilty. It can't be a mistake, the staff replied. No, I don't believe it. Mrs. Wei still couldn't believe it. Looking at Wei Yue, she wanted to ask him for an answer, but Wei Yue said nothing. All of a sudden, she realized it could be true. In the end, Wei Yue was taken away. The next day, the news quickly went abroad, and everyone was surprised. A few days later, the result was out. Wei Yue was punished according to the law. Because there was solid proof, Wei Yue had to yield, but once he admitted it, many people were in trouble too, because he wasn't the only person who accepted bribes. Afterwards, nothing else happened and they lived a peaceful life again. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's wedding was around the corner and would be held in 2 weeks. Therefore, Gu Ning returned to the capital because she needed to do some things in person. She had to write the invitation letters to her friends because only she knew who she was going to invite. One day, Gu Ning suddenly received Bai Shuiyan's call. Bai Shuiyan was also in the capital and wanted to have a meal with her. They hadn't met for a long time, but they kept in touch through WeChat and calls, so they weren't strangers. Since Bai Shuiyan was in the capital and Gu Ning was free now, Gu Ning agreed to dine with her. By now Bai Shuiyan was a lot more mature, but she still loved Alan. Every time Bai Shuiyan called Gu Ning, she talked about Alan. Bai Shuiyan and Alan were still friends. Although they were closer than before, they were just friends. At her meeting with Gu Ning this time, she couldn't help talking about Alan again. Gu Ning, am I helpless in love? I clearly know that he won't accept me, but I can't forget him. It's been several years, Bai Shuyan said in a sad tone. I can't give you any opinion on that. You can just follow your heart. Gu Ning replied. In fact, Gu Ning knew that Alan had already fallen in love with Bai Shuyan, because she had asked him face to face once, but due to their age gap, he had no idea how to get along with Bai Shuyan romantically. Although I truly love him and badly want to be together with him, I'm really tired now. Perhaps I should give up, Bai Shuyan said. She had thought about it for a long while, but now might be the time for her to make the decision. You can't, right? Why don't you have a talk with him? Gu Ning said. Alan told Gu Ning not to tell Bai Shuyan that he was already in love with her, so Gu Ning had to keep it a secret. I'm afraid that he'll only hate me if I talk about it again, Bai Shuyan explained. Even if she gave up the idea of becoming Alan's girlfriend, she still couldn't leave him. She still wanted to be his friend. If he hates you, he wouldn't be friends with you, Gu Ning said. Fine. I guess I really should talk to him. Bai Shuyan didn't want to live in regret, so she made up her mind to give it a try. She wasn't timid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chased Alan. After the meal, Gu Ning sent Bai Shuyan to the hotel before going home. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's wedding was coming closer and was only a week away. They started sending out invitation letters. However, right at this moment an accident happened. Gu Ning suddenly received Leng Xiaoting's call and was told that Su Jinchen and Chen Meng disappeared for no reason. Some of the members of the Red Flame were also injured. At this key moment, they needed to find Su Jinchen and Chen Meng. It might take a long time, so it was hard to say whether their wedding could be held at the appointed time. Because of that, Leng Xiaoting apologized to Gu Ning. Ning, I'm sorry. I can't live my life like normal when my comrades are missing. The accident happened while we carried out a task together. As the team leader, it's my responsibility and duty to bring them back, but I don't know how long it'll take, so our wedding might... Don't be silly. Don't forget that I'm also a member of the Red Flame. During these 2 years, I've performed tasks with you many times. They're my comrades too. I must also do something to find them, Gu Ning said. Whether they were comrades or friends, Gu Ning had to go to find Chen Meng and Su Jinchen once she learned that they were missing. It was just a date, and they could hold their wedding on another day, but Su Jinchen and Chen Meng might be in grave danger. Ning, thank you so much. I need to explain the situation to you, Leng Xiaoting said, feeling very grateful to Gu Ning. No problem, Gu Ning replied. Leng Xiaoting and his comrades thought it was just an ordinary task this time, but unexpectedly mutants and ninjas from country R were involved. It was dangerous, so many teammates were hurt. Now Leng Xiaoting was on the edge of the Demon City Desert, because the accident happened there. The Demon City Desert was a place that was as dangerous as the door to hell, and almost no one dared to explore it. Once people entered the Demon City Desert, the chance of getting out was 1 in 1,000. Besides, the sandstorms in the Demon City Desert were extremely strong. Even a helicopter couldn't get too close, so people had to jump from a height of several hundred meters. As a result, they could either walk or ride a camel to the Demon City Desert. Su Jinchen and Chen Meng got lost right there, which wasn't good news, because it could affect the date of their wedding. Gu Ning shared the news with the Leng family and the Tang family. The Leng family was aware that Gu Ning was a member of the Red Flame, but the Tang family didn't know that until now. Gu Ning directly called Tang Yunfan and told him about it. When Tang Yunfan heard that Gu Ning was a major in the army, he was astonished. Currently, Gu Ning had a title of major, but she didn't have much power. It only proved that she had a position in the army, but even officers of the same rank didn't dare to disdain her, because she was really outstanding. Dad, I know you must be worried after knowing that, but my comrades are missing. I have to find them. Please understand. Don't be afraid that I'll be injured. I can protect myself, otherwise the president wouldn't have chosen me and I wouldn't have been able to get the position of major, Gu Ning said. I know you're skilled, but as your father, it's impossible for me not to worry. Anyway, since it's your responsibility and duty, there is nothing I can say, Tang Yunfan said resignedly. Sometimes he felt burdened since his daughter was so outstanding, because it meant that she was destined to live an exciting life. Dad, I'm sorry. I don't want to worry you. And thank you for your understanding. Guning felt like crying. After joining the Tang family, she felt well respected. Although the Tang family cared a lot about her, they clearly knew that she was adamant. Be careful, all right? Let me know whenever you're safe. We don't want you to get hurt. You don't need to tell your grandfather and the other family members. I'll do that, Tang Yunfan said. Tang Yunfan didn't want Guning to tell Tang Haifeng, Gu Man, and other family members in person, because he was afraid that they might affect her mood. Sure, I know, Guning answered. She understood why Tang Yunfan did that. After hanging up, Guning was upset for a long while, but she still quickly packed up and set off. No matter how upset she was and no matter how guilty she felt because she left her family worried, she had to go out and find her comrades. She had carried out dangerous tasks with Leng Xiaoting and their other comrades many times before, but this time Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were lost. Jing Yunyao also went. It was too tricky, so Guning alone might not be able to handle it. It was necessary for Jing Yunyao to help them. After having the call with Guning, Tang Yunfan remained silent for a long while before sharing the news with the rest of the family. When they heard that Guning was a major, they were astonished and felt proud of her. But when they heard that Guning was going to do a task with Leng Xiaoting and that their wedding might be postponed, Tang Haifeng and the other family members were worried. They cared about Guning's safety, but there was nothing they could do, because Guning had already made up her mind, and they could only accept that. In addition, since Guning was promoted to major, she must have carried out many dangerous tasks before which they didn't know about at all, so there was nothing for them to be worried about. Guning didn't tell them until it might delay their wedding, or she might have taken the risk secretly as usual. Well, Ningning is too outstanding. She's even a major in the army now. She must have carried out countless tasks to get that rank. Otherwise the president wouldn't have chosen her. Tang Haifeng was both happy and worried since his granddaughter was so impressive. Although I'm very proud that Ningning is outstanding and impressive, she has to face a lot of danger. As a mother, I still wish that she could be an ordinary girl and live an ordinary life, Gu Man said worriedly. It's her destiny. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. Ningning chose to be so successful, and we can only support her, Tang Yunfan said. They couldn't change it. Tang Haifeng and the other family members didn't call Guning because Tang Yunfan told them not to, in case Guning felt burdened. At the same time, Guning and Jing Yunyao flew to Cityfeng, a city at the farthest edge of their country. Although it was far away, it was very large and occupied a sixth of the land. Nevertheless, it was also very barren. There were either grasslands, deserts, or Gobi, but the cities that could really accommodate people were very small. After arriving in Cityfeng, the Demon City Desert was still far away, but they didn't need to take a car. They could fly directly with the sword, since it was faster than any other means of transportation. After all, the fastest plane could only reach Cityfeng. It just so happened that it was nighttime when they arrived in Cityfeng, so after getting out of the plane, they could fly to the edge of the Demon City Desert as soon as they got to a place where no people and surveillance cameras were around. Because Guning wasn't very good at flying a sword yet, in order to not waste time, she went on the same sword with Jing Yunyao. Before they set off, they asked Leng Xiaoting to send them the location. Half an hour later, they arrived at the edge of the Demon City Desert and went to meet Leng Xiaoting according to the location. Because it was wilderness everywhere, there were no clear signs. They had to rely on themselves to search and used their magical sense to feel each other. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao finally met Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was alone, because his other comrades were staying somewhere else. Because ninjas and mutants were involved, they would only burden him if they went with him. They were no match for the ninjas and mutants. How is the situation now? Jing Yunyao asked Leng Xiaoting. The Demon City Desert is too big, and the terrain is relatively steep. It's very difficult to find people, so we can only search separately to find them as soon as possible. And there may be mutants on the road. Once you encounter them, kill them. They are useless anyway. If you meet ninjas, you can follow them first, or question them directly. I want to know where they took our people. If they refuse to talk, just kill them, Leng Xiaoting said. Great. Then we can start searching separately, Jing Yunyao said. Ningning, Can you protect yourself? Leng Xiaoting turned to look at Gu Ning worriedly. He worried about Gu Ning's safety, because Gu Ning was at a lower level and wasn't familiar with flying a sword. He understood that Gu Ning was very strong, but he still had worries. However, it was a key moment, so he had to leave her. In fact, if he didn't have confidence in Gu Ning, he wouldn't allow her to take action alone. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Gu Ning smiled. Great. Leng Xiaoting nodded. I found nothing yet, but since there are ninjas and mutants, I think their base might be here. It might be hidden under the ground, so we must pay attention to the space under the ground too. If we find it, don't take action right away. Remember the route and share the news with the others at a place that has a signal. We'll take action together. We can look at our phone every 2 hours. Remember to wait for 10 minutes at a place with signal before starting searching again. No problem. Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao replied. Afterwards, they walked away separately. Leng Xiaoting didn't leave until Gu Ning completely disappeared from his sight. Because there was no one around, they still flew on a sword to look around, since it would be faster. They didn't rely on their eyes to look, and instead used their senses. Gu Ning's magical sense wasn't as strong as Leng Xiaoting's and Jing Yunyao's, but her jade eyes was more useful, so she used that. Like Leng Xiaoting just said, this place was very large and had a rocky terrain, so it wasn't easy to find an underground room in such a large desert. It was dark now, so they still had difficulties along the way. After searching for a long time, they found nothing. Luckily, they had special tools, so they were faster than ordinary people. A few hours later, Gu Ning saw 2 ninjas. At the beginning, she didn't attract their attention. Instead, she followed them silently, but they were walking out of the city, so Gu Ning stopped following them and directly blocked their way. The moment they saw Gu Ning, they were alert. Although it was just a girl, she couldn't be simple since she dared to show up in such a dangerous desert at night. Who are you? They asked in the local language. I came to find you, Gu Ning responded. The 2 ninjas frowned and asked, Find us? Why? What are you doing here? Gu Ning asked. It has nothing to do with you. They argued with displeasure. It does. Did you catch 2 of our people? Gu Ning directly asked. Hearing that, the 2 ninjas panicked a little. Obviously, they were aware of it. When they were silent, Gu Ning asked again, Given your reaction, I can be sure that you indeed caught 2 of our people. Where did you take them? To where they should be, they answered. They didn't deny that they had caught 2 citizens from country Hua, because they took Gu Ning lightly. She couldn't be simple because she dared to show up here alone. But they didn't think she was stronger than them. Well, it seems I have to beat you to get the answer. Gu Ning put on an evil smile, then attacked them. Seeing that, the 2 ninjas immediately fought back. Although they were strong, they were not comparable to Gu Ning. As a result, they were at a disadvantage right away, surprising them. They didn't think that Gu Ning would be stronger than them, but unexpectedly she was much stronger than they could imagine. How? Did she have superpowers? That was the only explanation they could think of, because ordinary people could not fight against them, but Gu Ning was at an obvious advantage. They did their best to fight back, but unfortunately still lost. In the end, they wanted to run away, but Gu Ning didn't give them a chance. The moment they moved, Gu Ning stopped them and beat them. Looking down her nose at them, Gu Ning asked seriously, Tell me, where are they right now? We don't know, they answered. You don't know? Do you really think I'd believe it? Gu Ning asked. We honestly don't know, they replied, not seeming guilty at all. Gu Ning frowned slightly. Was it true that they didn't know? She wasn't convinced. If you don't know it, I don't think I need to keep you. I'll just kill you. Now you have a last chance. Do you really not know? Or are you unwilling to tell me? Gu Ning said as she summoned magical energy in both of her hands, then hit the 2 ninjas. Because the 2 ninjas were too weak to avoid it, they were hit. With a sharp pain, they felt as if they were being torn apart. At the same time, they realized how powerful Gu Ning was, but they still had no idea who she was. They only knew that she had superpowers. We seriously don't know where they are, because it was not us who caught them, one ninja said. They honestly didn't know. They didn't catch Su Jinchin and Chen Meng. They only heard the news, and they were actually on their way to catch the other members of the Red Flame. Really? Gu Ning was mostly convinced, but she didn't stop and hit them with magical energy again. After the second hit, the two ninjas were almost dead, but they still insisted on saying that they didn't know. If so, there is no need to keep you. Gu Ning believed their answer, but they would still be killed. Therefore, without delay, she killed them with a final hit. Afterwards, Gu Ning rolled up a gust of sand, buried them directly, then left. She continued to look for Su Jingchen and Chun Meng. Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting also met ninjas and mutants. When they couldn't get any information from them, they killed them too. As the sky turned bright, they had finished searching many places. By now they were deep in the Demon City desert, and the sandstorms were becoming stronger. Could even lift people up high in the air, but Gu Ning and the others weren't ordinary people, so they weren't affected. When they reached the Gobi, the sandstorm became weaker, and the Gobi was particularly rugged. For ordinary people it wasn't easy to walk and people could easily fall, but Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, so it was not at all difficult for her. The sand and rocks in the Gobi were the hardest, so Gu Ning felt that if a base really existed, it might be built under the Gobi. Accordingly, she searched around the Gobi the entire time. It was just a guess, but after searching for more than half an hour, she finally found out that there was indeed a cave under the Gobi, which was about 10 meters under the ground. However, for the time being, she couldn't see what was underneath. Anyway, since she found it, she needed to search for it, so she carefully observed it. The hole that Gu Ning saw now was a passage. Because she didn't know which side was the main chamber, she could only follow her instincts to find it in one direction. After about 10 meters, Gu Ning saw a fork in the road. She could only choose one way by listening to her instincts. Gu Ning wanted to be sure whether those ninjas and mutants were in it before contacting Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao. If they weren't here, it would only waste more time after she called them over. Gu Ning continued to look around, then saw a large hall under the ground. The hall was lit brightly and there were many people. Those people were ninjas. After Gu Ning looked deeper, she saw two people tied on an iron frame in another room. The two people were none other than Su Jingchen and Chun Meng. Their bodies were covered with whip marks, which was very scary. Gu Ning was mad. Because there were many ninjas, there must be mutants too. Gu Ning wasn't sure whether she could rescue Su Jingchen and Chun Meng by herself with the flood dragon and the monster fox. As a result, she had to curb her anger and left to contact Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting first. She was too deep in the desert, so there was no signal. Gu Ning flew up with a sword into the sky, then took a picture of this place. After that, she tied the camera to her waist and faced the lens to the destination. As she flew away, the camera shot the route so they wouldn't miss. After all, this desert was too large, so it would be difficult to find the cave. Luckily, the Gobi Desert was a landmark, so it was better than an ocean that had water everywhere if there wasn't a small island. Gu Ning flew in a straight line for half an hour before arriving at a place with signal. It was also close to the edge of the Demon City desert. When she went to search for their base, she looked around the whole land, so it took a lot of time, but when she left, she went in a straight line, so she was much faster. After reaching a place with signal, Gu Ning called Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting, but no one answered. Therefore, she sent them a message. Then she waited patiently. Because she had already found the cave, there was no need for her to look around now. After waiting for half an hour, Gu Ning's phone rang and it was Leng Xiaoting. Shouting, "I found them. I'll send my location to you. Come to meet me as soon as possible," Gu Ning said. Sure. Leng Xiaoting was excited and agreed at once. He checked his WeChat and saw the location Gu Ning sent to him, then rapidly went to meet her. A few minutes later, Jing Yunyao called Gu Ning back too, and Gu Ning gave her the same reply. Because they were in an area with signal, they quickly found Gu Ning. After 10 minutes, Leng Xiaoting arrived and Jing Yunyao was only a few minutes later. Then Gu Ning briefly told them the situation and they rushed there together. Gu Ning kept the route in mind and took a video of it, so they arrived at the destination half an hour later. After that, they didn't bother finding the entrance. Instead, they asked the tree vine to dig a hole above the passage to the hall. The tree vine grew in soil, so it couldn't be easier for it to dig a hole. Therefore, the tree vine dug through a depth of 10 meters. Once it finished, they smelt something rancid from the passage. Obviously, this passage had been sealed for too long and bred unpleasant smells. Without delay, Gu Ning and the others directly put on a mask. After they went down, Gu Ning directly took out a night-luminescent pearl to light the path. They could see skeletons in the passage once in a while, but they were not affected. Because Gu Ning had seen and memorized the route, they were easily able to find the right path in the cave. At the end of the passage there was a stone gate and there was a room. After entering this room, they needed to go through a passage to reach the main hall. This side of the passage was completely closed, while the other side of it was the ninjas and mutants activity area. At this time, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao also used their magical sense to feel the situation on the other side of the passage, and they found that there should be about 60 ninjas and mutants. Gu Ning also used her jade eyes to check. There are many of them, about 60 I think. 20 mutants and the rest are ninjas, Gu Ning said. They're barely a threat to us. The most important thing is that we must protect Su Jinchen and Chen Meng from being hurt again, Jing Yunyao said. After we go there, I'll rescue them while you, the Flood Dragon, the Monster Fox, and the Tree Vine can focus on killing them. Jinchen and Meng are seriously injured, so they have to be treated as soon as possible. The White Flood Dragon can stay to guard the door, Gu Ning said. No problem. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao agreed. That was the best plan. As long as Gu Ning was here, Su Jinchen and Chen Meng would recover quickly. Gu Ning and the others didn't break the door open, but searched for the latch. If they used violence, it would attract their enemy's attention. That wasn't what they wanted, because Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were being held hostage. Luckily, they successfully found the latch and moved it. Before they opened the door, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to check whether there were hidden tricks behind it. After making sure that it was safe, they opened the door. In fact, even if there were hidden tricks, they could protect themselves with magical energy. After removing the latch, the stone door moved, making some noise, but there was no one near it, so nobody heard anything. Afterwards, Gu Ning and the others walked towards the hall. They needed to avoid conflict as much as possible before they saved Su Jinchen and Chen Meng. However, they had to walk by the hall to reach the room that Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were being kept in. Most of the ninjas were in the hall, so it was impossible for them to do it quietly. Anyway, they weren't afraid of being noticed, because they could move fast and Gu Ning could get to the room before those ninjas saw her. Anyway, there was no one in the room right now, so Gu Ning could make a bold move without worrying that she might be threatened with Su Jinchen and Chen Meng's life. Therefore, after Gu Ning let the Monster Fox and the Tree Vine out, they took action at the same time. Gu Ning rushed straight to the room in which Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were kept, while Leng Xiaoting and the others attacked the ninjas. Gu Ning ran like lightning, reaching the room within a second. Although many ninjas noticed her and came to catch her, she had already gotten into the room before they got close. The White Flood Dragon was also let out to guard the door. When she reached Su Jinchen and Chen Meng, Gu Ning didn't untie them right away. Instead, she held their arms and immediately put her magical power into their bodies. As Gu Ning got stronger and stronger, she could release more and more magical power. So she was fine even though she put a large amount of magical power into Su Jinchen and Chen Meng's bodies at the same time. Su Jinchen were seriously injured and were dying. If Gu Ning were a minute later, they might have breathed their last breath. A few minutes later, Su Jinchen and Chen Meng finally got better and regained consciousness after several minutes. Su Jinchen opened his eyes first. The moment he saw Gu Ning, he thought he was in a dream, but he felt as if he really saw Gu Ning in front of him, so he was extremely touched. Gu Ning? Am I dreaming? Su Jinchen spoke in a weak voice. He was badly injured, but felt much better after absorbing so much magical power. You're not dreaming. We came to rescue you. Xiaoting and Yunyao are outside. Don't worry. You're fine now. Don't talk. You need time to recover, Gu Ning explained. After making sure that Gu Ning and the others came to rescue them, Su Jinchen was relieved, because he knew that they would be fine. Seconds later, Chen Meng woke up too. He was also very touched to see Gu Ning. Gu Ning? You finally came, Chen Meng said excitedly. Yes, we're here. Don't talk. Let me treat you first, Gu Ning said. Sure, Chen Meng said. Then he went silent. After they opened their eyes, they noticed that they were quickly recovering. But they weren't surprised because they were aware of Gu Ning's abilities. On the outside, ninjas and mutants soon gathered once they heard the noise. So Lung shouting and the others needed longer to kill them. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult for them. About 10 minutes later, Su Jinshin and Chen Meng had nearly made a full recovery. So Gu Ning stopped. It only consumed 20% of her strength, so she was hardly affected. After that, Gu Ning untied Su Jinshin and Chen Meng. "Thank you so much for your help." Su Jinshin and Chen Meng sincerely thanked Gu Ning. Although they were very close now, it was still necessary for them to thank her. "Quickly, come out with me," Gu Ning said. They were slightly weak, but they were able to walk. With the flood dragon and her help, they would be fine. "Sure." Su Jinshin and Chen Meng followed Gu Ning and went out. When they came out, ninjas and mutants immediately attacked them. But Gu Ning and the flood dragon protected Su Jinshin and Chen Meng in the middle, so they weren't hurt. Seeing them coming out, Leng Shouting told the black flood dragon to help them. Although he knew Gu Ning could handle it, he didn't want her to be burdened. Su Jinshin and Chen Meng had seen these two flood dragons before. The monster fox and the tree vine weren't strange to them either, so they weren't shocked, but the battle still amazed them. Because it wasn't a battle among mortals, it was extremely fierce and they all used magical skills. Even the underground hall couldn't absorb the violence. As a result, it suddenly shook heavily. The next moment, stones and sand started falling, indicating that it was going to collapse. "Go out now," Leng Shouting shouted at them. They had to leave as soon as possible, leaving those mutants behind. Without delay, they immediately ran to the passage where they came from. However, the moment they gathered together, the ceiling of the hall fell. Gu Ning released her magical power to make a barrier and protect them. In that case, rocks and sand couldn't smash them, but they were buried underneath the hall. Under the extreme pressure, Gu Ning found it hard to breathe. The ground and gobi were about 20 meters thick above the hall, so it was unbelievably heavy. It was like a mountain, and Gu Ning could barely hold it. Seeing that, Leng Shouting and Jing Yunyao joined Gu Ning and supported the barrier together. "What should we do?" Su Jinshin asked worriedly. After all, Gu Ning and the others were caught in this trouble because of them, so Su Jinshin blamed himself. "Don't worry, we can leave this place," Gu Ning said. She wasn't worried at all. They were stuck for the time being, but she could think of a solution. Hearing that, Su Jinshin and Chen Meng were less anxious. Because the ground was still shaking, they did nothing, deciding to wait till it stopped. At the same time, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to look around. The ninjas and mutants were already dead and buried in the dirt. The earthquake didn't stop until half an hour later. Then Gu Ning asked the tree vine to dig a passage out. The tree vine immediately went to do that. Although there were rocks mixed in the sand and it wasn't easy to dig a way through, it wasn't difficult for the tree vine. However, they were deep, so the tree vine worked for a long time till a passage which could allow a person to pass was made. Afterwards, the white flood dragon went out first, then Gu Ning. She put the monster fox back into her telepathic eye space before going out. Leng Shouting protected Chen Meng, while Jing Yunyao protected Su Jinshin. When they went out, the back flood dragon was the final one. Because the passage was straight, they didn't climb out slowly, but directly flew outside. Su Jinshin and Chen Meng felt as if they were taken to the sky by a strong force, so they were scared. They didn't come back to their senses until they had been back on the ground for a long while. Unfortunately, when they were about to leave, they heard a buzz over their heads. It was an enemy helicopter and there were 3 of them. Obviously, there were more ninjas and mutants coming. "Let's hide now," Leng Shouting said. Then they hid at the foot of the gobi. At the same time, Leng Shouting waved his hand and rolled up a sandstorm to cover the cave. They weren't afraid of the ninjas and mutants, but they needed to wait till they landed. Otherwise, the ninjas and mutants might directly leave if they saw them. Even if they didn't come down, Leng Shouting and the others could still deal with them, but it would be more convenient to have the battle on the ground. About 10 minutes later, the 3 helicopters landed. Although it was usually impossible for the helicopter to land in the Demon City desert due to the strong sandstorm, it could land if there were no sandstorms. At this moment, there were no sandstorms, so the helicopters smoothly landed. There were 12 of them in all. In addition to the pilots, there were 6 mutants and 6 ninjas, because each ninja had a mutant to control. After they got down, Gu Ning and the others walked out. As soon as they saw them, they were scared. They didn't expect to see other people here. "Who are you?" They questioned Gu Ning in language R, because none of them could speak language Hua. "We came to kill you," Gu Ning replied in language R as well. Once she finished, they directly attacked the ninjas and mutants. The monster fox and the tree vine stayed to protect Su Jinchen and Chen Meng. Facing the monster fox and the tree vine, Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were slightly scared, even though they knew they wouldn't hurt them. After all, they were monsters. "Hi, nice to see you," Su Jinchen said to them. Because they were monsters, he couldn't communicate with them. So the tree vine turned into a boy and replied, "Hi, Brother Su and Brother Chun. Nice to see you too." Seeing that, Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were frightened and subconsciously moved a few steps back. They were amazed by how the tree vine turned into a boy. "You?" Su Jinchen and Chen Meng could barely speak. Looking at the tree vine. "It's me, lovely vine." The tree vine giggled. This wasn't the first time that Su Jinchen and Chen Meng met the tree vine when it had the shape of a boy. They were aware of its existence, but Gu Ning only introduced him as her friend's child. So they didn't know that it was actually a monster until now. Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were totally shocked, but they soon calmed down after seeing the familiar boy. "Jesus! The tree vine can take the shape of a boy," Su Jinchen said in amazement. He knew that monsters and ghosts really existed, but this was the first time that he had witnessed it with his eyes. "Can it turn into a human as well?" Chen Meng turned to stare at the monster fox. "It can't do that right now, but perhaps in the near future," the tree vine said. "Wow! That's unbelievable." Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were amazed again. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning and the others had killed all of the ninjas and mutants. "Did you scare them?" Gu Ning frowned slightly, looking at the tree vine. Although she didn't want the tree vine to show its abilities in front of other people, it wasn't a big deal since it already did. "They're scared, but not too badly, haha," the tree vine replied. "All right, we can use their helicopters to leave," Leng Xiaoting said. Since there were helicopters, there was no need to fly with a sword. Su Jinchen and the others didn't know that they had that ability, so they still wanted to keep it a secret. After that, they went aboard the helicopter. "Master, can I stay out for a while longer? I want to go on the helicopter too. I haven't been on it before," the tree vine begged Gu Ning. "All right," Gu Ning responded. Because the helicopters could accommodate 6 people and the flood dragons and the monster fox were already put back into Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, there was enough space for all of them. Leng Xiaoting flew the helicopter, because Su Jinchen and Chen Meng were still weak and it was difficult to find the right direction. "Wow! There is sand everywhere." After the helicopter rose up into the air, the tree vine looked around and saw that there was only sand in his view. He had seen a desert on TV before, but this was the first time that he had seen it in reality. When they were on the ground back then, he didn't pay much attention to it since his view was blocked by large stones. When I saw it on TV, I was amazed by how broad it is. Now that I saw it with my eyes, it looks even broader. I bet people can easily get lost walking in it. The tree vine said, "I also want to see the sea. Master, can you let me out when you go to the sea in the future?" "No problem," Gu Ning replied. "I feel as if he's really a human. I can't believe he's actually," Su Jinchen said in surprise. He still needed time to digest this shocking news. Ever since he acquired the ability to turn into a boy, he has learned to surf on the internet and read, so he knows a lot. He looks like an 8-year-old boy, but he knows a lot more than kids his age, Gu Ning said. "Will you send him to school?" Su Jinchen asked. "No, he's a monster and he needs to cultivate normally. He doesn't have time to study and it's useless for him anyway. He only needs to improve his level of cultivation, and he'll be of great help in the future. I can raise him," Gu Ning said. "You're right," Su Jinchen agreed. Airplanes were faster than a flying sword, but helicopters were slower, so they didn't reach the edge of the Demon City desert until an hour later. However, they didn't stop right away. Instead, they flew as near as possible to City Feng, then landed where there was no one around. Afterwards, Gu Ning put the tree vine away in her telepathic eye space. They then called AI Wishan at once and asked him to fetch them. AI Wishan was resting in the Military General Hospital of City Feng since he needed to take care of the injured. They were worried about Su Jinchen and Chen Meng's safety the entire time, and they all thought that Su Jinchen and Chen Meng might have been killed, so they were very upset. They were close, so they would be heartbroken if any of them died, even though they were mentally prepared to sacrifice at any time. The moment AI Wishan received Leng Xiaoting's call, he was excited to hear that both Su Jinchen and Chen Meng had been rescued and were fine. He immediately drove to pick them up. During this time, Gu Ning called Tang Yunfan and told him that she was safe. Tang Yunfan had been also full of anxiety those 2 days, so he was finally relieved once he heard that Gu Ning was safe. After hanging up, he shared the good news with Tang Haifeng and the others. Everyone was happy to know that they were fine. Leng Xiaoting also called the Leng family and told them that he was fine. Currently, the sky had just turned dark as the second night after they came here started. That showed that they had been extremely efficient. It was normal because they weren't ordinary people. The 3 of them had magical power, and they had help from 2 flood dragons, a monster fox, and a tree vine. It would be a shame if they couldn't finish the task within a couple of days. Anyway, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's wedding could be held as planned. Only they knew what Su Jinchen and Chen Meng had been through. They didn't tell the Su family or Zhang Jin, because they didn't want to worry them. Because there was a long distance between where they were right now and City Feng, AI Wishan didn't arrive until an hour later. Once he arrived, he got out of the car and rushed to give Su Jinchen and Chen Meng a big hug. He didn't even have time to greet Leng Xiaoting and the others. He could have lost his 2 close comrades, so he couldn't wait to feel them with a big hug when he saw them again. AI Wishan even felt like crying and whimpered, "I'm so glad you're fine. I thought you—" He thought he wouldn't see them again. Su Jinchen and Chen Meng whimpered too. We almost lost each other," Chen Meng said. Thinking of what he had been through, Chen Meng was still scared. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave his comrades and family. "All right, we're fine now," Su Jinchen said to comfort AI Wishan and himself. After they calmed down, AI Wishan turned to Leng Xiaoting and the others. "Hi, Xiaoting, Aunt Yunyao. Gu Ning, thank you so much for your help. Don't say that. We're brothers. Now let's go back," Leng Xiaoting said. Then they got in the car and left. "How are they right now?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "They're much better after taking the pills you gave them," AI Wishan replied. Leng Xiaoting had given them Gu Ning's power crystals. "Great," Leng Xiaoting nodded. He understood that they would be fine after taking the power crystals, but he still needed to ask about their condition out of concern. An hour later, they arrived at the Military General Hospital in City Feng and met the other members of the Red Flame. When the other teammates saw Su Jinchen and Chen Meng, they were extremely excited. They were much better now, but they were still injured. So Gu Ning gave them more power crystals and poured magical power into their bodies through the air. When it was done, they thanked Gu Ning. After that, the injured continued to stay in the Military General Hospital, while Gu Ning and the others went to stay in a hotel, and they would return to the capital tomorrow noon. They successfully finished the task this time, but not completely, because they only destroyed one of their enemies' bases in their country. Perhaps their enemies had other bases, but they didn't know where they were. Country Hua was so large that they couldn't search all around the country little by little. If their enemies weren't dumb, they probably wouldn't find anything even after a few years. They could force those ninjas to tell them where their headquarters were in Country R, but they couldn't go to Country R and just investigate as they wanted. In addition, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's wedding was around the corner. No matter what went wrong in the following days, they would have to deal with it after the wedding. The next morning, they left the hospital and went to have a meal before going to the airport. Leng Xiaoting and the others were in casual clothes, but their outstanding appearance and air of elegance immediately attracted attention from people. Many people could see that they were soldiers. Many of them were still about to die yesterday, But now they were back to normal after Gu Ning's help. The young woman looked so familiar. Someone pointed at Gu Ning. Oh, right. She does look familiar. You only think she's familiar because she's pretty. Perhaps she's a star, and those men are her bodyguards. Gu Ning and the others heard their conversation. Leng Xiaoting and the other men weren't unhappy that people regarded them as security guards, because they actually weren't qualified to be Gu Ning's security guards. Gu Ning could defeat over 100 of them by herself. Oh, I remember her. She's Gu Ning, the chairman of the Shengning organization. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed as they remembered who Gu Ning was. What? She's the chairman of the Shengning organization? Gu Ning. Hearing that, everyone was excited. In fact, most people had heard about Gu Ning, the chairman of the Shengning organization, but they had only seen her photos, so they couldn't recognize her immediately when they saw her in real life. After all, no one would constantly keep Gu Ning's face in mind. Jesus, she's the chairman of the Shengning organization. Gu Ning? No wonder she looks so familiar. Yeah, and she's much prettier than in her photos. Is the man by her side her fiancé? Seems to be. He's so handsome. What a beautiful couple. Right? Although it wasn't the first time that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were called the perfect match, Leng Xiaoting was still very happy every time people said that. He didn't feel happy when other people said he was handsome. All he cared about was being a perfect couple with Gu Ning. After recognizing Gu Ning, many people took out their photos to take pictures, then posted the pictures on Weibo and WeChat Moments, which aroused much envy. Anyway, famous people could easily be admired. Moreover, both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had a high status. At 6 p.m., they got back to the capital. The next day, Gu Ning started sending out invitation letters. Although she wasn't sure whether it would be peaceful in the coming days, she didn't want to delay their wedding. When the guests received the invitation letter, they called Gu Ning and congratulated her in advance. It was tiring for Gu Ning to answer everyone's calls, but she had to do it patiently. After all, everyone was wishing her the best. 3 days before Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, the news was released, causing a sensation. Gu Ning currently had a totally different status and was among the top 10 richest people in business. She was the only female and was also the youngest businesswoman on the list. Before that, Gu Ning had attracted a lot of attention, so now she was the focus of people's attention. In fact, it wasn't a secret that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were going to get married, so it wasn't a big surprise when the news was released, but the topic about their wedding quickly became one of the hottest topics. People immediately congratulated and complimented them. Time flew, and it was soon the day before their wedding. On this day, Gu Ning's close friends all came and pulled her to have a bachelorette party. At the party, everyone enjoyed it very much, but Gu Anna had an absent look. It was Gu Ning's party, and she didn't want to see any guests unhappy. So she asked Gu Anna about it in case Gu Anna had encountered trouble. What's wrong? You have an absent look. Are you in a bad mood? Gu Anna was slightly surprised that Gu Ning noticed. I thought I disguised it very well. How did you notice? It was true that Gu Anna seemed happy on the surface, and other people couldn't see that she was actually unhappy. But it was hard to hide her real feelings, especially in front of people like Gu Ning who were observant. You can't fool me. Gu Ning smiled. Since Gu Ning already noticed and she was indeed unhappy, she decided to be honest. I'm indeed unhappy. A woman has been trying to steal Song Haoyu away from me recently. She even laughed at me in all kinds of ways. She threatened me, wanting me to leave him. I don't know what to do. How's Haoyu's attitude? Asked Gu Ning. Song Haoyu is protective of me, but the woman's father was his father's friend, so he can't be too straightforward. The woman won't stop stirring things up between us. I really want to beat her, but she has joined the army for several years, so I definitely can't win. If she disfigures me, I'll suffer a great loss, Gu Anna said, feeling extremely aggrieved. She's indeed hateful and shameless, but since Haoyu is protective of you, you can just ignore the woman and not see her again, Gu Ning suggested. Because Gu Anna wasn't her, she couldn't encourage Gu Anna to fight against the woman. After all, Gu Anna told her honestly that she was no match for the woman. If she were in the same situation, she could easily make the woman give in. However, she couldn't help Gu Anna beat the woman. After all, there was no grudge between her and the woman, so it would only make the situation worse if she went to fight the woman. I know. I'm just angry. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Let's drink now. Congratulations, Ning Ning. Gu Anna didn't want her bad mood to affect the others, so she changed the topic. Thanks. Gu Ning thanked her, then clinked her glass against Gu Anna's. At about 12 a.m., they separated, in case they couldn't get up tomorrow morning. After all, they were Gu Ning's bridesmaids. If their homes were in the capital, they went back home. If not, Gu Ning made arrangements for them. The girls would stay at Century City in Gu Ning's house, while the boys stayed in the Shangshi Hotel. It wasn't public that Leng Xiaoting owned Shangshi yet, so not many people knew about it. Given his special status, he didn't want to make it public. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't have the intention to show off his wealth. No matter whose name Shangshi was under, he didn't care. He only wanted to develop it and make profits. Gu Ning would stay in her house at Century City tonight because it was her home, and she would go to the wedding place from there. Therefore, the Tang family also stayed in her house at Century City, because they needed to send her to the wedding venue. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't meet today, and only chatted on the phone before they went to sleep. Ning Ning, are you nervous? Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. A little, Gu Ning admitted. Even though she wasn't afraid of anything and wouldn't get nervous before any danger. She couldn't sleep now that her wedding was about to be held tomorrow. How about you? Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting. I'm nervous too, Leng Xiaoting answered. Ha ha! Gu Ning snorted with laughter, then joked. Major General, I can't believe you're nervous too. It's more that I'm looking forward to tomorrow's wedding, Leng Xiaoting said. He had waited for it for so long. Although they already had the marriage certificate, he felt their relationship wouldn't be finalized until they held a wedding. I can't wait either, Gu Ning said. Right now she was filled with happiness. She had to say that she was happy ever since getting together with Leng Xiaoting. No one was more important to her than Leng Xiaoting. On the wedding day, their wedding was held at Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, and the fleet that came to pick Gu Ning up was unbelievably grand. No one had seen something like it before. There were not only cars, helicopters were also used. When the bride walked out of her home, flower petals fell from the air, which was extremely romantic. Some reporters were allowed to take a video at the event location, so many parts of the wedding were aired as a live stream. It caused a sensation on the internet again and again. Jesus! It's so dreamy and romantic. Wow, it's so grand. I've never seen a wedding like that before. All the internet users were amazed and envious. At the entrance of the Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, there were two endless lines of armed soldiers. Because of the Leng family's special status, all the guests were important figures, so the security had to be extremely tight. The wedding was like a display of the powerful and wealthy people in their country, because most of the guests were tycoons in politics and business. The importance of the guests shocked the whole country, because nobody had seen so many tycoons at one wedding before. Those important people hadn't even shown up at other tycoons' weddings. This was enough to prove how powerful the Leng family, the Tang family, Gu Ning, and Leng Xiaoting's connections were. Jesus, I'm totally shocked. I've never seen such a grand wedding before. I think all the important figures of our country are present. That's not strange. After all, the Leng family has the highest status in our country, and the Tang family is also very rich. Right, and it's not only the Leng family and the Tang family. Gu Ning is also very influential. Only excellent people and families deserve people and families of the same excellence. What they didn't know was that the most powerful people at the wedding were those cultivators, but they kept a low profile because they couldn't let the public know about their abilities. Shang Guanyang and the other cultivators who had a close relationship with Leng Xiaoting were also present, so no one would be able to cause any trouble today. Gu Ning looked exquisite today. She rarely put on makeup or only wore light makeup, so she looked unusually stunning at her wedding. There was no girl who wasn't jealous of her. Situ Yi and Qi Tianlin came too, but they were leaders of illegal gangs, so they disguised themselves. Both Situ Yi and Qi Tianlin had admired Gu Ning from afar, so they were unhappy that she married another man. but they still watched quietly. The wedding went smoothly and nothing bad happened. So Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were relieved. The wedding was such an important event, so they didn't want any accidents to happen. Because Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't want to be bothered after the wedding was over, they got all of their close friends drunk at dinner. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were high-level cultivators, so they wouldn't get drunk no matter how much they drank. Why do I feel Gu Ning and Xiaoting are getting them drunk on purpose? Su Qinin asked, watching everything. Because they're deliberately doing it. Zhang Jin was very sure of it. Why? Guana couldn't understand it. Perhaps they don't want to be bothered after the wedding is over, Zibeing guessed. Fine, I wouldn't like it either, Su Qinin said. Upon thinking that a bunch of people kept on joking about the newlywed couple and wouldn't allow the couple to sleep in peace, she was scared. In the end, they didn't embarrass Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting by pointing it out, because they sided with them. Anyway, it was actually a little humiliating that so many men couldn't defeat Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting in drinking. After they were all drunk, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arranged for them to sleep. However, since Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting seemed clear-headed as always while the other men were all drunk, the rest of the guests were amazed. Leng Xiaoxi asked in surprise, Jesus, why don't you look drunk at all? They can barely stand up straight. It's a secret, and I can't tell you. Gu Ning put on a mysterious smile without saying anything, because it was a bit hard to explain. Come on, tell me please. I'm so curious. Leng Xiaoxi shouted at Gu Ning. We didn't drink alcohol, we drank water. Gu Ning secretly said to Leng Xiaoxi. That was the only explanation she could give. You're bad. Leng Xiaoxi rounded her eyes in shock. Shoo! Don't tell other people. Gu Ning reminded Leng Xiaoxi to keep it a secret. Don't worry. I won't. Leng Xiaoxi promised at once. She definitely wouldn't embarrass her family members. After all the drunk men went to their rooms, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to theirs. That night, they had passionate sex till daybreak and both were exhausted. However, when they got up the next day, they used their magical power to get rid of their fatigue, so they were full of energy again. Those drunk men, however, didn't wake up till 2 p.m. They realized that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting did it on purpose, so they criticized them. Anyway, it was already past, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't care about their opinions. Instead, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting disdained their drinking ability, because the bunch of them got drunk before they did. Those men, who didn't know that they were cultivators, felt humiliated. But their teammates in the Red Flame, who knew about it, couldn't say that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had played a trick. The next day, after all the guests left, the Leng family visited Leng Yuanhan's grave. Leng Xiaoting seriously introduced Gu Ning to his father. When they came here before, Gu Ning was his girlfriend and fiancée, but this time she was his wife and Leng Yuanhan's daughter-in-law. Even though many years had passed, Jing Yunyao still loved Leng Yuanhan as much as she did before. Therefore, she felt heartbroken every time she visited his grave. After visiting Leng Yuanhan, Jing Yunyao told the others to go home and stayed there alone for a while longer. She talked to Leng Yuanhan for a long while before she left. On the third day of their wedding, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went on their honeymoon because everything was done. Their honeymoon lasted for a week, and nothing went wrong after they came back. But Leng Xiaoting returned to their military base to work. When Gu Ning was alone, she didn't go to stay in their new house, and instead went to the Leng family's house. She was formally a member of the Leng family now. The Leng family didn't change their attitude towards Gu Ning after she married into the family. Instead, they cared for and loved her as usual. After they had been married for a month, Gu Ning found out that she was pregnant. Because they were married now, they didn't use any contraception. Everyone was happy to know that Gu Ning was pregnant. Gu Ning was always treated as a princess in the Leng family, and she was treated like a queen after she got pregnant. 10 months later, Gu Ning gave birth to a pair of twins. The boy was named Leng Xiaoran, and the girl was named Leng Xiaoyao. When the kids were born, Shang Guanyang foresaw their future. The boy would live a peaceful life, but the girl could encounter serious trouble when she turned 18. Shang Guanyang couldn't see the result, so he didn't know what would happen to the girl after going through the trouble. After knowing that, Both Guning and Leng Xiaoting were very worried. Only Guning, Leng Xiaoting, and Jing Yunyao were aware of it. They didn't tell other people in case they were worried. 5 years later, Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were 5 years old. Both Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were born with the talent of cultivators and were geniuses because they reached level 3 at only 5 years old. Although it wasn't a high level, kids normally couldn't reach that stage until they were 7, so Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao did it at a much younger age. They were little kids, so it was really unbelievable that they had reached level 3 at such a young age. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao weren't just talented at cultivation, they were also good at studying. Although they didn't have a photographic memory like Guning, they were quick learners. Guning wanted them to have a normal childhood, so she took them out for fun sometimes. The Leng family thought the two kids had so much talent because of Guning. Leng Xiaoting spent most of his time at the military base. He would come back, but it was mainly Guning who took care of the two kids, so everyone believed that Guning was a great mother. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were very close, but they fought too. Especially after they cultivated, they fought with each other nearly every day. At the beginning, the Leng family were very worried, but they got used to it later, especially after knowing that the two kids inherited Guning and Leng Xiaoting's superpowers. The other members of the Leng family didn't know that Guning and Leng Xiaoting were cultivators, but they were aware that Guning and Leng Xiaoting had superpowers. Leng Xiaoran resembled Leng Xiaoting, while Leng Xiaoyao resembled Guning, and both of them were very pretty. Even their character was like their parents. They were a lot more mature than their age, but they were still kids in the eyes of the elders. Because both Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were very smart, they didn't want to go to kindergarten because it was boring. The Leng family respected their decision and allowed them to stay at home. Therefore, before they went to primary school, Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were at home. Not many outsiders knew about them. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were smart and mature, but naughty too. They often secretly sneaked out for fun. As long as Guning and Jing Yunyao weren't home, the other people in the Leng family would not really be aware of what they were up to. Therefore, when Guning and Jing Yunyao were gone today, Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao sneaked outside. At the side of the main road, two little kids ambled around hand in hand. Because they were so pretty, they attracted a lot of attention and compliments. Precisely because they were so pretty and there were no adults with them, they attracted attention from bad people too. Leng Xiaoyao, where are we going? Leng Xiaoran asked Leng Xiaoyao. Just taking a walk, Leng Xiaoyao replied. It's boring. Why don't we go to the amusement park? Leng Xiaoran whined. He wanted to go to the amusement park. Although they went there often, he still liked it. How old are you? Why is the amusement park so fun? Leng Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Leng Xiaoran. At her age, it was really strange for her to say something like that. How old were they? Weren't they little kids? She was a lot more mature than her age. Why? Did you forget that we're just little kids? Leng Xiaoran argued. He didn't like it when Leng Xiaoyao acted more mature than her age. They were little kids. Fine. Leng Xiaoyao snorted and said nothing further. As they walked, two men suddenly blocked their way. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao weren't ordinary kids, so they immediately realized that the two men were not good. But they weren't afraid. They were now at level 3, so it was easy for them to beat several ordinary men. Oh, look at them. They're so pretty. Where are your parents? One man asked. He needed to find out whether the two kids' parents were nearby before taking action. They went to work, Leng Xiaoyao answered. Where are you going now? Are you going to see your parents? Do you need me to help you? The man asked, seemingly warm-hearted. No need. Our home is nearby. And we're going home now, Leng Xiaoyao replied. Although they knew the two men were bad, they couldn't do anything before they hurt them. After all, they were cultivators, so they couldn't injure mortals casually, unless they were attacked. Actually, they didn't really care much about the rules, but they were reasonable. It's dangerous for you to walk around outside. Let me walk you home. There are a lot of bad people outside, one of the men said. He wanted to appear to be a good person. You're the bad people here, Leng Xiaoran said straightforwardly. Hearing that, the two men were displeased. They didn't expect these two kids to be so difficult to fool. If so, they could only use force. The two men exchanged a glance. Once they reached agreement, they attacked Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao immediately fought back. When the two men tried to touch them, they released a strong force and knocked them a few meters away. This instantly frightened the two men as they stared at Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao. It was very strange. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao, on the other hand, walked to them. The two men were frightened and moved back at once. At this moment, Gu Ning came back and saw the scene. She immediately stopped by them and got out of the car. Because Gu Ning gave birth to kids at an early age, she looked like an unmarried girl even though she was the mother of two 5-year-old kids. After all, she was very young and wasn't 28 yet. Many girls were still single at her age, let alone got married. And Gu Ning seemed to be in her early 20s even though she was nearly 30. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao instantly gave up when they saw Gu Ning and immediately told on the two men. "Mommy, these two men are bad guys. They tried to abduct us." When the two men saw Gu Ning, they were terrified, because they recognized her. Unexpectedly, they had tried to kidnap Gu Ning's son and daughter. They couldn't bear the result. "Why didn't you stay at home? What are you doing outside?" Gu Ning asked harshly. "We just took a walk around," Leng Xiaoyao said in a weak voice, because she knew it wasn't right. "A walk around? Did you forget you're still little kids? What if you run into someone you can't deal with?" Gu Ning scolded them. Even though Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao had magical energy, and no one could hurt them normally, what if they ran into someone who was more powerful than them? They could have been abducted. "Mommy, we're sorry. We won't do it again." Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao apologized at once. "Get in the car right now." Gu Ning snapped at them. Then Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao quickly got in the car. They didn't dare waste time. Afterwards, Gu Ning turned to look at the two men. The two men were scared and immediately knelt down in front of her. "Miss Gu, we're sorry. We won't do it again. If you're caught doing that again, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail." Gu Ning coldly threatened them, but didn't bother to punish them, and directly got in her car and left. The two men were really scared, so they didn't dare to do it again. If they were caught by Gu Ning, they would definitely be put in jail. Gu Ning said nothing along the way, so Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao remained silent, but Gu Ning put too much pressure on them. They couldn't bear it any longer, so they finally opened their mouths. "Mommy, I'm sorry. We won't sneak out again," Leng Xiaoyao said in a weak voice, which melted Gu Ning's heart. "Mommy, don't be mad. If you're mad, you'll look ugly. We promise we won't do that again. We'll let you know before we go out. All right?" Leng Xiaoran added. Leng Xiaoran's words convinced Gu Ning. Although she was mad, she cared about her two kids a lot. After all, it was very dangerous for them to go out like that. Anyway, since they apologized, there was no need for her to be angry with them any longer. They were kids after all, so she shouldn't be too serious with them. "Keep your words in mind. Don't sneak out again. Understand?" Gu Ning educated them. "We won't, Mommy." The two of them answered, and the atmosphere became comforting and relaxing. "Oh, Mommy, when will Daddy come home? We haven't seen him for a long time," Leng Xiaoyao asked. Leng Xiaoting had to carry out a task, so he had been gone for half a month. Both Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao missed him badly. "He'll be home tomorrow. Mommy and Daddy will take you out for fun tomorrow." "Where do you want to go?" Gu Ning asked. "I want to go to the amusement park," Leng Xiaoran answered at once. "How about you, Xiaoyao? Where do you want to go?" Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoyao, because she knew Leng Xiaoyao didn't like the amusement park very much. "Since Xiaoran wants to go to the amusement park, we can go there," Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she was only minutes older than Leng Xiaoran, she was willing to let her younger brother make the decision. Even though Leng Xiaoyao wasn't very interested in the amusement park, she didn't think it was a bad idea. Most importantly, she was happy wherever she went with her parents. "Well, we can go to the amusement park in the morning, and Xiaoyao can choose where we go in the afternoon," Gu Ning said. She wouldn't value her son more than her daughter, so she cared about Leng Xiaoyao's feelings. Leng Xiaoyao was happy to let Leng Xiaoran make the decision because she was a good older sister. But as parents, they couldn't ignore her needs. Leng Xiaoyao was a good girl, so her parents must be fair too. Sure. Leng Xiaoyao beamed, feeling very happy. Time flew and 13 years had passed. Leng Xiaoran and Leng Xiaoyao were both 18 years old. Leng Xiaoyao had already grown up to be a very beautiful young girl and was no less pretty than Gu Ning. She even had the same character as Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoran was also very handsome and closely resembled Leng Xiaoting. Although his character was also like Leng Xiaoting's, he was much gentler. After all, Leng Xiaoting was cold because both of his parents had passed away, while Leng Xiaoran grew up in a happy family with a pair of loving parents. Leng Xiaoyao had reached the peak of the golden core stage at 18 years old. She was about to rise to the next level. She was even stronger than Leng Xiaoran. Both of them had a lot of talent, but Shang Guanyang had foreseen their future when they were just born and saw that Leng Xiaoyao would encounter serious trouble at 18 years old. Therefore, when she turned 18, Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting and her other family were very nervous. They felt it might have something to do with the test when Leng Xiaoyao rose to the next level. However, even if that was the answer, they couldn't do anything about it. It was true that they didn't know what to do. They could only hope that Leng Xiaoyao would pass it smoothly. Leng Xiaoyao had no idea about the serious trouble she was going to face. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't tell her until the day arrived. Although Leng Xiaoyao was full of anxiety and sadness when she heard that, she didn't want to die or leave her parents, but she knew she couldn't avoid it forever, so she digested the news the next few days. She understood that Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting and her other family were worried about her for that. So she comforted them and told them to relax. Dad, Mom, Master, don't be too anxious. Perhaps it won't end badly. Leng Xiaoyao comforted. She also said that to comfort herself, because no one knew what would happen. Because the result wasn't out yet, it was hard for them not to be anxious. Gu Ning walked forward and hugged Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't know what to say because she could do nothing when she clearly knew that her daughter would be in serious trouble. Shang Guanyang wanted to foresee the result, but he failed no matter how he tried. In fact, even if we don't know the result, it might not be a bad thing. It might not have something to do with the test to the next level either. She could survive, Shang Guanyang said. He wasn't lying to comfort them. It was the truth. However, everyone was still worried, but they had to face it. Before Leng Xiaoyao was about to take the test to the next level, Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting, and Shang Guanyang went to Kunlun Mountain with her. No matter what serious trouble she was going to encounter, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to go with her. But they didn't tell Leng Xiaoran or take him with them. Nevertheless, they were twins and cultivators. So Leng Xiaoran could feel that something bad was about to happen to Leng Xiaoyao. He asked Leng Xiaoyao about it, but Leng Xiaoyao said nothing. She only said that she was nervous to take the test. Although Leng Xiaoran believed her, he felt it wasn't so simple, but he couldn't know the truth if Leng Xiaoyao refused to tell him. He could only feel anxious without knowing the details. At the Kunlun sect's place, Leng Xiaoyao went to cultivate with mixed emotions. Because she was filled with worries, she couldn't focus and almost made a mistake. The next day, she finally focused. 3 days later, at noon, the sky above the Kunlun sect became densely covered with dark clouds, and thunder could be heard from above the dark clouds at any time. The whole scene and atmosphere were really scary. Leng Xiaoyao would have been calm if she didn't know that she was going to encounter serious trouble at 18 years old, but now she couldn't stay calm. Gu Ning also wondered whether it was a good thing to tell Leng Xiaoyao about it beforehand. Although Leng Xiaoyao was anxious because of the serious trouble, she was unwilling to be defeated. So she summoned up her energy and tried to overcome it. As the dark clouds became thicker, the thunder rumbled louder and louder. Leng Xiaoyao took a deep breath, mentally prepared. Rumble! There was a deafening crash, and then a heavenly thunder shot down. Leng Xiaoyao tried her best to avoid it, but she was still hit. Luckily, it didn't cause much damage. Unfortunately, the next thunder became even more powerful and destroyed everything it hit. Only Leng Xiaoyao was fine. She was still alive, but she was already injured. Gu Ning and the others were scared to watch it from the side. Finally, it was the last thunder. As long as Leng Xiaoyao was fine after the final thunder, the serious trouble she would encounter at 18 years old wouldn't be this test. If she was hit in the test, she would be in great danger. However, The last thunder didn't come down for a long while, and everyone could feel it growing stronger and stronger, which filled them with anxiety. In the end, the final thunder came down like a flash. Leng Xiaoyao wanted to avoid it, but it was too late, and she was hit accurately. There was a big hole left on the ground afterwards. Leng Xiaoyao could only feel her body falling deep down into the hole, but she could barely see anything. It was dark all around, and she seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit. After the thunder finished, the dark clouds went away, and the Kunlun sect became peaceful again. The pits left by the thunder on the ground were very clear. They could also see Leng Xiaoyao's torn clothing, but Leng Xiaoyao was nowhere to be found. In an instant, Gu Ning ran to where Leng Xiaoyao just stood and screamed, "Xiaoyao!" However, no matter how she searched, she couldn't find Leng Xiaoyao. Both Leng Xiaoting and Shang Guanyang were heartbroken. Gu Ning felt emotionally injured and passed out. Shang Guanyang immediately tried to find where Leng Xiaoyao was right now, but surprisingly Leng Xiaoyao was completely lost from this world. If Leng Xiaoyao was dead, he could still find her, so Shang Guanyang thought of another possibility. Gu Ning woke up quickly after she passed out. Without delay, she asked Leng Xiaoting whether they had found Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoting said they didn't find her yet, so Gu Ning felt heartbroken. Although she knew it would happen 18 years ago and was mentally prepared for it, she still couldn't accept it when it really happened. After that, Shang Guanyang shared his thoughts. "I can't feel Xiaoyao's existence at all. If she's dead, I would still find where she is. So I think she might have gone through the same thing as you, and her soul went into another person's body, or she has traveled to another time." Hearing that, both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were shocked. Leng Xiaoyao could be in another person's body or might have traveled in time. If so, she must still be alive. Nevertheless, it was hard for her to come back again, so they were still very sad. They only felt a little better when they learned that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't dead. "Xiaoyao, my good daughter." Gu Ning had lived 2 lives, but she had never felt so hurt. She felt her world collapse and didn't want to live any longer. Leng Xiaoting wasn't less sad than Gu Ning, but he knew that he couldn't fall, otherwise no one would take care of Gu Ning. He did his best to calm down. It was the first time that Leng Xiaoting had ever cried during so many years. When Leng Xiaoyao lost, Leng Xiaoran, who was in the capital, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He could hardly breathe and his heart was pounding unusually fast, as if something bad just happened. Did Leng Xiaoyao fail when she took the test to the next level? Leng Xiaoran was reluctant to think that, but that was the only explanation he could think of, because only Leng Xiaoyao could make him so anxious. Even though Leng Xiaoran understood there wasn't any signal in the Kunlun mountain, he still immediately called Gu Ning, but unsurprisingly no one answered. After that, Leng Xiaoran directly booked a plane ticket to City Gu. Leng Xiaoyao was lost, but Gu Ning and the others didn't leave right away, so they were still there when Leng Xiaoran arrived. Seeing that Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting, and Shang Guanyang were so sad, Leng Xiaoran realized that he had guessed correctly and instantly got upset. "Dad, Mom, Master, where is Leng Xiaoyao?" Leng Xiaoran asked. Although he guessed correctly, he couldn't accept it nor was he willing to believe it. "Xiaoran?" Gu Ning rushed to hug Leng Xiaoran tightly and felt like crying again. After Leng Xiaoran learned what had happened, he was totally shocked and cried out. They often fought with each other, but they loved one another deeply. He would even be happy to suffer it for Leng Xiaoyao as long as she could come back. But unfortunately it was impossible. "Leng Xiaoyao." Dizzily, Leng Xiaoyao heard someone call her name. It was a male and sounded strange. However, when Leng Xiaoyao wanted to open her eyes, she felt as if her eyelids were so heavy that she could hardly move them. Anyway, she was conscious, which meant she was still alive. Leng Xiaoyao was very happy when she realized that. After all, when she was hit by the final thunder and fell into a bottomless pit, she thought that she would die. "Leng Xiaoyao, stop acting. Get up now or I'll kick you." The male voice continued, sounding angry. It even shook a little in horror. "Is she dead?" Another female asked in a trembling voice. "If Leng Xiaoyao is dead, will we be punished?" Another female voice said in fright. "We didn't push her down. Why should we take the responsibility?" The first female voice said angrily. "Shut your mouth." The male voice snapped at them because he pushed Leng Xiaoyao down, which meant that he would have to take responsibility if anyone was going to be punished. Therefore, he was full of anxiety. "Jinan, what should we do now?" a female voice asked anxiously. "Leng Xiaoyao." The man called Jinan didn't know what they should do, so he had to keep on calling Leng Xiaoyao's name. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't sleep at all when people wouldn't stop talking by her ears, so she became more clear-headed. Right at this moment, she heard an old voice saying in her mind, "Leng Xiaoyao, go back to your world to save yourself. Then you can leave." Confused Leng Xiaoyao. What did it mean that she should go back to her world? Why did she have to save herself in order to leave here? What did it mean? However, before Leng Xiaoyao figured it out, she regained her memories. But she was extremely surprised when her memories came back. It was about her life. She was Leng Xiaoyao, but wasn't Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's daughter. In another world, she was the daughter of another woman and man, but now she was an orphan. In an instant, she realized why the old voice said that to her. She used to live in this world for 20 years, but lost her life in an accident. Then she was reincarnated into Gu Ning's belly and lived to 18 years old. Now she was back in this world and was 18 years old. So she needed to finish the redemption which happened because of her and caused the death of many people. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoyao opened her eyes and found herself lying on the ground. 3 girls about 18 years old and a man around 24 years old were crowding around her. The 3 girls were very pretty, and the man was good-looking too. They originally looked at Leng Xiaoyao with worry, but changed their attitude as soon as Leng Xiaoyao woke up. They were relieved at first, then showed hatred. Facing the 4 people, Leng Xiaoyao clearly knew who they were. The man was Chu Jinan, her fiancé, but he hated her to death. Because Leng Xiaoyao was arrogant, stupid and ugly, Chu Jinan disliked her very much. Among the 3 girls, one was Chu Jinan's younger sister, Chu Jiayu, one was Leng Xiaoyao's cousin, Lang Yuqi, and one was Lang Yuqi's friend, Zhang Yihan. Chu Jinan, Lang Yuqi, and Zhang Yihan were close friends. Lang Yuqi was even in love with Chu Jinan. So Chu Jinan always wanted to end the engagement with Leng Xiaoyao before getting together with Lang Yuqi. However, it was difficult to end their engagement unless Leng Xiaoyao agreed, because he owed her a big favor. About 5 years ago, Chu Jinan's father was abducted. As a soldier, Leng Xiaoyao's father sacrificed himself and rescued Chu Jinan's father. In order to return Leng Xiaoyao's father's kindness, Chu Jinan's father made an engagement between Chu Jinan and Leng Xiaoyao. He decided to regard Leng Xiaoyao as his own daughter. At the beginning, Chu Jinan's father treated Leng Xiaoyao very well, but now he had changed his attitude and started to feel that it was humiliating to have an arrogant, stupid, and ugly daughter-in-law. But if Leng Xiaoyao didn't end their engagement and he did, other people would criticize him and think he was ungrateful. He couldn't bear the result. Therefore, when Chu Jinan bullied Leng Xiaoyao, his father turned a blind eye. He would only pretend to be protective of Leng Xiaoyao when they had an argument in front of him. However, her relationship with Chu Jinan would be over a month later, because Chu Jinan and Lang Yuqi trapped her into sleeping with another man. With that excuse, the Chu family ended the engagement, and Leng Xiaoyao owed the man a lot. The man was also the most important person in the redemption after she traveled back through time. Upon thinking of that man, Leng Xiaoyao was filled with guilt. But this time, she decided to end the engagement with Chu Jinan first. Chu Jinan was a hateful man, and she couldn't wait to keep her distance from him. She was indeed acting. Scared me. Leng Xiaoyao, how shameless can you be? Chu Jiayu swore unhappily. Although she was scared when she thought Leng Xiaoyao was dead, she was disappointed after Leng Xiaoyao woke up. They wanted Leng Xiaoyao to die, but it had to have nothing to do with them. Leng Xiaoyao, enough. Stop causing Yuqi trouble. If it happens again, I won't let you go so easily. Chu Jinan warned angrily. What? Have you ever let me go? Leng Xiaoyao mocked. Saying that, she stood up from the ground. In the previous incarnation, she was arrogant, but she always grinned and bore it in front of Chu Jinan, whom she loved deeply. She only lost her reason when Leng Yuqi was involved. Today, Chu Jinan asked them to go to a park together. Once Leng Xiaoyao heard about it, she secretly followed them. Then she saw Chu Jinan and Leng Yuqi kiss and hug affectionately. She was angered and went crazy, then rushed out to beat Leng Yuqi. However, before she could do that, Chu Jinan pushed her down. She hit the ground with her head, then passed out. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, Chu Jinan felt surprised, because she had never talked to him like that. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao had a different air now. She somehow looked calm and elegant, but Chu Jinan refused to believe that Leng Xiaoyao really changed. So he said disdainfully, "So what? Who do you think you are? Why should I be nice to you?" Leng Xiaoyao stared at him coldly. She was completely different from the girl who loved him deeply before. Leng Xiaoyao said, "Who am I? Shouldn't you know clearly? My father has saved your father's life. I'm your fiancé, but you have no respect for me and even hurt me like this. You cheated on me, which is totally unacceptable." Chu Jinan and Leng Yuqi had slept together many times before behind her back. Although Leng Xiaoyao was arrogant, she never hurt anyone badly. Sometimes, she got the blame for other people's faults, so her reputation was damaged. She was innocent in some cases. "You?" Leng Xiaoyao's words angered Chu Jinan, but he didn't know what to say, because she was right. "Leng Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? There is nothing between me and Jinan. Don't pin the blame on me." Leng Yuqi acted pitiful, as if she was really innocent. Leng Xiaoyao sneered at her. "I didn't say he cheated on me with you. Why did you suddenly jump out to criticize me? Why are you making the connection on your own? Anyway, your affair isn't a secret. You?" Leng Yuqi was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Leng Yuqi was aggrieved, Chu Jinan immediately snapped at Leng Xiaoyao. "I like Yuqi. So what? She's pretty, gentle, considerate, and smart. While you're arrogant, stupid, and ugly. You look disgusting. To be honest with you, I want to end the engagement with you. Yuqi is my ideal wife." In the past, Leng Xiaoyao would be extremely hurt by those words, and might want to kill herself. But now, she only felt disgusted because she realized Chu Jinan was a bad man. "Don't worry. I'll never marry you even if I have to be single forever. I'll go to your family and end the engagement right now," Leng Xiaoyao said, looking at Chu Jinan with obvious disdain. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. No one could believe it. What did Leng Xiaoyao just say? Did she say that she would rather stay single forever than marry Chu Jinan? She even wanted to end the engagement? After the surprise, they were excited, but Chu Jinan somehow felt a little upset. He didn't change his opinion about Leng Xiaoyao, but he felt humiliated by her words. Even though he understood their engagement couldn't be over unless Leng Xiaoyao wanted to end it first, he still felt humiliated when Leng Xiaoyao really did that. "Leng Xiaoyao, what did you say? Did you say you won't marry my older brother and even want to end the engagement?" Chu Jiayu asked. She was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao just blurted it out in anger. "Yes, but," Leng Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Hearing that, everyone frowned. Was she going to lay down any conditions? "But what?" Chu Jinan asked with displeasure. "But I can't let you go with all the slanders and bullying. You must pay for what you've done to me," Leng Xiaoyao said. The next moment, she directly beat all of them, including Zhang Yihan. Zhang Yihan had teamed up with Leng Yuqi and Chu Jinan many times to bully her before. She slapped and kicked them. Although she didn't use much strength, she wasn't gentle either. After a few seconds, they had all fallen to the ground. They were shocked and were in a lot of pain. They couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao dared to use violence and that she could easily beat all of them. They could barely fight back. Although Leng Xiaoyao was normally arrogant, she was always weak. As long as Leng Yuqi and Chu Jiayu teamed up, they could easily beat Leng Xiaoyao. Anyway, once Leng Xiaoyao used violence, she suddenly found that her abilities were restricted. She clearly felt that she was at a low level. Although it upset Leng Xiaoyao, it was better than nothing. She would try to get back to her real level later, otherwise it would be difficult for her to do what she wanted to do next. Only when she was powerful enough would she not be afraid of anyone. Luckily, her current level was enough to defeat ordinary people, so she wasn't anxious just because her abilities were restricted. Leng Xiaoyao, how dare you use violence? Chu Jinan glared at Leng Xiaoyao and questioned her. At this moment, he couldn't wait to tear her into pieces. How dared Leng Xiaoyao beat him? I already did. Why do you still say something like that? Are you an idiot? If you don't want to accept it, stand up and fight me. Leng Xiaoyao looked down her nose at Chu Jinan and challenged him. In the past, she was just a paper tiger that wasn't really strong, but now she was a real tiger. You? Chu Jinan wanted to punch Leng Xiaoyao, but Leng Xiaoyao easily beat them all, so he didn't dare to move, and he could hardly get back to his feet after being kicked so heavily. Leng Xiaoyao, you. Chu Jiayu cried out in pain. She was a spoiled rich girl, and had never been treated like this before. Leng Yuqi and Zhang Yihan also cried in pain, but weren't as loud as Chu Jiayu. They didn't want to ruin their image. Stop talking. If you want to fight back, do it now. Leng Xiaoyao provoked her. I'll make you pay for this. Chu Jiayu couldn't get up now, but she wouldn't let Leng Xiaoyao get away with it. Do whatever you can, Leng Xiaoyao scoffed. She wasn't afraid of Chu Jiayu causing her trouble. Since they couldn't do anything to her right now, Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to waste time on them. She directly turned around and walked away, leaving them behind. Now it was time to introduce Leng Xiaoyao's background in this incarnation. Her father was a soldier with a high rank, but he was sacrificed in a task. The Leng family was a powerful family in a second-tier city, Chang. They weren't the most powerful family, but they weren't weak. Leng Xiaoyao's grandfather used to be the deputy mayor of Chang. Although her grandfather had retired long ago, his connections were still useful. Leng Xiaoyao's uncle, Leng Yehua, who was also Leng Yuqi's father, was a deputy director. Leng Xiaoyao's father was her grandfather's second son and joined the army. Leng Xiaoyao's third uncle, Leng Yeqing, took over her father's business. Yes, her uncle took over the business left by her mother. Leng Xiaoyao's mother was an orphan, but had outstanding abilities. She founded a company on her own. Although it wasn't large, it had dozens of millions of yuan in assets. Now it was being managed by Leng Xiaoyao's third uncle, and it had over 100 million yuan in assets. Although it was barely anything in Chang, it was owned by the Leng family, so it was different. Only Master Leng and Leng Xiaoyao's third uncle treated her well in the Leng family. She had become arrogant because she was spoiled by them, but Leng Xiaoyao wasn't unreasonable, and she only acted against those who annoyed her. Therefore, Master Leng and Leng Yeqing didn't hate her. Besides, Leng Xiaoyao completely changed after her parents passed away, so they needed to take care of her. In fact, Leng Xiaoyao was simply straightforward, but sometimes it wasn't welcome. On the other hand, her first uncle didn't like her very much because he wanted to steal the properties left by Leng Xiaoyao's mother, and also wanted Leng Yuqi to replace her to marry into the Chu family. Although none of the Chu family had power, they were a well-known, rich family in Chang with billions of yuan in assets. Chu Jianan and the others were furious, but they could do nothing about it. However, once Leng Xiaoyao was gone, they reported it to the Leng family and the Chu family. After knowing that Leng Xiaoyao had beaten them, both the Leng family and the Chu family were surprised. They couldn't believe it, and felt that it must be Chu Jinan's idea to get Leng Xiaoyao punished. Leng Xiaoyao was simply a paper tiger in their eyes. She could barely cause a scene, so it was impossible for her alone to beat 4 of them. Normally, the 4 of them would team up to beat Leng Xiaoyao. Anyway, since they said they were beaten by Leng Xiaoyao, they had to ask her about that. However, the Leng family ought to do that first. Master Leng was surprised when he heard the news, but he was happy the next moment. He really hoped that Leng Xiaoyao did that, because it proved that Leng Xiaoyao had some skill and that she had begun to hate Chu Jinan. To be honest, Master Leng didn't like Chu Jinan at all. Although he was handsome and had some abilities, he had a very bad character. He already had an engagement with Leng Xiaoyao, but still fell in love with Leng Yuqi. It was fine because it was hard to control love sometimes, but he didn't keep his distance from Leng Yuqi even after being engaged with Leng Xiaoyao. Master Leng disliked Leng Yuqi as well. Even though Leng Yuqi looked considerate and smart, given what she had done was enough to prove that she had no moral standards. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoyao liked him, so Master Leng could do nothing about it. He could only help Leng Xiaoyao to actualize her dream. If Leng Xiaoyao wanted to end the engagement, he would do it right away. After Leng Xiaoyao left, she went directly back to the Leng family's house. On her way home, she had mixed emotions. Her grandfather and her third uncle actually died because of her during the next 2 years. She used to be a real troublemaker and caused the death of those who loved her the most. This incarnation, she promised to keep them safe. She would finish her redemption, then go back to her parents' side. Although there were family members who loved her, she still wanted to go back to be with Guning and Leng Xiaoting because there were more family members she didn't want to leave. It didn't mean she was willing to leave her beloved family members here, but she had to make a choice. She simply knew she wanted to return to her current life more. Upon thinking that Guning and Leng Xiaoting would be heartbroken once they found that she disappeared, Leng Xiaoyao was full of sadness. With mixed emotions, Leng Xiaoyao arrived at the Leng family's house. Because it was Saturday, all the members of the Leng family were present. Especially after they heard that Leng Xiaoyao had beaten Leng Yuqi and the others. They decided to sit in the Leng family home and wait till she got back. At that moment, Leng Yuqi's father, Leng Yuqi, and her mother, Song Meiyu, were both angry. Master Leng, Leng Chongyuan, and Leng Yeqing, on the contrary, were still chatting and laughing, which made Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu even angrier. Dad, if Xiaoyao really has beaten Chu Jianan, what should we do when the Chu family blames us? Leng Yeqing asked excitedly. Leng Yeqing was 30 years old. He was handsome but was still unmarried. He was even single. During these years he was busy with work, so he had no time to date and hadn't met a girl he liked yet. Although he had a lot of admirers, he had no interest in them. What should we do? What can we do? Chu Jianan must have annoyed Xiaoyao first, so Xiaoyao beat them. I'm sure Xiaoyao didn't hurt them, and they are just trying to put the blame on her. After all, they're notorious for their bad behavior, Leng Chongyuan said. He was also criticizing his own granddaughter. If Leng Yuqi had moral standards, she wouldn't have an abnormal relationship with her cousin's fiancé. When he said that, he gave a glance of disgust at Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu. Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu were embarrassed, but also felt dissatisfied. You're right, Leng Yeqing chimed in. Then he turned to look at Leng Yehua and said, Yehua, why don't you educate your daughter? What if the news spreads abroad? The Leng family will be humiliated. Yeqing, what do you mean? Didn't Yuqi say that there is nothing abnormal between her and Chu Jianan? It's not what you think. They grew up together, so it's very normal that they're close. Yuqi also has a close relationship with Chu Jiayu. Chu Jianan and Chu Jiayu are brother and sister. It's unavoidable that they often hang out together. Leng Yehua argued with displeasure. Although many people were aware of Leng Yuqi's affair with Chu Jianan, Leng Yehua still refused to admit it, because Leng Yuqi denied it and it would be humiliating if they dared to admit it. Even though they had done much more shameless things before, they still cared about their reputation. They wanted to do bad things without being judged. Come on, no one is an idiot. We can see things clearly. I know you have always wanted Yuqi to replace Xiaoyao and marry into the Chu family. After all, the Chu family is a well-known, rich family in City Chong. And the Chu family also want Yuqi to replace Xiaoyao, because Yuqi is prettier, smarter, and more obedient. However, that can't change the fact that it is Xiaoyao who has an engagement with Chu Jianan. So it's Yuqi's fault that she has an abnormal relationship with Chu Jianan, Leng Yeqing said. Even though he defended Leng Xiaoyao, he still had to admit that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't as pretty, obedient, or smart as Leng Yuqi. Only if Xiaoyao agrees to end the engagement can Yuqi and Chu Jianan get together, Leng Yeqing continued. If it was possible, he really hoped that Leng Xiaoyao would end the engagement with Chu Jianan. He didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao didn't deserve Chu Jianan. On the other hand, it was Chu Jianan who didn't deserve Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't beautiful and was quick-tempered, but she had standards. Chu Jianan was good-looking and was born in a rich family. He had some skills too, but he had no standards. He was pure trash. Chu Jianan hated Leng Xiaoyao very much, so they couldn't be happy together even if Leng Xiaoyao married him. Leng Yehua suddenly didn't know what to say, because Leng Yeqing was right. No one was an idiot and the truth couldn't be more obvious. If he kept on denying it, he would only make himself look like an idiot in their eyes. No matter what, Jinan dislikes Xiaoyao. Even if Xiaoyao insists on marrying Jinan, she won't be happy. I'm afraid it'll only damage the Lang family's relationship with the Chu family in the end, Song Meiyu said. It seemed as if she cared about Leng Xiaoyao, but she actually wanted Leng Chongyuan to make Leng Xiaoyao end the engagement with Chu Jinan. That's Xiaoyao's own affair, and she can make the decision on her own. No one should interfere, Leng Chongyuan said. Song Meiyu was struck dumb for a second, then said nothing. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao got back. Once she walked inside, she cried when she saw Leng Chongyuan and Leng Yeqing. Without delay, she ran towards Leng Chongyuan and threw herself in his arms. Grandpa! She sounded so guilty, but not aggrieved at all, because she didn't feel aggrieved in front of Leng Chongyuan. Leng Chongyuan had never treated her badly. In fact, he treated her very well. She just felt guilty and missed Leng Chongyuan deeply. However, Leng Chongyuan thought Leng Xiaoyao cried because she was treated unfairly due to what had happened earlier. Don't cry, Xiaoyao. Grandpa is here. Tell me what happened. Leng Chongyuan immediately comforted Leng Xiaoyao. His heart broke seeing Leng Xiaoyao cry so sadly.